Section 27 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pipes. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The Effect of Eastern Travel on Belief. Ignorance is the curse of God. Knowledge, the wing whereby we fly to heaven. Shakespeare. The question that I find has been most frequently put to me since my return home is, what effect travel in the East has on belief? What the effect may be in any case will, of course, depend on what were the ingredients and character of the belief. If, for instance, a traveler makes the discovery that old Egypt was far grander, far more civilized, and far more earnest than the mention of it in the Hebrew scriptures had led him to suppose, he will receive a shock. Or if a man finds the agricultural capabilities of the greater part of Syria utterly unadapted to English methods of farming, and has no idea of other methods, and if, furthermore, he is ignorant of the ways in which commerce can maintain a large population anywhere, he will receive another shock. We can imagine that such persons will ever afterwards affirm that the effects are bad. They were bad in their own minds, and they cannot see how they can be good in any other mind. We will take these two instances first. Suppose a different kind of traveler, one who had previously arrived at some not altogether inadequate conceptions of the mind and of the greatness of old Egypt. He had also observed the fact that these things are not dwelt on in the Hebrew scriptures, and had formed some opinion as to the cause of the omission. Then he will receive no shock from what he sees in the monuments of the greatness of Egypt and of the evidently high moral aims of its religion. Suppose again that he had quite understood that he should not see the same kind of agriculture in Syria as in Suffolk, and that when he was among the hills he had found, often to a greater extent than he had expected, that formerly every rood of ground had been turned to account. It is true, in a very un-English manner, but still in a manner well adapted to the locality, that terraces had been formed wherever terraces could be placed, that corn, figs, olives, vines had been grown on these terraces. On some hills the actual summit is still a vineyard, and that, where the ground was not suitable for terracing, it had been depastured by flocks and herds, and that there is evidence that many hills must have been clothed from the bottom to the top with olives. And suppose also that he was quite aware that populous cities could have been maintained by trade and commerce in Judea just as easily, to say the least, as were Palmyra and Petra in the wilderness. Then he will receive no shock from the un-English agricultural aspects of Syria. Instead of any disagreeable sensation of that kind, he will see in the present desolation of the country interesting and instructive evidence of a change in the channels of commerce, and a demonstration of the sad fact that where the Turk sets his foot, although he is a very good fellow, grass will not grow. But to go on with the discoveries that cause shocks. With many, Jerusalem is the great stumbling block. If, however, we can imagine a traveler visiting the holy city with sufficient historical knowledge to enable him to recall, in a rough way, the city of David and of Solomon, we may be quite certain that he will, as far as that part of the subject goes, receive no shock from the modern city. The same, too, I believe, may be said, to a very great extent, even of the city of Herod. One who can rightly imagine what that city was externally will not, I think, be disappointed at the sight of modern Jerusalem. I am not now speaking of the Greek traders, the Roman soldiers, the Pharisees and Sadducees, who might have been seen in the streets, but of the city itself. It must be seen from the Mount of Olives, and I submit that the Grand Mosque of Omar, as beheld from that point, is a far more imposing structure, architecturally, than the temple of Herod was likely to have been, which, when seen from a distance, being in the Greek style of architecture, was probably too much wanting in height to produce any very great effect. The mosque combines great height with variety of form, for there are the curves of the dome as well as the perpendicular lines of the walls and great windows. The dwelling houses, too, of the modern city must, with their domed stone roofs, be more imposing than those of the old city. The cupolas and towers of the churches and the minarets of the mosque are additional features. The walls also of the modern city are lofty, massive, and of an excellent color, and I can hardly think that those of old Jerusalem could have added more to the scene. Herod's palace and the greater extent of his city are probably the only particulars in which what has passed away was superior to what is seen now. As looked at from the Mount of Olives this day, the city does not appear to contain a single mean building. History, then, will again save the traveler from receiving a shock at the sight of the outward appearance of Jerusalem, or, if it must be felt, will much mitigate its force. The traveler, however, might be one who had never rambled so far as the field of history, and was only expecting to find in the Christians of Jerusalem, that is, in the specimens of the Greek and Latin communions there, living embodiments of the Sermon on the Mount. But instead of this, finds littleness, frauds, formalism, animosities, dirt. Of course, he receives a shock, and this is, perhaps, the commonest shock of all. But the fault was in himself. He ought to have known better than to have allowed himself to indulge in such unlikely anticipations. Every one, then, of these shocks was unnecessary and avoidable. And now let us look at another order of suppositions. Suppose the traveler is desirous of understanding something about the efforts that have been made to interpret and to shape man's moral and spiritual nature under a great, and on the whole, progressive variety of circumstances, out of which has risen, from time to time, a necessity for enlarging and recasting former conclusions, so as to include the results of the new light and to adapt ideas and practices to new circumstances. Then what he sees of the East and of its people will help him mightily in understanding what he wishes to understand. We are supposing that he has limited his expectations to certain clearly defined objects, such, for instance, as the observation of what now can be seen that will throw light on the history of the people whose record is in the sacred volume, on what kind of people they were, and how it came to pass that they became what they were, and on what it was in the natural order that made their minds the seed-bed for the ideas with which, through their scriptures, we are all more or less familiar, and on what there was in the people that made the moral element more prominent and active in their civilization than that of Greece and Rome. That is to say, if his objects are strictly limited to what can be investigated and understood by what one sees in the East, because it is the investigation and understanding of what may be seen in the Eastern man and in Eastern nature, then I think that travel in Egypt and Syria will not cause any shocks or disappointments. On the contrary, I think the traveler will feel, on his return home, that he has brought back with him some light and some food for thought he could not have obtained elsewhere. As to myself, for of course I can only give my own experience, and equally, of course, it is only that can be of value, should it happen to possess any, and what I may have to say on this question. I now feel, as I read the sacred page, that I understand it in a way I never did before. It is not merely that I can, sometimes, fit the scene to the transactions. That is something, but that which is more, I am better able to fit the people to the thoughts, and even to understand the thoughts themselves. The interest, therefore, and possibly the utility, too, of what I read is increased for me. I have seen the greater simplicity of mind of these Oriental people. I have seen that the moral element in them is stronger, either relatively to their intellect or absolutely in itself, I know not which, and obtains more dominion over them than over our beef-eating, beer-drinking, and indoor-living people, that the idea of God is more present to them than to us, and has a more constant and sometimes a deeper power over them. Observations of this kind enable one to see and feel more clearly what was in the minds and hearts of the old Orientals. This is true of the whole of Scripture, from the first page to the last. But in an especial manner is it true of the Psalms and of the Gospels. Before I visited the East, I saw their meaning through the, to a certain extent, false medium of modern English thought. Elements of feeling and meaning which before were unobserved and unknown now stand out clear and distinct. I seem to be conscious of and to understand, in a manner that would have been impossible before, the depth and the exaltation of feeling of the Psalms and their wonderful didactic beauty, the result, clearly, of the feelings that prompted them, rather than of the amount and variety of knowledge they deal with. The simplicity, the single-mindedness, the self-forgetting hardiness of the morality of the gospel also, I think, gains much from the same cause. I think, too, that I understand now, better than I did before, the fierce tone in which the prophets denounced existing wrongs and their unfaltering confidence in a better future. And as it is in great matters and on the whole, so is it in small particulars. For instance, I heard a tall, bony, half-gray Syrian Arab, in whose mind I had but little doubt that the thought of God was ever present, cursing the God of the Christians. It had never crossed his mind that the God of the Christians was the same as the God of the Mohammedans. Here was the persistence to our own day of the old exclusive idea. A poor native Christian at Jerusalem told me that he believed the holy places were not known now, because in these days men were not worthy of such blessed knowledge. The old idea again of the superior holiness of past times. And so one might go on with a multitude of similar instances. I will here give a tangible and distinct example of the change in one's way of looking at things and of the consequent change in feeling which travel in the East actually brought about in one's mind, naturally and without any effort, just by allowing the trains of thought that spontaneously arose to take their own courses, and in combination with pre-existing material to work themselves out to their own conclusions. Formerly, I never read the account of the deception Jacob practiced on his father at the instigation of his mother and at the expense of his brother, or the imprecations of the 109th Psalm, or the account of the way in which David, for the purpose of appeasing God, who was supposed to be terribly afflicting an innocent people for the mistaken zeal on his behalf of a deceased king, gave up 7 innocent men, sons and grandsons of Saul, to be hanged by those whom Saul had sought to injure, without wishing, as I believe almost everybody does every time he hears these passages read, that by some process of beneficent magic they could be made to vanish from the sacred volume and be heard of and remembered no more forever. But now they appear to me in quite a different light, and I regard them with quite different sentiments. Now I am very far indeed from wishing that they could be made to vanish away. I have been among people who are, at this moment, thinking, feeling, and acting precisely in the way described in those passages, and so I have come to regard them as containing genuine, primitive, historical phases of morality and religion, and as giving to the record, and just for this very reason, no small part of its value. This primitive morality, which has been kept alive all along, or to which men have again reverted in the East, belongs to the stage in which subtlety, although it may, as in the instance before us, palpably mean deception, has not yet been distinguished from wisdom, when men think they are serving God by being ready to inflict any and every form of suffering, and even, if it were possible, annihilation itself, on the man who rejects or who does not support their ideas of morality and religion, and when the current conception of responsibility is made to include the family and descendants of the evildoer. These very misconceptions and aberrations are in conformity to the existing sentiments and daily practice of the modern Oriental. With him, deception is a perfectly legitimate means for obtaining his ends, nor, in his way of thinking, is any infliction too severe for misbelievers and blasphemers of the faith. And in the custom of blood feuds, the innocent descendants of the man who shed blood are answerable for the misdeed of their forefather. These, then, and similar mistakes, the contemplation of which is so painful to us, were honestly made, and were even consequences of deliberate and careful efforts to act up to moral ideas under the conditions and in conformity with the knowledge of the times. I have thus come to see that morality and religion, and this includes my own morality and religion, are in no sense an arbitrary creation, but a world-old growth. Thousands of years ago, they were forming themselves in some stages of their growth on the hill of Zion, as they had been previously in earlier stages on the banks of the Nile, and as they did subsequently in the grove of the Academy, on the 7 hills of Rome, and in the forests of Germany. This has been brought home to me by actual acquaintance with people whose morality and religion are different from my own, the difference very much consisting in the fact that they are still in the early stage to which the ideas in the passages referred to belong. To associate and to deal with people who are mentally in the state which the old historic peoples were in is to have the old history translated for you into a language you can understand. What I now find in myself was once, in its earlier days, just what I find described in those passages. My morality and religion, which are my true self, have passed through that stage. That is to say, they were once in the stage of the patriarch and of the psalmist. Virtually, I was in them. My more perfect condition, therefore, must share the blame which mistakenly appears, this is a mistake into which unhistorical minds fall, to belong only to their more imperfect condition. Both are equally parts of the same growth. I now look upon these earlier stages of my moral being as I do upon my own childhood. To speak of the ideas or of the acts of the patriarch or of the psalmist as, perhaps, I might have been disposed to speak of them formerly would, I now feel, be to blaspheme my own parentage. I look with a kind of awe on the failure, so shocking and so intelligible, of their efforts to find the right path upon which, through a long series of such efforts, I, their moral offspring and heir, have at last been brought. Now I link myself to the past, and I feel the power and the value of the bond. Now I know that my religion and morality are not a something or other of recent ascertainable date, a something or other that has come haphazard, even that might, conceivably, never have been. They are something, I know, that appertains to man, that came into being with him, indeed that is of his very being, that has grown with his growth, and strengthened with his strength, and which accumulating experience and enlarging knowledge have, all along, ever been purifying, broadening, deepening. I see distinctly now that they rest on foundations in man himself, which nothing can overthrow or shake. A conviction is brought home to me that I am standing on an everlasting rock. Formerly there might have been some lurking germ of suspicion or misgiving that I was standing on ground that was not quite defensible. Universal history, rightly understood, dissipates these enfeebling misgivings and generates that invaluable conviction. It is a conviction which nothing can touch, for it rests on incontrovertible facts and unassailable reasonings, and which are such as will justify a man in expending his own life, and in calling upon others to do the same for the maintenance and advancement of morality and religion. And this connection with the past appears to give a prospective as well as retrospective extension to my being. If I am in the past, then, by parity of reason, I am equally in the future. As my moral and intellectual being was, in this way, forming itself before I was in the flesh, it will continue in the same way, the same process after I shall have put off the flesh. The dissolution of the body will not affect what existed before the assumption of the body. These thoughts I did not take with me to the East, or if I did, they had at that time only a potential existence in my mind as unquickened germs. It was what I saw and felt in the East that gave them life and shape. At all events, I brought them back with me as recognized and active elements of my mental being. I am aware that there are some on whom the sight of the diversities observable among different peoples in moral and religious ideas has an effect the very contrary to that which I have been describing. Instead of helping them to bring their knowledge on these subjects into order and giving them solid foundations to rest the structure upon, it appears in them only to make confusion worse confounded, and to render more incapable of support what had in them little enough support before. But may not this arise from the fact that the true idea of history does not exist in the minds of these persons? For I suppose that just as true science infallibly generates the craving and, as far as it reaches, the successful effort to harmonize all nature, so does true history the craving and, as far as it reaches, the successful effort to harmonize all that is known of man. One observes differences in moral ideas and thence infers that it is impossible to arrive at any fixed and certain conclusions on such subjects. Another man observes the same differences, but observing at the same time that they are those of growth and development, thence infers that the principle of which they are the growth and development must be as real and certain as anything in the earth beneath or in the heaven above. There is no difficulty in understanding the prepotency these ideas must have in modifying and forming a man's conceptions of duty and of happiness. I have, then, no commiseration for those who receive the kind of shocks we spoke of at the beginning of this chapter. If a man goes to the East with anti-historical and unreasonable expectations, there is nothing in the East or the wide world that can, so far as his expectations go, be of any use to him. Wherever he comes upon the truth, it will shock him. Nor do I think that travel in the East will be of advantage to the man whose minute apprehension is incapable of taking in anything higher than points of Zulu criticism. This is the criticism of people who, like those crawl-inhabiting, skin-clad philosophers, are all for small particulars, and who appear to labor under a congenital incapacity for large views and for general ideas. According to their logic, the best established general proposition in contingent matter is not only utterly false, but even inconceivable, if they can adduce a single case or point even in which it fails. If one of this sort were to find a burr on your clothes, he would be unable to see your clothes for the burr. Or if he were to go so far beyond the burr as to form any opinion about your clothes, it would be that they were bad clothes because of the burr. I have known a person of this kind so perverse that if you had told him that his wife and children had been burnt to death on the first floor of a house, the intelligence would have had no effect upon him if he chanced to suppose that you were inaccurate and were calling the ground floor the first floor. He would be incapable of attending to the intelligence you had brought him till this had been rightly understood and set right. Till that had been done, he would be unable to think of anything else or talk of anything else. Such is the mind of the Zulu critic. Still, however, there is a place for him, and he is of use in the general scheme. But my late excursion to the East not only led to the question which stands at the head of this chapter having frequently been put me, and which may be regarded as illustrative of the mental condition of an educated stratum of society amongst us, but it also led to my obtaining the following illustration of the mental condition of the uneducated class amongst us. Shortly after my return, I had the following conversation with one I knew to be a good specimen of that class, an honest, conscientious, religious soul. "They tell me, sir, you have been a long way off." "Yes, neighbor, I have been to Jerusalem. I thought Jerusalem might touch a chord, but was not sure that Egypt would." "What? Jerusalem, sir?" with great surprise. "Yes, Jerusalem." "Now, sir, you have surprised me. I did not know that there was such a place as Jerusalem in the world. I had always thought that Jerusalem was only a Bible word. End of section 27. Section 28 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pipes. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The Historical Method of Interpretation. God, who at sundry times and in diverse manners spake in times past to the fathers. Epistle to the Hebrews. It belongs very closely to our subject to determine in what sense the Hebrew Scriptures are to be interpreted, because if the popular interpretation is to be maintained at every point, Egyptology and a great deal more of what eventually must and now ought to be used in the construction of religious thought will continue for a time to be deemed in popular opinion and to be represented by its guides as hostile to religion. I would then submit that if universal history is to be aided at all by the Hebrew Scriptures, or if they are to be applied to any historical purpose whatever, they must be interpreted according to the received canons of historical criticism. Those who deny this accept, in so doing, if they are logical and consistent, one or other of two alternative consequences. Either that all contemporary and antecedent history is contained in the interpretation they put upon the sacred records, that is, in what at present happens to be the popular interpretation, so that nothing that is not contained in, or deducible from, or in harmony with, that interpretation is to be received as history, or else that history has nothing at all to do with the documents, or the documents with history. There are, however, other people, not less learned nor less desirous of attaining to the truth, who are completely incapable of accepting either of these two alternatives. They value the Holy Scriptures too highly to treat them in this way. They believe that, though their primary object was not historical, they contain much history of many kinds and of great value. History of events, of the human mind, of conscience, of religion, much of the history, in one word, of man, or of humanity. But furthermore, they believe, and in this lies the gist of the controversy, that what they contain on any one and on all of these subjects is to be ascertained only by critical investigation. The single historical question with them is, when the documents have been rightly interpreted, what do they really contain? They believe that the purpose, the character, and the contents of the documents alike preclude the idea of fraud and deception. The thought of the existence of anything of the kind in them had its birth, naturally and unavoidably, in the popular interpretation. A false and ignorant interpretation was met by a false and ignorant attack. It could not have been otherwise, for both belong to the same age. No one, then, can be deceived by these documents, excepting those who interpret them ignorantly and wrongly. It is a question of interpretation. A false interpretation has surrounded them with difficulties and in a great measure destroyed, with multitudes, their utility and their credit. The true interpretation will remove these difficulties and, where mischief has been done, restore their credit and utility. But there appears to some a preliminary question, that of the right of interpretation. About this there, however, can be no real question at all, even among those who support what we call the popular interpretation. How can they deny to others the right they claim for themselves of adopting the interpretation that appears to them most in accordance with truth and fact? The 3rd, the 12th, the 16th, and all other centuries had a right to interpret the document in the way which at the time seemed true. The 19th century has the same right. The men of other times interpreted it according to the combination of knowledge and of ignorance that was in them. We must do the same. Let us see then what is the difference between the popular and the historical methods of interpretation. Approximately, we shall find it very great. Ultimately, not much. But the point before us will not be fully understood until it be seen in a distinct, concrete instance. The popular method goes on the assumption that the modes of thought and the modes of expression of early ages and of other races of men must be accepted by us in the sense in which we must take anything addressed to ourselves by a contemporary author. This, the historical method tells us, is an impossibility. It has been rendered impossible by subsequent advances in knowledge, in the generalization of ideas, and in language through a larger use of general and abstract terms. The historical method says that archaic modes of thought and modes of expression must be translated into our modes of thought and our modes of expression. I will now give an instance that will include both. In those early times, men had not been trained, as we have been by ages of culture, to think abstractly. They could only think, if we may so express it, concretely. It was necessary that a palpable image of what was meant should be before their minds. This was what made idolatry so attractive to the people Moses led up out of Egypt. It was so to all the young world, and is so still to all who are in the infancy of thought. And it was so in a preeminent degree with those Moses had to deal with, for they had been mentally degraded below even the level of the times by the hard slavery in which they had been kept for some generations. Even among our own laboring class, this inability to think abstractedly is very conspicuous. Their want of intellectual training, their ignorance, their life of toil, their poverty of language, particularly of abstract and general forms of expression, are the cause of it. They can never tell you what they themselves said, or what anybody else said, except in a dramatic form. With them it is always, I said, and he said, in each case the very words being given. They cannot indicate the purport of what was said by the general or abstract form of expression that a man consented, or hesitated, or refused compliance, or remonstrated, etc. General forms of thought and expression are beyond them. Nor will they, for they cannot, tell you simply that a thing was done. Instead of this, they must tell you every step of the process. That which is very remarkable in this 19th century in one class amongst ourselves was a law, a necessity of thought among those with whom Moses had to deal. As a foundation, then, for the theocratic system he was about to establish, he had to announce the idea, not perhaps altogether new to some of those who had come out of Egypt, but one to which the thought of Greece and Rome was never conducted, that God was the Creator. Suppose, then, that he had contented himself, as we might at this day, with stating it in that abstract form. We may be absolutely certain that the statement would have fallen dead on the ears of the people to whom he had to address himself. They could not have taken in the idea. No effect whatever could thus have been produced upon them. He was therefore obliged, not as a matter of choice, but of necessity, to present the idea to them in the concrete. That is, to give them a series of pictures of creation. This, he had to say, was the picture of things before creation begun. This was what was done first. This was what was done next, and so on throughout the whole. And this was what was said at each act of creation. When the idea was presented to them in this concrete, dramatic form, they could understand it and take it in. It was the only mode of thought and the only mode of expression that were possible then. When translated into modern modes of thought and modern modes of expression, they simply mean God is the Creator. Nothing more. Those who would press them further do so because they are not acquainted with the difference between archaic, rude, uncultured modes of thought and expression, and those of minds that have received culture and been benefited by the slowly maturing fruits of ages of culture. This method of historical criticism offers similar explanations of much besides these first chapters of Genesis. It tells us that good and true and God-fearing men, and who were moved by a Holy Spirit, which they described as coming to them ab extra, in which their metaphysics, if erroneous, were honestly so, could hardly in those times have thought or expressed themselves otherwise than as they did, and that if, through some realization of the Egyptian idea of the transmigration of souls, they had returned to earth and were now amongst us with precisely the same yearnings for justice, truth, and goodness they had been moved by in those primitive days, they would not express themselves now as they did then, but as we do. Their metaphysics would have become the same as ours, but in either case there would be no difference in their meaning. It is evident, by the way, that the historical method of interpretation differs also in the effect it has on the feelings and practice from the popular interpretation of the present day and of former times. It is evident, for instance, that it could not lead a man to denounce the mythology and religion of Egypt, the aims of which were distinctly moral, as the invention of devils. The old popular methods of interpretation also naturally sanction the persecution of those who differ from us in religion, as they did at the time of the Crusades, and of those who differ from us only in interpretation, as in the case of the treatment of the Vaudois, and in the still more shocking case of the creation and maintenance of the Inquisition, one of the most dreadful episodes in human history. The historical method, however, suggests nothing of the kind. It can regard such extravagancies only as contradictions of the meaning and purpose of religion. But to go back to the contrast between the popular and the historical methods of interpretation as applied to the particular instance I selected, that of the first chapters of the book of Genesis. Some little time back, I met with the following illustration of the errors into which we must fall if we feel ourselves obliged to take them precisely in the sense that would belong to their words had they been addressed by a living writer to ourselves. There happened to be an equestrian circus exhibiting in the neighboring town. The gardener who was in my service at the time had rather an inquisitive mind, and the word equestrian, which occurred in the posters that announced the performance, puzzled him. And as he did not like to give his money without knowing what it was for, he asked me what the word meant. I told him it meant an exhibition in which horses bore a part, and that the word was derived from equus, the Latin name for a horse. "No," he exclaimed, "that can't be right." "Yes," I rejoined, "it is so." "No," he continued, "it is impossible, because we are told that when the animals were created, they were all brought to Adam, and that whatsoever he called each, that was the name thereof. So horse must be the name of the animal all over the world forever. Being an animal, it can have only one name, the name Adam gave it." Argument was useless. For him to have been persuaded of anything that contradicted his literal interpretation would have been to abandon belief in the authenticity of the book. Here then we have the popular method actually at work. We see the whole process, and the way in which it demonstrated to my gardener that equus could not possibly be Latin for horse is much the same as the way in which some other conclusions have been arrived at, with which everybody is familiar, but with which very few people are satisfied. The attempt to get over the difficulties of the literal method, in the instance that was just now before us, by abandoning it at one point only, that of the meaning of the word day, has three disadvantages. First, that of abandoning a principle while loudly and energetically professing to maintain it. Secondly, that of addressing itself to one particular and not to the whole of the subject. And thirdly, that of being, in itself, surpassingly preposterous. For whoever did doubt, or could doubt, that in the place referred to the word day means, and was intended to mean, the space of our 24 hours. Is not this the meaning attributed to the word in the reference made to the first chapter of Genesis in the Decalogue? And are we not told, in the body of the narrative itself, with the most emphatic iteration, that the period of time intended by the word is what is comprised in the evening and morning? On the other hand, the historical method of interpretation explains satisfactorily both why the work is divided into days and why the constituent parts of each day are spoken of. This was done because to do so was in conformity with archaic modes of thought and expression. In this, there is nothing forced or strained. Above all, it is perfectly true. It also explains everything. The attempt to place all we know of the stratification of our earth, of the series of changes that have been effected in the relations of the sea and land, and in extinct floras and faunas, on the further side of the beginning of the first verse of this first chapter of Genesis is equally portentous. Here again, all the difficulties of the narrative are left wholly unexplained, and the student is referred to an arbitrary and contextually impossible assumption and told that it contains a sufficient answer to every objection. This interpretation makes the explicit statements of the subsequent account direct contradictions to the, by the supposition, implicit meaning of the first verse. One cannot but think that those who propound an interpretation of this kind have no suspicion of the mischief they are doing. It is impossible that its worse than hollowness could, in any case, escape detection one moment beyond the time that a man, who has but a very small store of knowledge, begins to think. And then, as all experience proves, the revulsion that ensues against such teaching, and revulsions of this kind generally reach the subject itself also, on behalf of which such teaching is advanced, is out of all proportion to the gain. And what kind of gain is it? temporarily secured from ignorant and unthinking acquiescence. Of course, the word beginning, just like the word day and all the rest of the narrative, was intended to be taken by the rude people to whom the pictures of which the narrative is composed were submitted, precisely in the sense in which it was always taken by them, that is to say, in the sense of which plain words are taken by plain people. And then arises the question we have been considering. How is all this to be taken by ourselves? As our ideas rest on a different basis, that of scientific demonstration, we can acknowledge, in respect of any particular, that we are ignorant either of the modus operandi, or of the time required for the operation, or of both. But Moses could not do this. He could deal with these matters only in conformity with the requirements of his purpose and with the facts of the times. End of section 28. Section 29 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pipes. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The Delta. Disappearance of its monuments. Seest thou these great buildings? There shall not be left one stone upon another that shall not be cast down. St. Mark. The respective fortunes of the monuments of Upper Egypt and of the Delta have been very different. In the Delta there was a large number of populous and wealthy cities. 5 of them, Tanis, Bubastis, Sais, Mendes, and Sebennytus, were of sufficient importance to have given rise to dynasties, and therefore each had in turn become the capital. So many great cities were probably never before arrayed on so small an area. The duster of flourishing, commercial, and manufacturing towns in the Low Countries offers the nearest approach to it in modern times. These, however, were supported primarily by manufactures and trade, while those of the Delta were supported primarily by agriculture. The base of the Delta along the airline, from Canopus to Pelusium, was not 140 miles, while its 2 sides, from its apex to those cities, were only about 100 miles in length. Every one of these numerous cities of the Delta had its grand temple, some more than one. Many were, even for Egypt, of unusual extent and massiveness. They were generally built of the finest granite. At Tanis there was a temple of this kind. It had been erected by the great Ramesses. In one respect, at all events, more had been done for it than for any other temple in Egypt, for it was enriched by at least 10 obelisks. In its construction, granite had been largely used. As Ramesses built with sandstone at Karnak, Luxor, and Thebes, which were different quarters of his great capital, and where he must have wished to make the chief display of his magnificence, why was he not content with it in the Delta? We here find him using a far more costly material, and one which he had to fetch from a greater distance than the sandstone quarries of Silsila. The only imaginable reason is that he desired to build for eternity, and that he was afraid that the sandstone he was employing in Upper Egypt might, in a long series of years, feel the effects of the damp in the Delta, and at all events to such an extent as that the sculptures might suffer. The sandstone is remarkably hard and compact, and he was satisfied with it in the dry climate of Upper Egypt, but he had misgivings as to its power of resistance to the climate of Lower Egypt, and therefore, that he might not incur any avoidable risk, he went, in the Delta, to the additional expense of employing granite from Assuan. And now a word or two about the city itself. This Tanis had, from very early days, as we now know, been conspicuously connected with the history of Egypt. The importance of the place had been recognized in the days of the old primeval monarchy, for we find in it traces of Sesordesan III, a mighty pharaoh of the 12th dynasty, and whose name is found on the other extremity of the land on the Theban temples. Its position it was that gave it this importance, for it was on the flank of all invaders from the north or east, and, too, on the very spot where there were more facilities for establishing a stronghold than anywhere else in Egypt. Being on the Tannitic branch of the Nile, and not far from its mouth, it could receive supplies and reinforcements both by the river and by sea. And being behind the Pelusiac branch, it could make that its first line of defense against an enemy coming across the desert, who, as he would be without boats and would find no materials for constructing them in such a district, would have but a very slight chance of effecting the passage of the river, as the city was also placed in the low district which now forms Lake Manzala. It, doubtless, was in the power of its defenders at any time to lay the surrounding country under water. The forces collected in this strong position would, if themselves strong enough, be able to attack an invader while yet in the desert, or, if this were thought more advisable, to fall either on his flank or rear as he advanced along the Pelusiac branch. In the Hebrew scriptures, the place is called the Field of Zon. San is its present name, and Zon is probably a nearer approach to the old Egyptian form than the Greek Tanis. The expression of the Field of Zon was, of course, meant to be descriptive of the character of the surrounding country. There would have been nothing appropriate in speaking of the Field of Memphis or of Thebes. It indicated that the district had been originally, as it is again at the present day, composed of pools and marshes, just what our fens once were, but that by a system of dikes and drains it had been reclaimed. And so, just as we might talk of the fen of Boston, they talked of the field, we should say the fen, of Zon. Such having been the character and position of Tanis, it does not surprise us that it was made the royal residence, and in some respect the capital, in the time of the Hyksos. Not only was it the nearest point to their old home, from which they might at times be glad to receive some assistance, but as it commanded the road into Egypt they had themselves so successfully traversed, they would naturally wish, by strengthening the defenses of the place, and residing there themselves, to use it as a bar against any who might make a similar attempt. More traces of these conquerors are found here than anywhere else in the land, and it is very interesting to see in these traces that they adopted, just as we might have expected, the religion of Egypt, and yet that they did not, in so doing, abandon that of their old home. For there is evidence that they placed by the side of the temples of the gods of Egypt temples to Set, or Sutek, the Egyptian name of the Assyrian Baal. This was the obvious compromise of the opposing difficulties that beset them in this matter. They could not abandon their own morality, and on the other hand, the conquerors and the conquered could never become one people as long as their moral ideas and sentiments were different. Of course, the gods and the services of religion were the external embodiment and representation of these ideas and sentiments. On the expulsion of the Hyksos, we find the history of the great pharaohs of the 19th dynasty closely connected with Tanis. Its magnificent temple, as we have already mentioned, was built by Ramesses the Great. Meneptah, his son, was holding his court here at the time of the Exodus, and it must have been with the militia of the neighborhood, where a considerable force of the military caste was settled, that he pursued the fugitive Israelites. We are, therefore, prepared to find that at last it became the actual recognized capital of Egypt. This was brought about under the 21st dynasty. It had come to be seen that under existing circumstances, Thebes was no longer the best position from which the country could be guarded and governed. It was now the opposite extremity of the country that needed all the vigilance that could be exercised, and where should be placed the headquarters of the military power of the empire. We now come to Bubastis, the great temple of this famous city, of which Herodotus gives us a minute account, and which appeared to him more finished and beautiful than any other structure in Egypt, was nearly a furlong in length and of the same width. It was built throughout of granite. Its sculptures also bear the name of the great Ramesses. It was placed on a peninsula, formed in an artificial lake in the middle of the city. The isthmus leading to the sacred enclosure was a strip of land between two parallel canals from the Nile. Each of them was 100 feet wide. They fed the lake which completely surrounded the temple, with the exception of the isthmic entrance. The width of the lake was 1,400 feet. Along the sides of the isthmus were rows of lofty evergreen trees. As the ground on which the city stood had been raised by the earth excavated from the bed of the lake and by other accumulations to a considerable height above the temple enclosure, the spectator looked down on the temple of red granite, the green trees, and the water from all sides. We can understand Herodotus's preference for this temple. Most of the particulars of his description and measurements can still be traced out. Of the temple itself, however, only a few scattered stones remain, but these are sufficient to show of what materials and by whom it was built. It was to Bubastis that the 22nd dynasty transferred the seat of government. Almost all the names of this dynasty are Assyrian. The strange apparition of these names is accounted for by the probable supposition that its founder was a military adventurer, who, while stationed in this city, had become connected by marriage with the royal family. This semi-foreign house occupied the throne for little more than a century and a half, when Tanis again became the capital under the 23rd dynasty. The Temple of Sais could not have been inferior in extent or in costliness to those either of Tanis or of Bubastis. It was built partly of limestone and partly of granite. Here were buried all the kings of the Saite dynasty. Herodotus dwells upon its magnificence. Its propylaea exceeded all others in dimensions. It, too, had its lake, on which were celebrated the mysteries of the sufferings of the martyred Osiris. Like the Temple of Tanis, it had its obelisks and, besides, several colossi and androsphinxes. The margin of its sacred lake was cased with stone, but its chief ornament was a shrine composed of a single block of granite, in the transport of which, from Elephantine to Sais, 2,000 boatmen had been employed for 3 years. This shrine was 31 feet long, 22 broad, and 12 high. The lake, but without the stone casing of its margin, and the site of the temple remain, but every other trace of all this magnificence has almost entirely disappeared. The last capital of Egypt, in which the wealth, culture, and glory of the old Pharaohnic Empire were completely revived and exhibited to the world, was Sais. This revival took place under the 26th dynasty, and, fortunately for us, was witnessed and described by the Greeks. Absolutely, and in itself, the country, probably, was then quite as great in all the elements of power as it ever had been in the palmiest days of the famous times of old. But, relatively, the scepter had departed from Egypt. The arts which minister to and maintain civilization, and endow it with the ability to organize, wield, and support large armies, had traveled to the banks of the Euphrates, and from thence were spreading over the highlands of Media and Persia. By a law of nature, civilization first germinated and bore its precious fruit in the teeming south, but by a right of nature, empire belongs to the enduring and thoughtful north. History contains the oft-repeated narrative of the fashion in which those who have successfully received the gift have successfully repaid it by subjugating the donors. The Assyrians had already, taking advantage of the disturbed state of the country during the 25th dynasty, looted all the great cities of Egypt, from Migdol to Syene. But where prosperity does not depend on the use and profits of accumulated capital, but on the annual bounty of nature, recovery is very rapid. And to this bounty, which was larger and more varied in Egypt than anywhere else in the world, by reason of its winter as well as summer harvest, there had now been superadded the unbought gains resulting from her having been allowed to become what nature had intended her to be, that is, the center for the interchange of the commodities of Asia, including India, of Africa, and of Europe. Sais was placed on the Canopic, the most westerly branch of the river, at a distance of about 40 miles from the sea, between which and it was Naucratis, where the Greeks had been allowed to establish a factory and emporium. In the city also of Sais itself, a quarter was assigned to them, where they were governed by their own laws, administered by magistrates selected from among their own body. As Psammetichus, the founder of the Saite dynasty, had been raised to the throne and was maintained upon it, mainly by the aid of Greek mercenaries, We can hardly suppose that this contiguity of the city he made his capital to the source from which so much of his support was derived was accidental. It was in accordance with his policy towards the Greeks that he granted a factory to every other nation which was desirous of maintaining one, giving to all equal liberty to trade in the land. From the same motive, he had his children taught Greek. Facts of this kind imply the complete reversal of the old national policy of seclusion. The government, and it must have been seconded by the general approval of the people, saw that seclusion could no longer be maintained, while at the same time the opposite system was offering to the country very great advantages. And so, just as is the case at the present day with the Japanese, the requirements of the new conditions were speedily and unreservedly accepted. The military caste, however, whose susceptibility was offended at the employment of, and still more at the preference which was shown to, a large body of Greek mercenaries, was an exception to the general acquiescence. To the number of 240,000 they seceded from Egypt, and having been well received in the now rival country of Ethiopia, were settled in a fertile tract of land which was bestowed upon them in the neighborhood of Meroe. Necho, the son and successor of Psammetichus, was desirous of pushing the new commercial policy of his father to its utmost limits. With this view, he undertook to adapt for navigation and to prolong to the head of the Arabian Gulf an old canal that had for many centuries connected Bubastis with Lake Timsah, in order that every impediment to the traffic of the Indian Ocean with the Mediterranean might be removed. He had carried this great work as far as the Bitter Lakes, when, from some military or perhaps from an agricultural reason, he abandoned the work after having expended upon it the lives of 120,000 of the Pharaohs of those times. Herodotus saw the docks which, as a part of this plan, he had constructed on the Red Sea. The only incident in the history of geographical discovery which can be set by the side of the great achievement of Columbus is this Necho's circumnavigation of Africa. These two enterprises resemble each other not only in hardihood, grandeur, and success, but also in being equally instances of the happy way in which the scientific and even the semi-scientific imagination at times divines the truth or the real nature of things. The truth, indeed, appears to possess not only some power of suggesting itself, but also of compelling the mind to which it has suggested itself to undertake the demonstration of its being the truth. It would be unfair to the father of history to make mention of this famous undertaking in any words but his. Libya itself, he says, enables us to ascertain that it is everywhere surrounded by water, except so far as it is conterminous with Asia. The Egyptian king Necho was the first we know of who demonstrated this. He did it in this wise. When he had abandoned the attempt to dig the canal from the Nile to the Arabian Gulf, he dispatched a squadron manned by Phoenicians, with instructions to sail on till they got back into the northern Mediterranean Sea through the Pillars of Hercules, and in this way to return to Egypt. These Phoenicians then, having set sail from the Erythroean Red Sea, entered on the navigation of the Southern Sea, the Indian Ocean. When the autumn came, they would draw up their vessels on the beach and sow what land was required, wherever they might happen to be at that point of the voyage. They would then wait for the harvest, and when they had got it in, would again set sail. In this way 2 years were spent, and in the third year, having doubled the Pillars of Hercules, they returned to Egypt. They said what I cannot believe, though some perhaps may, that while they were sailing round Libya, they had the sun on their right hand. So was first acquired a knowledge of the contour of Libya. Necho also pursued the policy of his father in attempting to recover for the double crown of the then reunited Upper and Lower Egypt the Asiatic dependencies of which the Assyrians had despoiled it. For 29 years had Psammetichus been barred in the first step of this enterprise by the obstinate resistance of Ashdod, which had thus sustained, as Herodotus observes, the longest siege then known to history. At last, however, it had succumbed, and being now again in the hands of the Egyptians, the old line of march into and through Syria was open, and Necho set out for the reconquest of the old provinces. He could not deem that his Egypt was the Egypt of Thutmosis and Rameses, unless what they had held along the maritime plain of Syria and back to Carchemish on the Euphrates, and which had been, more or less completely, in subjection to Egypt during the intervening 9 centuries, with the exception of the short period of Assyrian supremacy, had been recovered. As might have been expected, he could not see that though Nineveh had fallen, its power had only been transferred to Babylon, and that behind Babylon was being organized the empire of the still more energetic Persians, which was soon to overshadow all that part of the world. It was, in truth, only wasting his resources to retake Carchemish. He should have attacked Babylon itself. Nothing was gained if its power was not destroyed. But, however, as he advanced along the maritime plain, with which the Egyptians had been familiar from time out of mind, Josiah, we know, attempted to stop him at Megiddo, where he was defeated and slain. The Hebrew prophets of these times saw as clearly as we do now that the course of events had transferred the constituents of power from the Nile to the Euphrates, and so they became the uncompromising instigators of this anti-Egyptian policy. Of course, it would have been wise in Josiah to have remained quiet. His best policy would have been that of masterly inactivity. Necho, however, as it happened, having easily crushed him, did not allow himself to be diverted from his main object by the tempting facility thus offered to him for at once taking possession of the kingdom of Judah, but continued, as rapidly as he could, his advance to the Euphrates. Having reached Carchemish and provided sufficiently, as he thought, for the permanent reoccupation of all that had thereabouts pertained to Egypt, he returned home, and by the way, settled without any resistance having been offered to him, the conditions of the subjection of the kingdom of Judah. At this juncture, Egypt must have deemed that all was recovered, and that everything was again, and would continue to be, as of old. Isaiah, however, and Jeremiah, and the other prophets of the time were right, for the Babylonians were not long in expelling the Egyptians from Asia. Necho was succeeded by his son Samis, and he by the Apries of Herodotus, the Pharaoh Hophra of the Hebrew Scriptures. Egypt is still very rich and prosperous, and so he makes another attempt for the recovery of the dominion of Western Asia. In this effort, he attacked Phoenicia both by sea and land. Still no change or vacillation is perceptible in the utterances of the Hebrew prophets. They, at all events, are not misled or dazzled by the riches and greatness of Egypt. Ezekiel sees, just as Isaiah and Jeremiah had seen, that the valley of the Nile can no longer be the seat of empire, and that the capacity for acquiring it had passed into the hands of their northeastern neighbors. In the reign of Amasis, the successor of Apries, Egypt, as Herodotus tells us, reached the very acme of its prosperity. Never before had the river been more bountiful to the land, or the land to those who dwelt in it. It contained 20,000 inhabited cities. Such was the Egypt Amasis marshaled against this invading host of Persia. But to no purpose. The single and signal defeat his son sustained at Pelusium, the very threshold of the land, gave to Cambyses the whole country. From that day to this, power has continued the northward course it had then commenced, and consequently, there has been no resurrection for the firstborn of civilization, the inventress of letters, and of political organization, and of so many of the arts that better man's estate and embellish life. This, to some extent, hides from our view the fact that we are greatly what we are at this day because Egypt had been what she was in the prehistoric times. At Sais and Bubastis were held 2 of the great annual religious assemblies and festivals of the Egyptians. It naturally occurs to us to ask, why at these 2 cities of the Delta, and not at primeval This, royal Memphis, or imperial Thebes? The answer that first occurs is that these 2 then modern capitals may have been selected in order to bring them into repute and invest them with an importance they would not otherwise have possessed. This supposition, however, is to some extent negatived by the known antiquity, at all events, of Bubastis, and by the remark of Herodotus that the Egyptians were the first of mankind to institute these religious gatherings and fetes. We are, therefore, precluded from imagining that their chief celebrations of this kind dated only from the Bubastic or Saite dynasties. We can also see that the people of Upper Egypt, all of whom dwelt on the actual bank of the river, would be more disposed to come down the stream to the delta than the people of the broad delta would be to ascend the stream to This or Thebes. These great annual feasts answered several important purposes. They impressed the same religious ideas on all who participated in them, and this contributed much to national as well as to religious unity and amalgamation. By their tone also of gladness, festivity, and license, they temporarily lightened the yoke of an austere religion and provided a recognized vent for some very natural and not unhealthy impulses of our common humanity. Just what the Saturnalia were to the ancient Roman, and what the carnival is to modern representative, the feast of Bubastis was, to the old Egyptian, for some thousands of years before the name of Rome had been heard on the 7 hills. The reader may form his own opinion on this point by turning to the account of the festival given by one who 4 centuries and a half before our era was traveling through Egypt, and who we may be pretty sure himself witnessed what he thus describes. While those who are about to keep the feast are on the way to Bubastis, this is what they do. The men and women go together, and there is a large number of both sexes in each boat. Some of the women are provided with castanets, and some of the men with pipes, upon which they perform throughout the whole of the voyage. The rest of the men and of the women accompany them with singing and with clapping their hands. When, as they sail along, they have reached any city, having made fast their boats to the bank, some of the women do what has been already mentioned, while of the rest some assail the women of the city with loud cries and scurrilous jibes. Others dance, and others stand up and make immodest exhibitions. They go through these performances at every riverside city. When they have reached Bubastis, they keep the feast with unusually large offerings, and there is a greater consumption of grape wine at this feast than in the remainder of the whole of the 12 months. The number of men and women who are brought together on this occasion, for the children are not reckoned, reaches, as the Egyptians themselves say, to 700,000 souls. I will append his account of the feast at Sais. When the people are assembled at Sais for the solemnity, on a certain night everybody lights a great number of lamps in the open air and a circle round his house. The lamps are cups full of oil mixed with salt. The wick rests on the surface and burns all night. This is called the Feast of Lamps. All Egyptians who happen not to be present at the gathering, wherever they may be, light lamps, and thus there is an illumination not only in Sais, but throughout the whole of the country. A religious reason is given to account for this particular night having been thus honored by illumination. He does not give the reason, but as we know that the festival was in honor of Neith, the Egyptian Athena or Minerva, or of Osiris, we may suppose that the old Egyptians were the first to use light shining in darkness as the symbol of the mind-illuminating power of the divine spirit. A few fragments of granite in the mounds of the old city are all the remains of the former greatness of Sebennytus. Only 6 miles, however, from Sebennytus are the rubbish heaps of Isium. Here are the ruins of a most stately temple, every stone in the walls and roof of which was an enormous block of granite. No other material had been used. So regardless had been its builders of cost, that throughout the greater part of the structure they had sculptured this intractable adamant in unusually high relief. But though it had been thus massively constructed of imperishable materials and decorated with such lavish expenditure, it was so completely wrecked that now the traveler finds in its place merely a heap of stones. What had been the temple is there, but not one stone has been left standing on another. And so we might go on throughout the whole delta. Every few miles would bring us to the site of a city that once was great, the distinguishing feature of the greatness of which had been its temple. The peculiarity of them all was that the material chiefly used in their construction was granite. In most cases, the very materials of which the temples were constructed have utterly disappeared, though the spot on which each stood is still easily distinguishable. In some few cases, where the temple was of unusual extent, Isium is the most conspicuous instance of this. Considerable proportions of the materials remain, but even there, everything has been thrown down and, as far as possible, destroyed. The reason generally given for this, in every case, utter ruin, and in most cases complete disappearance of the monuments of antiquity throughout the delta, is that the climate being rendered comparatively moist by the contiguity of the sea has not been so favorable to their preservation as the drier climate of Upper Egypt has proved to the monuments of that district. The difference in the hygrometrical condition of the air and the rain that falls occasionally in the delta will not account, I think, for the effect that has been produced. The climate of Giza is not very different from that of the actual delta, and here 5,000 or 6,000 years have not in the least affected the original casing at the top of the second pyramid. The obelisk that had been standing for nearly 2,000 years on the very beach at Alexandria, and which for the previous 2,000 years had stood at the apex of the delta, has not been affected to such an extent as would contribute in any appreciable degree, I will not say to the overthrow, but to the injury of any building ever raised by an Egyptian architect. And yet at Alexandria these supposed disintegrating influences are at their maximum, and are aided by the salt-impregnated drift from the sea in the case of this obelisk, which has, notwithstanding, outlived for so long a period every temple and palace throughout the delta, after having witnessed the erection of every one of them. If it had a tongue, it would, I think, tell us that it was not the climate that had been the destroyer, but man. The decree which the Emperor Theodosius issued at the instance of the Archbishop and Christians of Alexandria to authorize the destruction of the great temple of Serapis in that city shows what was probably the cause of the first overthrow of the temples of the Delta. As long as they stood, it was thought there would be priests to minister in them and worshippers to frequent them, and in those days of religious faction fights, we know that they were frequently used as fortresses. We might say that the way to meet these difficulties was to trust to the imperishableness of truth and to the sure decay of falsehood. But whatever we might do, we certainly should not destroy the historic monuments of a glorious antiquity. They, however, had not our ideas on these subjects, and moreover were blinded by the dust and smoke of the battle that was raging around them. And so they acted on the principle that was afterwards formulated to the north of the Tweed, that the way to get rid of the rooks is to pull down the nests. When the overthrow of a temple had been once effected, we might be quite sure that all the limestone that could be found in it would be very soon sent to the kiln. A great deal of lime is used in Egypt for walls and for plastering, and everywhere throughout the country, even in places where the stone might be had for the quarrying. The Arab has preferred the stones of old tombs and temples to the somewhat more costly process of cutting what he wanted from the living rock. Muhammad Ali, while constructing his paltry niter works at Karnak, although the mountain on the opposite bank was of limestone, to get what of this material was requisite for his purpose, destroyed one of the historic propylons within the sacred enclosure. In the pyramid district, often with the limestone under their feet and all around them, it has been the common practice to calcine the, to us, precious sculptured and painted stones from the tombs. And in this the modern Arab is only following the example of the old Egyptian, and of all other people who wanted the materials of unused buildings close at hand. We may, therefore, be sure that a few centuries after the overthrow of these temples of the Delta, all the limestone that could be picked out of their ruins was consumed in this way. We have seen, however, that the chief material employed in the construction of the grandest of them was not limestone, but granite. This was utterly indestructible by the climate, and yet, in some places, it has entirely vanished as completely as the limestone, and has in the rest been much diminished. The same cause, I believe, has brought about the disappearance of both. As was done with the limestone, so has it happened to the granite. It has been used for whatever purposes it was adapted. The smaller pieces, as may frequently be seen, have been carried off for building material, and the larger pieces have been turned to account in the way which we find that fragments of the granite colossus of Ramesses the Great at Thebes have been employed, that is to say, as millstones for grinding and mortars for pounding corn. In the alluvial delta, the old buildings were the only quarries. All the phenomena of the case are thus accounted for. Everyone must wish that these imposing historic monuments of a great past had been preserved to our times. We feel as if those who threw them down, and those who afterwards employed their displaced but still sacred stones for their own petty purposes, had done to ourselves and to the civilized world an irreparable wrong. It may, however, mitigate our indignation to remember that the former acted under a misapprehension of the nature and requirements of their cause, and that we ought not to be hard upon the poor Arab for having done what popes and cardinals did, when, to build palaces for themselves, they pulled down, with sacrilegious hands, the monuments of old Rome. This destruction of tombs and temples has, in Egypt, been going on always. Of late years, indeed, there has been an increased demand for building materials, in consequence of some portion of the Khedive's numerous loans having been spent in public works, and in giving employment to a great many people who have had to build houses for themselves. The work of destruction, therefore, is now advancing at a greater rate than it ever did before. Many can confirm this from their own observation. Everyone who revisits the country sees how rapidly and completely the stones of newly opened tombs have disappeared. He saw them a few years ago. Now he hears that they have been sent to the kiln. End of section 29. Section 30 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pipes. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Post-Pharaohnic Temples in Upper Egypt. Cui bono. Cicero. The Ptolemaic Temple of Edfu, unlike those of the Delta, has suffered little from the injuries either of time or of man. It is substantially, both internally and externally, in the state in which it was 2,000 years ago, when the inhabitants of the great city of Apollo passed in procession between its stately propylons and entered its great court to hear hymns sung in praise of and to witness offerings made to the child Horus and the Egyptian Venus, or, as she is described in an inscription on the walls, the Queen of Men and of Women, to whom the temple was dedicated. The external walls are complete, so are all the chambers, halls, corridors, and courts within, even to the monolithic granite shrine. The well, too, to which you descend by a flight of steps, is still full of water. I seldom found a temple without its well. Many had lakes also annexed to them for ornament, for the performance of religious ceremonies, as that at Sais for the mysteries of Osiris, or for the boat procession and the funeral function, as at Thebes. Or, in addition to these objects, to strengthen the defensive position of the temple. We know that this was a purpose for which the temples were used. In fact, each had its own trained and armed militia, and it is impossible to look upon such a structure as this Temple of Edfu without perceiving that the idea of having a stronghold was included by the builder in his original design. The height and massiveness of the surrounding wall were such as to make either battery or escalade impossible, and there were no apertures left in it by which entrance could be effected. In fact, the temples gave the priests and government in every city an impregnable citadel, and one against which no exception could be taken, however strong it was made. For was it not all done for the glory of the gods of the city? And so the people were tricked into assisting to forge their own chains. Thoughts of this kind arise in your mind as you pass through the courts and galleries, ascend the propylons, and walk upon the roof of this magnificent fortress temple. Some of the sculptures on the walls, representing a royal boat procession on the river, enable us to picture to ourselves how the last of the Ptolemies, the Circe of the Nile, appeared on these occasions. Here, too, is an inscription of much interest, for it gives some account of several estates belonging to the temple. At Dendera, the greater part of the work and of the sculptures belonged to the Roman period. The Egyptian architect now receives through the Roman governor of the province his instructions from, and reports back their execution to, the banks of the Tiber. On the walls we read the names of Augustus and his 4 successors in the empire, Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. On an older part of the structure occurs the name of the Egyptian son of the greatest of the Caesars, together with his mother's, the great Egyptian enchantress. In the Ptolemaic temple, also at the southwest angle of the enclosure at Karnak, both these names are repeated several times. In each case, the name is accompanied with what is meant for a sculptured portrait of this famous lady. In the fullness and roundness of the face, there is some resemblance to the features with which Guido embodies his idea of her in his celebrated picture. His intuitive perception of refined and enduring voluptuousness has thus proved true to nature. But, though at Dendera the existing buildings are modern, dating from a little before and after the Christian era, yet the site is as old as any in Egypt. An inscription has been found by which we are informed that a temple was completed on this spot by Appius, that is to say, perhaps 3,000 years before Christ, which had been commenced 300 or 400 years previously by Cheops, the builder of the Great Pyramid. We may ask, by the way, how does this agree with the legend that he closed the temples, and that 1,800 years after the foundation of the temple by Cheops, that is 1,500 years before Christ, the structure which Appius had completed was reconstructed by Thutmosis III. At Esneh is another of the great post-Pharaohnic temples of Upper Egypt. What has been disinterred here belongs also to the Roman period. The list of inscribed names includes Tiberius, Germanicus, Vespasian, Trajan, Adrian, Antoninus, and Decius. The last is of the date 250 AD and is the latest instance yet found of the name of a Roman emperor on an Egyptian temple inscribed in hieroglyphics. Here, too, has been found the shield of Thutmosis III. We may infer, therefore, that the work of the Roman period now standing was placed, as at Dendera, upon the site of a temple erected by this great pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. Perhaps, as the excavations here have not yet extended beyond what may be regarded as merely the front of the temple, some of the older structure may hereafter be brought to light from beneath the still undisturbed mounds behind. These three temples of Edfu, Dendera, and Esneh, to which some others in Upper Egypt may be added, are of great value historically. They enable us to understand what was the condition of Egyptian art and, to some extent, in what condition the Egyptians themselves were in the Greek and in the Roman period. From the time of Menes to the time of Decius, we see that they possessed the same language, the same arts, the same style of art, the same method of writing, the same mythology, and the same social arrangements. The mind is almost overwhelmed at the contemplation of such stability in human affairs. With this vast tract of time, spread over 4,000 years, we are acquainted historically. Of the period that preceded it, we have no monuments and know nothing historically. What we know, however, of the historical period enables us to infer with confidence that the period which preceded it, and which all this knowledge, all these arts, and these aptitudes were acquired, this mythology constructed, and this social organization, possessing so much vitality and permanence, grew into form and established itself, could not possibly have been a short period. The antiquity of the sites of Dendera and Esneh, and perhaps also of Edfu, must have contributed largely towards the eventual preservation of their temples. When a temple had for some thousands of years been standing on the same site, the surrounding city necessarily rose very much above it. This rise would be more rapid in Upper Egypt than in the Delta from merely natural causes, for the yearly deposit of soil is far greater in that part of the valley which first receives the then heavily mud-charged waters of the inundation. When, therefore, these cities were overthrown or deserted, the deep depressions in which the temples stood were soon filled from the rubbish of the closely surrounding mounds, and the temples, thus buried, were preserved. Both at Dendera and Esneh, the very roofs are below the level of the mounds, and nothing can be seen till excavations have been made, in which the temples are found complete. It was almost the same at Edfu also. Wherever, too, the temples were constructed not of limestone but of sandstone, there was, in the comparative uselessness of their material, another cause at work in favor of their preservation. Probably, however, that which most effectively of all contributed to this result was the circumstance that from the time when these temples were built, that is to say, throughout the Greek, Roman, and Saracenic periods, the upper country has never been prosperous or made the seat of government. That has always established itself in the Delta. It has been a consequence of this that in Upper Egypt, that is, in the district to which our attention has been just directed, there has been little or no occasion for building. It was not, therefore, worthwhile to pull down these temples at the time they were standing clear, or to disinter them after they had been buried in the rubbish heaps of the cities in which they had stood, for the sake of the building materials they might have supplied. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LadyBirdD. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Forster Barham Zincke. The Rationale of the Monuments. Iamque opus exegi, quod non Iovis ira, nec ignis, nec poterit ferum, nec edax abolere vetustas, nomenque erit indelebile nostrum. Ovid. It was for us a piece of great good fortune that the mighty pharaohs of old Egypt felt to an heroic, almost sublime degree the narrow, selfish, Oriental desire to perpetuate their names and the memory of their greatness. Of course, this was connected very closely with the traditional, primitive idea that great kings were not as other men. They were of the materials of which gods had been made. Were they not, indeed, already objects of worship to their subjects? Were they not already received into the family of the gods? It is to these feelings that we are indebted for the possession of one of the earliest and not least interesting chapters in the records of our race. We have at this day precisely what, 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, they deliberately contrived means for our having, and we have it all written in a fashion which indicates, through the very characters used, much of the artistic peculiarities and even of the moral condition and of the daily life of those who inscribed it. There is nothing in the history of mankind which combines such magnitude, such far-reaching design, and such wise provision of means for the purpose in view, crowned, as time has shown, with such complete success. Some circumstances and accidents, such as the climate of the country, the materials with which they had to work, and the point the arts they had to employ had then reached, happily conspired to aid them. But this does not deprive them of the credit of having turned everything they used to the best account with the utmost skill and the most long-sighted sagacity. The question they proposed to themselves was how the memory of their greatness and of their achievements might be preserved eternally. There was the method we know was practiced by the Assyrians, the Persians, and the Hebrews. They might have caused to be recorded what they pleased in chronicles of their reigns, written in whatever was the ordinary character, and on whatever were the ordinary materials. There can be little doubt but that this was done. Such records, however, did not give sufficient promise of the eternity there desired. All materials for writing were perishable. Great national overthrows might occur, and all written documents might be destroyed. The language in which they were written might change, and even the memory of it die out. Written documents, too, in order that the record might be preserved, must be transcribed. Here were opportunities for omissions and alterations. These objections were conclusive against trusting exclusively to written documents. We can now see that if the old pharaohs had relied only on such records as these, very little would at this day be known about them or ancient Egypt. What we now know would have occurred fully justifies their prescience, just as well as we know now after the event what would have been. They knew before the event what would be. They therefore devised another method, that both of inscribing and of sculpturing on stone what they had to record. This was a material which might be so used as to be practically imperishable, What was written on this would not require to be rewritten from time to time. The work might be so done as to bid fair to survive national overthrows. It might be read by any man's eyes, although the language of Egypt might be lost. The sculptures, at all events, would be partially understood. But in order to secure the advantages which might be found in the adoption of this method, certain conditions were necessary, a want of foresight or neglect of which would render the attempt futile. The building on which the records were to be engraved and sculptured must be of such a size as to supply sufficient wall space for the whole of the chronicles of the king's reign, and for all the scenes, religious or secular, he might wish, from their connection with himself, to depict and perpetuate. This, it is obvious, would necessitate very large buildings. They must also be so constructed as to be able to withstand all the accidents and adverse circumstances to which they might, in the course of ages, be exposed. No buildings that men had hitherto considered most solid and magnificent would fulfill these conditions. They all, in time, from one cause or another, had become dilapidated. A double problem was thus presented to them. First, how to get sufficient wall space, and then to get this sufficiency on buildings exempt from all the ordinary, and even most of the extraordinary, chances of destruction. The first was easily answered. The building, or if it be a tomb, the excavation, must be enlarged to the required dimensions. The second was more difficult. They answered it by the character they gave to the architecture. The smaller the stones of which a building is constructed, the smaller its chances of longevity. The larger its stones, the greater its chances. The stones, for instance, might be so small that anyone who, in times when the building might be deprived of all natural guardians, happened to want such pieces, might carry them off on his donkey, or if larger, on his camel, to burn for lime, or to use for the walls of a house or enclosure. Stones, even of considerable size, might easily be thrown down and cut up to serve the purposes of those who could command the amount of labour always at the disposal of any well-to-do person. But it was possible to imagine stones used of so great a size that it would require such expensive tackle and so many hands to throw them down that it would be as cheap, in most instances, to go directly to the quarry and cut out for one's self what was wanted. It was too hoped that there would be some indisposition to destroy such grand structures, for massiveness appeals to the thought of even the most uninstructed. Now this was just what the pharaohs of old Egypt foresaw and acted on. They built with stones which could not be removed, except by those who could command something like the amount of labour, machinery, and funds they themselves employed in raising them, and who might find it profitable to employ their resources in this way. The wisdom of the provision was proved when the Persians were in complete possession of the land, and in their iconoclastic zeal and hatred of the religion of Egypt would, if they could have readily managed it, not have left one stone upon another in any temple throughout the valley of the Nile. This method of building also reduced to a minimum the number of joints. This was, in more ways than one, a great gain. Many joints would have interfered very materially with sculptures and wall writing, and to have these in as perfect a form as possible was the great object. That the masonry had many joints would also, sooner or later, have led to the displacement of stones, which would have mutilated the record, and eventually have brought about the ruin both of it and of the building itself. When we see how careful Egyptian architects were in making the joints as fine as possible, so that the stones of a building were often found to be as accurately fitted together as if it were jeweller's work and not masonry, and when we observe that the further precaution is sometimes taken of covering the joints of the roof with stone splines in order to minimize the corroding effects of air and wet, we may be sure that they would be predisposed to adopt a style of building which would very much reduce the number of joints. The thoughts and motives I have been attributing to these old builders will account for another fact that needs explanation. The ancient Egyptians were familiar with the principle and use of the arch, We find in the temple palace of the great Ramses a crude brick arch, every brick of which contains his name. On the same grounds, we must assign another brick arch in this neighborhood to Amunoph, one of the great builders of the preceding dynasty. There are, too, frequent instances of it in tombs of a still earlier date, but we do not find it in their grand structures. There is no difficulty in divining the reason. It was unsuitable to the purpose they had in view. For the reasons I have given, they had decided on using enormous blocks of stone. Arches thus heavily loaded would have been subject to unequal subsidence, which would have been derangement, probably destruction, to them. And they knew that the arch, in consequence of the lateral thrust, is a form of construction that never sleeps. Hence their conception and formulation of a style, for they did not borrow it, which was confined to horizontal and perpendicular lines. That it was their intention to use their walls for historical and descriptive sculptures and writing, precisely in the same way in which we use a canvas for a picture or a sheet of paper for writing or printing, is undoubted, because every square foot of space of this kind they had created in the great buildings they erected is invariably used in this way, and that this and the other motives I have assigned decided them in employing such enormous blocks of stone is equally undoubted, because they are obvious reasons, and no other reason can be imagined for inducing them to go to so much expense. The size of the building was decided by the amount of wall space they required for the records they wished to place upon it, and the size of the stones by their estimate of what would be sufficient to ensure their record against the destroying hand, both of time and of men. Had the arts of printing and of making cheap, durable materials to print upon been known in those days, these monuments would never have been constructed. The motive would have been wanting. Two methods were used for presenting the record to the eye: hieroglyphical writing and sculpture. Here again, the idea that originated the monument is manifested. Those who could not understand the writing would be able to understand, at all events, the sculptures. The time might come when none would understand the writing, then the sculptures might still be depended on confidently for supplying the desired record. If the object was any other than that of securing an eternal record, why adopt these two methods? If it had been merely decoration that was in their thoughts, the sculptures would have been enough. The question has often been asked, why the rock tombs of the kings and of others were excavated to such a surprising extent. Their extent presents so much difficulty to some minds that one of our best-known engineers, who is also quite familiar with them, tells me that he cannot believe but that they were originally merely stone quarries, and that the kings, and sometimes wealthy subjects, finding them ready-made, converted them into tombs. We may, however, be quite sure that the Egyptians never would have gone up into the mountains, to the Valley of the Kings, to quarry limestone in descending galleries 200 or 300 feet long, when every step that they had taken for the previous 2 or 3 miles had been over limestone equally good, nor would they have made such multitudes of quarries subterranean, and of precisely the dimensions and character that fitted them for tombs. What indeed was the fashion in which they worked their quarries, we see at Sicily and elsewhere. The true answer is that they made these sepulchral excavations of such enormous extent for just the same reason that they constructed their temples and palaces of such vast dimensions. They would not have answered the purpose for which they were wanted had they been less. Wall space was required for recording all that an active prince in a long and eventful or prosperous reign had done, and all that he wished to be known about himself, his pursuits, his amusements, and his relations to the gods. And just as, if it had been possible to put it all in print, a great deal of paper would have been needed, so when put in hieroglyphics and sculptures, there was required a proportionate amount of wall space. So also with private individuals. If Ptahmenop could have written memoirs of himself and had 1,000 copies struck off and sent one to be deposited in each of several great public libraries, he would have been content with less than 3/4 of a mile of wall space in his tomb. Under the circumstances, then, what we find is just what we might have expected. There is nothing wonderful, considering the motive, in the extent of these excavations. The excavated tombs of Jews, Edomites, Greeks, Etruscans, and many other people were not larger than was necessary for the becoming interment of the corpse. If the Egyptians had had only the same object and no other, their excavations would have been of the same size. Of course, the idea of suggesting the greatness of the gods by the greatness of the houses that had been built for them, and of regarding the temple as an offering which became worthy of its object in proportion to its vastness and costliness, could not have been wanting in Egypt, nor could there have been wanting among the priest class the additional idea that the greatness of the temple is reflected on those who minister in and direct its services. All this may be readily acknowledged. Still, such ideas will not justify or account for the unusual dimensions of these temples, or for the still more unusual dimensions of the stones of which they are constructed. Everything has a reason, and in an especial degree must particulars of this kind, which involved so great an expenditure of time and labour, have had a distinct and sufficient reason, and that could have been no other than the one I have assigned for them. Of course, the vast dimensions of the rock tombs must be considered in conjunction with the vast dimensions of the temples. What made the rock tombs of Egypt larger than other rock tombs made the temples of Egypt larger than other temples, and that was the desire of their excavators and builders to ensure a vast expanse of wall space, fit for such mural sculptures, paintings, and inscriptions as we now find upon them. The obelisk also come under the same category. They were books on which were inscribed the particulars those who set them up wished them to record. Herodotus mentions that stelae and figures, both with inscriptions, were set up by Sesostris, Cetus and Ramses in one, in Syria, Asia Minor and elsewhere. The object in view here also was, of course, mainly to have something to write upon. Where the commander-in-chief of a modern army would use a gazette or posters for his manifestos, Sesostris inscribed what he had to say to the people of the country on a face of a rock, or upon a statue of himself he had set for that purpose. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The Wisdom of Egypt and its Fall. So work the honeybees, creatures that by a rule of nature teach the act of order to a peopled kingdom. Shakespeare. As day after day we wander about on the historic sites of old Egypt, among the temples and tombs, and endeavor to comprehend their magnitude and costliness, the thought and labor bestowed on their construction, and the ideas and sentiments embodied and expressed in the structures themselves and in the sculptures placed upon them, we are brought to understand that never in any country has religion been so magnificently maintained. Israel had but its single temple. Here, however, every city of the land, and no land had a greater number of great cities, had erected a temple, and often more than one, which was intended not so much for time as for eternity. 1/3 of the land of Egypt was devoted to the support of the priesthood. The payments also made by the people for the services of religion must have amounted to large yearly aggregates. The spoils of Asia and Africa were, as well as the royal revenues, appropriated in a large proportion to religious purposes. Pharaoh himself was a priest, and his palace was a temple. Both law, as then understood, and commerce, as then carried on, were outworks and supports of religion. the sacred books, in which everything that was established and taught was contained, had the sanction of heaven. And the religion the people professed was not around them and before them only. It was also in their hearts. Their motives were drawn from it, their actions had reference to it, and their whole life was framed upon it. It had inspired literature, created art, organized and legislated for society, made commerce possible, and built up an empire. And no form of religion had, or we may add, has ever for so long a period of time made men what they were. For from the time of Menes, at least, to that of Decius, it had been doing this work. At last a day came when life suddenly left the organism, for religion is an organism of thought. It was dissolved into its primal elements, and a new organism having been constructed out of them in combination with some other elements recently accrued, the new took the place of the old. That so much has been said and done on its behalf and in its name, that it has borne so much good fruit, that it had had so grand a history, that it had been believed in and been the source of the higher life to a great people for so many thousand years, were all powerless to save it. But here the muse of history whispers to us that it is not enough that we have seen in the monuments the evidence of the existence, of the greatness, and of the overthrow of this religion, but that we must also endeavor to make out what it was that had maintained it, and what it was that overthrew it, and then what are the lessons its maintenance and its overthrow contain for ourselves. It is useless to turn to the history of Egypt or of any other country merely to satisfy an empty curiosity or to feed a barren and often a mischievous love of the marvelous. The legitimate aim, and, if it be reached, the precious fruit of such studies, is to enable ourselves to make out the path along which some portion of mankind traveled to the point it reached, and to see how it fared with them by the way, what hindered and what promoted their advance, to ascertain what they did, how they did it, and what effects the doing of it had, and all this in order that haply thereby some serviceable light may be thrown on our path and position. This is the only way in which we can properly either form opinions or review the grounds of opinions already formed on many subjects in which we are most concerned. For these are subjects with respect to which the roots of opinion are for us laid in history. First, then, what was the cause of this long life, the stability of the religion of Egypt? The primary cause was that, as we have seen, it was thoroughly in harmony with the circumstances and conditions of the Egypt of its time. It had thoroughly and comprehensively grasped those circumstances and conditions. It had, with a wise simplicity, interpreted them and adapted itself to them. But that was not all. In a manner possible at that time, it had made itself the polity and the social life, as well as the religion of the nation, and having done this, that is, having absorbed and taken up into itself every element of power, it gave to itself a fixed and immutable form. The physical characteristics, too, of the country, while, as we have seen, they made despotism inevitable in the political order, could not have been favorable to any kind of intellectual liberty. Thenceforth, all fermentation or disposition to change in political and social matters, and too in manners and customs, and even in art and thought became impossible, for all these things go together. The natural condition, therefore, of Egypt became one of fixity and equilibrium. There was no tendency to move from the status quo, or even to do anything in a way different from that in which men had done it, or to feel in a manner different from that in which men had felt for at least 4,000 years. What were now the instincts of the people were all in the opposite direction. It appeared as if Egypt had never been young, and could never become old, as if it had never had a beginning and could never have an end. Time could not touch it. Society worked with the regularity of the sun and of the river. This will show us, too, why it did not spread. This religion and the system, which were so admirably adapted to the existing conditions and natural circumstances of Egypt, were not adapted to the conditions and circumstances of other countries. If the world had been composed, physically and morally, only of so many possible Egypts, so that the discovery of new regions might have issued only in the addition of new Egypts to those already known, then the temples of Abydos, Memphis, Heliopolis, and Karnak would still be crowded with the devout worshippers of the gods of old Egypt, and so would the temples of thousands of other cities. The ideas in the minds of these worshippers would still be the ideas which had existed in the minds of Sethos and Ramesses and the Egyptians of their day, neither better nor worse, and they would have been propagated and would continue to be propagated to the other Egypts of the world. But fortunately, the world is not a repetition of Egypts, nor of anything else, and so an insuperable barrier existed in the very nature of things to prevent the outflow of Egyptianism into other lands. But what was it that overthrew it in its own home, where it was so strong? We may infer that it will probably be something not that was spontaneously generated within, but that came from without, and so it was. But what was that something? It was not force, that the Persians had tried and it had been powerless. Nor could the dominion of foreign laws and customs at the summit of society overthrow it. That has elsewhere sapped and undermined domestic institutions, but in Egypt it too was powerless, as was demonstrated by ages of Greek and Roman rule. Nor did the religion of old Egypt fall because it had aimed in a wrong direction. By their religion, I mean their philosophy of the whole, their purposed organization of the entire domain of experience and observation and thought, including in its range the invisible as well as the visible world. Its object had been the moral improvement of man, though, of course, from this statement, some very damaging deductions must be made, for it had not aimed equally at the moral improvement of all, that is to say, of every man, because he was a man. It had failed here because it had had another coordinate aim, necessary for those times, the maintenance of the social, intellectual, and material advantages of a part of the community at the expense of the rest. This was, though necessary, immoral, or at all events demoralizing. Still, however, it made the present only a preparation for the higher and the better life. The things that are now seen it regarded as the ladder by which man mounts to the things that are not yet seen, which alone are eternal realities. Of these aims and doctrines of the religion, every man's understanding and conscience approved. Without this approval, the religion could not have maintained itself. Neither did it fall because the civilization of Egypt had at last, after so many thousands of years, worn itself out. There were no symptoms of the life within it having become enfeebled through time, or from anything time had brought. The propylons, the enclosing wall, the monolithic granite shrine, the mighty roof stones, the sculptures of the Ptolemaic temple of Edfu, and the massive monolithic granite shaft of the pillar raised at Alexandria to the honor of Diocletian prove that down to the last days of this long period, they could handle as deftly as ever their forefathers had done masses of stone so ponderous that to look at them shortens our breathing, and which they sculptured and polished in the same way as of old. The priests who explained the sculptures of Thebes to Germanicus were lineally the descendants of those who had formed the aristocracy and had supplied the magistracy and the governing body of Thebes and of Egypt under Ramesses the Great, under Cheops, under Menes. Nor can we suppose that any such amount of moral or intellectual degeneration had been brought about as might not easily have been recovered by the restitution of the old conditions of the country. The Egyptian system, which left so little to the individual, seemed to provide, just as they had taken care that their great buildings should, against whatever contingencies might arise. It still had in itself the capacity for rising, phoenix-like into new life. So would it have been had Egypt been able to maintain its old insulation. The day, however, for that had gone by. It now formed a part of the general system of the civilized world, and looking at it in its relations to other people, we discover in it elements of weakness, immorality, and effeteness. And these precisely it was that under the then existing circumstances caused its fall. The state of things that had arisen could have had no existence during the 4,000 years or more it had passed through. What that state of things was, and how it acted, is what we have now to make out distinctly to our thoughts. If the mind of man had been incapable of advancing to other ideas, and the heart of man incapable of higher moral sentiments, then the ideas and sentiments that had been in the minds and hearts of Sethos and Ramesses and the Egyptians of their day, then all things would have continued as they had been. But such has not been, is not, and we may suppose, will never be the condition of man on this earth. Ideas and sentiments are powers, the greatest powers among men. And there were ideas and sentiments yet to come, which were higher generalizations than those of old Egypt, and which, therefore, were instinct with greater power. Knowledge and corresponding moral sentiments had been the power of old Egypt, but now they were to be confronted by profounder knowledge and more potent moral sentiments. The Egyptians, however, had put themselves into such a position that they could not add the new light to the old, or graft the scion of the improved vine upon the old stalk. The only result, then, that was possible was that that which was stronger and better must sweep away that which was not so strong or so good and take its place. It must be a case not of amalgamation, but of substitution. The old Egyptians, in order to perpetuate and render available their knowledge, and to bring out immediately and fully its working power, had swathed both it and society in bands of iron. In doing this, they had seen clearly what they wanted and how to produce it. They knew that morality only could make and maintain a nation, and that within certain limits, morality could be created and shaped and made instinctive. They knew precisely what morality they wanted for their particular purpose, and how they were to create this and shape it, and how they were to make it instinctive. In this supreme matter, they did everything they wanted to do. This precisely, and nothing else, was the wisdom of Egypt. It was the greatest wisdom any nation has ever yet shown. It took in hand every individual in the whole community and made him what it was wished and needed that he should be. If we do not understand these statements, the wisdom of Egypt is to us a mere empty phrase. If we do understand them, the phrase conveys to us the profoundest lesson history can teach, and at the present juncture, when the foundations of social order are being shifted, a transference of political power taking place, new principles being introduced, and old ones being applied in a new fashion and in larger measures, it is of all the lessons that can be found in the pages of history, the one that would be of most service to ourselves. They knew that they could make the morality they required instinctive. If they could not have done this, the whole business would have been with them, as it proved with so many other people, a more or less well-meant but still only a melancholy fiasco. They did, however, thoroughly succeed in their great attempt, and this is what we have now to look into. First, we must get hold of the fact that morality is instinctive. The moral sentiments are instincts engendered in our suitably prepared physical and mental organization by the circumstances and conditions of the life of the community. This is the spontaneous, self-acting cause. And then, secondarily, this, however, has ultimately the same source and origination by the deliberate and purposed arrangements established by governing mind, that is, by laws and religion, the formal embodiments of that mind. They are instincts precisely in the sense in which we apply the word to certain physio-psychical phenomena of the lower animals. They are formed among mankind in the same way, with, as we have just said, the additional cause of the foreseen and intended action of those regulations, which are suggested by the working of human societies, and which are devised and designedly introduced by an exercise of the reasoning faculties. They are transmitted in the same way, act in the same way, and are modified, extinguished, and reversed in the same way. Whatever, for instance, may be predicated of the maternal instinct in a hen, may be predicated of the maternal sentiment in the human mother, and vice versa, due allowance having been made for modifying conditions, for there are other instincts in the human mother, for instance, that of shame at the dread of the discovery of a lapse from virtue, which may enable her to overpower and extinguish the maternal sentiment, a state to which the hen, through the absence of other counteracting instincts and from defects of reason, can never be brought. This is true of all the moral sentiments from the bottom to the top of the scale. The necessities of human life, and chiefly the working of human society, have originated every one of them. This accounts for every phenomenon belonging to them that men have observed and commented on, and endeavored to explain, as, for instance, for their endless diversity, and yet for their substantial identity, for their universality, for their apparent foundation in utility, for their apparent origination in the will of the Creator, for their apparent innateness, and for their apparent non-innateness. They are diverse, they are identical, they are universal, they are founded on utility. They originate in the will of the Creator. They are innate, they are non-innate, in the sense in which instincts generated by the necessities of human life and the working of human societies, everywhere endlessly modified by times and circumstances, yet substantially the same, must possess every one of these qualities. A volume might be written on the enlargement and proof of this statement. The foregoing paragraph will, however, I trust, make my meaning sufficiently clear. By an instinct, I mean an impulse, apparently spontaneous and involuntary, and not the result of a process of reasoning at the time, disposing one to feel and act in a certain regular manner. Observation and experience have taught us that dispositions of this kind in any individual may have been either created in himself or received transmissively from his parents, having in the latter case been congenital. On the ground of this distinction, instincts may be divided into the two classes of those which have been acquired, which are generally called habits, and of those that have been inherited, which are generally called instincts. This division, however, has respect only to that which is unessential and accidental, because that which brings any feeling or act into either class is that it originated in an impulse that arises on every occasion that properly requires its aid, regularly and without any apparent process or effort or reason. It is founded on an apparent difference in origination, but primarily the origination in both members of the division must have been the same. In this particular, these moral conditions may be illustrated by an incident or accident of the property men have in things. An estate is not the less property because its possessor acquired it, nor is another the more so because he inherited from his predecessors. And just as we distinguished between the unessential circumstances that a property has been acquired by a self-made man, or that it has been inherited, so do we between these two divisions of instinct. It is, however, clear that a habit is merely an acquired instinct, and an instinct an inherited habit. That the thing spoken of should be habitual, that it originated in a certain regular impulse, and not in a conscious exercise of the reasoning faculties at the time, and that the impulse to which it is attributable arises regularly whenever required, and produces on like occasions, like acts and feelings, are the essential points. How the dispositions were acquired in cases where they are not hereditary, though a most interesting and important inquiry, and one upon which the old Egyptians would have had a great deal to tell us, is not material to the point now before us. In whatever way the dispositions may have been acquired, the feelings and acts resulting from them are instinctive. As a matter of fact, instincts may be acquired in many ways, as for instance through the action of fear, hope, law, religion, training, and even of imitation. A generalization which would include far the greater part of these causes is one I have already frequently used, that of the working of society. Perhaps still more of them may be summed up in the one word, knowledge. What a man knows is always present to him, and always putting constraint upon him, disposing him to act in one definite way, conformably to itself and regularly, instead of in any one of 10,000 other possible ways. This, sooner or later, issues in the habit which is inchoate instinct, and at last in the instinct which is hereditary habit. The hereditary habit, however, is still reversible. It was just because the Egyptians observed a multitude of these social, family, and self-regarding instincts in the lower animals, who possessed each those necessary for itself, without the aid of speech or law or other human manifestations of reason, that they made them the symbols of the attributes of divinity. That they had designedly studied the whole of this subject of instinct carefully and profoundly, and that their study of it had been most successful and fruitful, are as evident to us at this day as that they built the pyramids and Karnak. We see the attractiveness the study had for them in the fact that they had trained cats to retrieve wounded waterfowl, and lions to accompany their kings in war and assist them in the chase, and that they recorded in their sculptures and paintings that they had thus triumphed over nature, obliterating her strongest instincts and implanting in their place what they pleased. This tells us, as distinctly as words could, the interest they took in the subject and the importance they attached to it, and that they had formulated the two ideas, first, that instincts can be created and reversed, and then that everything depends upon them. All this had been consciously thought out and worked out by them, and was as clear to their minds as the axioms of political economy are to our modern economists. The Egyptians then deliberately undertook to make instinctive a sense of social order, and of submission to what was established, and a disposition to comply with all the ordinary duties of morality as then understood, and which were set forth in the 42 denials of sin the mummy would have to make at the day of judgment. All this they effected chiefly by their system of castes, and by the logical and practical manner in which they had worked out and constructed their doctrine of the future life, and had brought it to bear on the conduct, the thoughts, and the sentiments of every member of the community, and they effected it most thoroughly and successfully. And now we must advance a step further, and note some of the incidents that belonged to, and consequences that ensued on, what they did. We must bear in mind that their times were not as our times. The means they had to work with, the materials they had to work upon, and the manner in which they were obliged to deal with their means and their materials necessitated the construction of an inelastic and iron system. This was necessary then and there. Like all the Oriental systems, it altered not and could not alter, and being thus inexpansive and unaccommodating, it besides in its institutions of castes, involved injustice at home, and in its being for Egyptians alone, exclusiveness towards the rest of the world, which was, in a sense, the denial of the humanity of all who were not Egyptians. Being settled once for all, it abrogated human freedom. It rejected and excluded all additional light and knowledge. It denied all truth, excepting that to which it had itself already attained. That is to say, however good it may have been for its own time, it eventually, when brought into contact with a differently circumstanced and advancing world, made immorality, injustice, falsehood, thraldom of every kind, and ignorance essential parts of religion. This it was that caused its overthrow. Let us separate from the list just given of the elements of its eventual weakness one which was peculiar to those early times, and the history of which is very distinct and interesting. It is that of national exclusiveness. We can see clearly enough how this instinct of repulsion arose. Those were times when the difficulties in the way of forming a nation were great. Tribes and cities that had always been hostile to one another, and populations composed of conquerors and the conquered, were the materials that had to be compacted in a homogeneous body, animated by one soul. Not cementing, but the most violently dissevering, traditions alone exist. No community of interests is felt. The instincts of submission to law have not been formed. Every man is for doing what is right in his own eyes, or at most in the eyes of the few who feel and think as he does. Communications are difficult. A common literature does not exist to inspire common sentiments. It seems almost impossible, under such circumstances, out of such elements, to form a nation. But unless this be done, all good perishes. On no other condition can anything good be maintained. This is the one indispensable condition. Here, then, is a case in which the feeling of exclusiveness, if it can be created, will go very far towards bringing about what is needed. It can bind together. It is the sentiment of sundering difference from others, the corollary to which is the sentiment of closest unity among themselves. It is then good and desirable. It must by all means be engendered and cherished. The governing and organizing mind of the community sees this. Efforts, therefore, are made to establish it as a national instinct. In Egypt, these efforts were made with complete success. At first, Egypt had been a region of independent cities. The instincts that had arisen out of that state of things had to be obliterated. A feeling also of intense dislike to their Hyksos neighbors had to be created. All this was done. They were brought to feel that they were a peculiar people, separate from the rest of the world, that they were not as other people. They had no fellow feeling towards them. They shrank from them. They hated them. It was quite agreeable to their feelings to ravage, to spoil, to oppress, to put to the sword, to degrade, to insult, to inflict the most cruel sufferings on, to make slaves of, to sacrifice to their gods those who were not Egyptians. This moral sentiment, in us it would be destructive of morality, had originated in and been fed by their circumstances, and had been shaped and strengthened by their institutions deliberately designed for this purpose. It had become habitual. It was, taking the word literally, an Egyptian instinct. We can imagine a very different condition of the moral atmosphere of the world, such indeed as it is about ourselves in the Europe of the present day. The sentiment of nationality has everywhere been formed. It can maintain itself without any assistance. What is needed is not something that will separate peoples, but something that will bring them to act together. The instinct of exclusiveness, of repulsion, will lead only to troubles, to hostile tariffs, to wars. No good, but only evil, can come of it. Whatever will promote friendliness and intercourse, and prevent their interruption, must be cherished. The old instinct of exclusiveness has now become a mistake, an anachronism, a nuisance, a sin. Everybody sees that what is wanted is the sentiment of universal brotherhood. This, therefore, in its turn, comes to be generally understood and to some extent to be acted on. That is to say, a moral instinct has been reversed. The old one, which did good service in its day, is dying out, and that which has come to be needed, and so is superseding it, is its direct opposite. And now we must follow the sentiment of national exclusiveness and repulsion into the neighboring country of Israel. There we find that it has been quite as necessary, probably even more necessary than in Egypt. It had been engendered by the same process, and for the same purpose. Between these two peoples, the feeling was reciprocated with more than its normal intensity. Their history accounts for this. But now it was to be abrogated in both, and its abrogation in Egypt was to come from Israel. And what we have to do here is to note the steps by which this great moral revolution was brought about. 1,500 years had passed since the night when the Hebrew bondman had fled out of Egypt, or, as the Egyptian annals describe the event, had, at the command of the gods of Egypt, been ignominiously cast out of the land. They had ordered his expulsion, so ran the record, because he was the incurable victim and the prolific source of a foul leprosy. This was the evil disease of Egypt that bondmen never forgot. Those 1,500 years, from the days of the making of the brick for which no straw had been given, and from the building of Pithom and Ramses, had been very checkered years. In that time the fugitive people had had to pass through many a fiery furnace of affliction. Their old taskmasters had again, as others too had done, set their heel upon them. During that long lapse of time, what a stumbling block to the Hebrew mind must have been the good things of Egypt. Its wealth, its splendor, its power, its wisdom, even its abundance of corn and its fine linen. All that this world could give given to the worshippers of cats and crocodiles. Egypt must have occupied in the Hebrew mind much the same place that is held in the minds of many of ourselves by the existence of evil. It was a great fact and a great mystery, something which could neither be denied nor explained, which it is unpleasant to be reminded of, and which had better be kept altogether out of the thoughts of the simple. The Hebrew, quote, was grieved at seeing the Egyptian in such prosperity. He was in no peril of death. He was strong and lusty. He came not into misfortune, neither was he plagued like other men. This was why he was so holden with pride and overwhelmed with cruelty. His eyes swelled with fatness, and he did even as he lusted. He spoke wicked blasphemy against the Most High. He stretched forth his mouth unto the heavens, and his tongue went through the world. The people fell before him, and he sucked out from them no small advantage. End of quote. Such was the aspect in which the prosperity of Egypt presented itself to the mind of the Hebrew. Quote, he sought to understand it, but it was too hard for him. End of quote. How grand, then, how noble, and for us how absolutely beyond all price, is the reiterated assertion of the Hebrew prophets, even in the worst and darkest times of this long and trying period, of the ultimate triumph of right, of a new heavens and a new earth, that is, of a time when mundane societies would be animated by diviner principles, and preeminently by those of universal inclusion and concord. At last came a large installment of what many preachers of righteousness had anticipated and had desired to see, but had not seen. That they had anticipated it under such adverse circumstances, and had lived and died in the face of it, is one of the chief contributories to the historical argument for natural morality. What they had anticipated came about, however, in a manner and from a quarter of which they could have had no foresight. Beyond the great sea in the distant west, a city whose name Isaiah could never have heard, and which was not even a name in the days of Ramses, and for many centuries after his time, had grown into an empire in which had come to be included the whole civilized world. All nations had been cast into this crucible, and were being fused into one people. Egyptians, Hebrews, Greeks, were each of them the children of a more ancient, and in some respects of a higher and better civilization, but they, like all the rest, had been absorbed into the world-embracing dominion, and were powerless within it, except so far as ideas give power. Every people was now being brought face to face with all other people, and into union and communion with them. The way in which the religions of the world were thus made acquainted with each other acted as a confutation of each in particular, or rather of its external distinctive mythology. We can form no adequate conception of what the effect must have been. They were all alike discredited. The exclusiveness of each was confuted by the logic of facts. It was out of this conjuncture of circumstances that arose the new idea and sentiment of the brotherhood of mankind. What had hitherto everywhere obscured the view of it was now falling into decay, and what must suggest it had been established. And no people had been so thoroughly disciplined for receiving this idea as the Jews. They had been brought into closest contact with Egyptians, Assyrians, Persians, and other Oriental people, and it had been that kind of contact which obliges men to understand what other people think. And after they had received this hard schooling from their neighbors, they had been brought into the same kind of contact with Greek thought. They had been obliged to take into their consideration the knowledge and the ways of thinking of the Greeks. They had even been to a great extent compelled to learn their language. Some of the writers of the New Testament, it is clear, had been taught Greek, just as we may be taught French, and Homer, it is evident, had been the school book employed in teaching them the language. And now, together with all the rest of the world, they had become members of the universal empire of Rome. All this would have led to nothing except obliteration and absorption as it did elsewhere, if the Jews had been like other people. They were incapable, however, of succumbing in this way, because they had ideas and moral sentiments that were, in some important respects, truer and stronger and better than those of their conquerors and oppressors. Hence originated the idea of their conquerors that they were the enemies of the human race. It was then, for this reason, because being indestructible and unassimilable, they had been obliged to consider the meaning and worth of other people's ideas and of facts, that Jerusalem came to be the definite spot upon which the fruitful contact of the different integers of the East with each other, and of East with West, of Europe with Asia, actually took place. Here were collected, as into a focus, the knowledge and the circumstances which would engender the new sentiment that was to reverse the old one. The old one had been that of narrow exclusiveness. It could not have been otherwise. The only one that could be engendered by the new knowledge and the new circumstances was one of universal inclusiveness, not the idea of a peculiar people, such as the Egyptians had regarded themselves, but its very opposite, that of the universal brotherhood of mankind. We see the embryo of the thought endeavoring to assume form at Rome, at the very time that it was being preached with the sharpest and clearest definition at Jerusalem. But it never could have assumed its proper, clear, distinct form at Rome, because morality would always there have been hazy and corrupt, and inextricably entangled with ideas of self and dominion. In Jerusalem only, the one true home of single-purposed morality, could it assume its true shape, pure and undefiled. When the words were uttered, "Yet all are brethren," the idea was formulated. That was the moment of its birth. It then took its place in the moral creation, a living form with life and the power of giving life, with power to throw down and to build up. This was the new commandment, the seminal idea of the new religion, and Jerusalem was the seedbed prepared for it by the long series of antecedent events, where it must germinate first. When that had been done, science from it might be taken to other localities, but it is plain that, as moral instincts die hard, Jerusalem is also precisely one of the spots in which the new sentiment will meet with the most determined and violent antagonism, nor will it ever find there general reception, or indeed so much reception as among other races, where the instinct of repulsion had not been so completely and firmly established. The new sentiment had to be evoked from man's inner consciousness, as it was acted upon and affected by the new order of things. This could not be done until the authority of this inner consciousness had been recognized. This means a great deal. What it had come to regard as true and good was to be religion, as distinguished from written law which is imposed by the state, has convenience and expediency for its object, and is limited in its purview by the necessities of its application, and by the ignorance and low sentiment of public opinion. The Christ enlightened, God taught, pure conscience is a better and higher and more searching rule of life than any legislation. That would only drag conscience and life down again to the common level. To make that religion would be making Caesar God, an evil necessity that had, to some extent, inhered in the old dispensation. It would kill conscience, which aims higher, goes deeper, and sees farther than written statutes and enactments, however well meant or wisely drawn. The new religion, therefore, stood aloof from and placed itself above all existing legislation, except in the sense of submitting to it and obeying it as a social and political necessity. But though it submitted itself to and obeyed, it could not receive a written code as the rule of life. While, therefore, it recognized the rights and necessities of the kingdoms of this world, it found in man's conscience the law of a kingdom not of this world. The polity it created was not of them. It was God's kingdom among men. The kingdoms of the world might at some future time become the kingdoms of God, but at present Caesar and God were distinct powers and represented distinctly different applications of the principles of right. Caesar's application was partial only, and moreover full of corruption. God's was all-embracing and incorrupt. The day of trial had been long in coming, but it had come at last, and what we have been recalling to the reader's mind was what the wisdom of Egypt had to confront now. It was the apotheosis of the ideas men could now attach to the words truth, freedom, justice, goodness, knowledge, humanity. These were of God and made man one with God. The time then had come for the Hebrew bondman to be revenged, for the Hebrew invasion of Egypt. We may contrast it with the old Egyptian invasions of Syria and with the Hyksos invasion of Egypt. It was of a kind of which the organized wisdom of Egypt could have formed no anticipation, and against which the temples and the priesthood of Egypt were as powerless as heaps of stones and dead men. It was an invasion of ideas which could now be understood, and of sentiments which could now be felt, and which were better than any the priests and the priest-kings of old Egypt had in their day felt or understood, and the feeling and the understanding of which would utterly abolish the system they had maintained. These ideas and sentiments had been proclaimed in the cities and villages of Judea and Galilee as the new commandment, as the fulfillment of all religion. The whole Roman world was ripening for their reception. They were carried down into Egypt in the thoughts and hearts of those who had received them. They spread from mind to mind and from heart to heart. The fugitive bondman, the cast-out leper had returned, but he had now come to bestow a glorious liberty, to communicate the contagion of regenerating ideas and sentiments, and of a larger and better humanity. The Hyksos had again come down into the old Nile land, but this time they came not to oppress, not to exact tribute, but to break bonds and to enrich, and to place men on a higher level than they had occupied before. This was an invasion to which Egypt, in all its thousands of years of national life, had never yet been exposed. Invasions of this kind can be very rare in the history of nations and in the history of the human race. But if, when they do come, minds are prepared for them, they are irresistible. And so it was now with old Egypt. The old order of things passed away, and the new order of things came in its place. The priesthood, with all their lore, their science, their wisdom, their legitimacy of at least 4,000 years, their impregnable temple fortresses, their territorial supremacy, the awful authority with which a religion so old that the memory of the world ran not to the contrary invested them, passed away like a morning mist. The whole system fell as the spreading symmetrical pine tree falls, never to burst forth again into new life, the overthrow having killed the root, as well as all that had grown from the root. Even the very houses of the gods, which, as the thought of the days of Ramesses had phrased it, had been built for myriads of years, passed away with it, excepting the few which have been preserved to tell the history of what once had been. All had been overthrown, but the Christian ideas and sentiments which had done the work were too grand and simple for Egypt, where the most inveterate of all instincts was for the mind to be swathed. And so the new revelation was soon obscured. The reaction came in the forms of asceticism and theology. But asceticism and theology are not religion, or at all events not such religion as can inspire much nobility of soul, or which has any power and vitality except under the circumstances which created it. And so this too fell. And the religion which superseded it, that of the Egypt of today, is, in its simplest expression, a reversion to the old Oriental idea, which seems always to have been a necessity there, of authoritative, unchangeable legislation, combined, however, with the Christian idea of the brotherhood of mankind. The form in which the Christian idea has been incorporated into it is that of a universal religion, which gives no sanction to exclusive pretensions, either of nationality or of caste. It is natural for the traveler to wish that he could behold Egypt in its old world order and glory, but he must console himself with the reflection that what perished was what deserved to perish, what had become narrow and false, and that what was good, true, and wise, including the lessons Egypt's history teaches, survived the crash. Of all that we are the inheritors. The fortunes and the future of the Christian idea and sentiment of the brotherhood of mankind, which gave the new doctrine so much of its power to overthrow the wisdom of old Egypt, interests and concerns us all. From the days of its first triumphs down to our own day, it has been actively at work in Europe. Through all these centuries, it has been gaining strength. The first logical deduction from it, which, like its parent, becomes a sentiment as well as an idea, is that of universal equality, for if all are brothers, then none is greater or less than another. The flower with which this offshoot blossoms is that of humanity. Under the old exclusive systems, which placed impassable barriers between peoples, cities, and tribes, and then between the classes of the same community, and had therefore said to human hearts, quote, "So far may you go and no further. Beyond this you need not, you ought not to feel pity. Beyond this hatred and repulsion, the sword, the torch, the chain are only to be thought of." End of quote. The idea of humanity had been impossible, but when all men are recognized as in essentials equally men, that which makes them men assumes the definite form of this idea. Honor all men, that is, do all in your power to elevate everyone you may come in contact with, and nothing that has a tendency to degrade any human being, whatever may be his complexion, blood, caste, or position, was, we know, a very early injunction. The greatest outward and visible achievement of the idea and sentiment of the brotherhood of mankind was the abolition of slavery and serfdom. This was effected very slowly. We are, however, rather surprised that so Herculean a labor should ever have been achieved by it at all. When we consider the inveteracy and the universality of the institution, that it was the very foundation on which society was, almost everywhere built, that it was everywhere the interest of the governing part of the community, that is, of those who had power in their hands to maintain it, that, in the early days of the new idea, it never soared so high as the thought of so great an achievement, and yet find, notwithstanding, that the old institution has fallen everywhere, that no combination of circumstances has anywhere been able to secure it, we begin to understand the irresistible force of the idea. This was the greatest of all political and social revolutions ever effected in this world. The manifestations of the sentiment we are now thinking of have been very various, in conformity with the circumstances of the times and the condition of those in whom it was at work. Some centuries ago it came to the surface in Jacquerie and Anabaptist vagaries. Now for some 3 generations, it has been seen in volcanic operations, in French outbreaks and revolutions. It is the soul of American democracy. It is at this moment working, like leaven in a lump of dough, in the hearts and minds of all Christian communities. There is no man in this country but feels its disintegrating and reconstructing force. Every village school that is opened, every invention and discovery that is made, every book, every newspaper that is printed, every sermon that is preached, aids in propagating it. Its continued growth and spread gradually deprive governing classes of heart, thus betraying them from within, and of a logically defensive position in the forum of what has now come to be recognized as public opinion. It is at this day the greatest power among men. The future, whatever it is to be, must be largely shaped by it. Here the study of the wisdom of old Egypt teaches us much. One most useful lesson is that stability in human societies can be attained, but that, as the constitution and sentiments of European societies are now very different from the state of things to which the wisdom of Egypt was applied, we must give to our efforts a form and character that will be suitable to our altered circumstances. The method they adopted was that of eliminating the elements of political and social change by arranging society in the iron frame of caste, and by petrifying all knowledge in the form of immutable doctrine. We cannot do this, and it would not be desirable for us to do it if we could. The obvious advantages of the Egyptian method were that, under the then existing circumstances, it secured order and quiet, and that it assigned to every man his work and taught him how to do it. Its disadvantages were that ultimately it repressed all higher moral progress, denied all new truths, and consecrated what had become falsehood and injustice. It was also worked, though with a great immediate gain of power, from thorough organization, yet with a great waste of the highest form of power, for it altogether overlooked natural aptitudes, and quite irrespectively of them, decided for every man what he was to be and what he was to do. We cannot suppose, on the one hand, that there are no other methods of securing social order and stability than these, nor, on the other hand, that American democracy and Chinese Mandaриnism have exhausted all alternatives now possible. This, however, is a problem we shall have to consider for ourselves. Here it will be enough for us to see that even if it were within our power to attain to stability by the Egyptian application of the Egyptian method, the result would still be subject to the limitation of the rise of new ideas, and even of the propagation, more widely throughout the community, of existing ideas. These are absolutely irresistible. There is nothing under heaven, especially in these days of rapid and universal interchange and propagation of thought, which can arrest their progress. Their elements pervade the moral atmosphere, which acts on our moral being, just as the air we cannot but breathe does on our bodily constitution. We may also learn from this history that progress about which there has been so much debate, some glorying in it, some denying it, is an actual positive historic fact. What we have been reviewing enables us, furthermore, to see precisely in what it consists. It does not consist in the abundance of the things we possess, nor in mastery over nature. We may continuously be overcoming more and more of the hindrances nature has placed in our path. We may be compelling her to do more and more of our bidding. We may be extorting from her more and more of her varied and wondrous treasures, but all this in itself possesses no intrinsic value. It is valuable only as a means to something else. The old Egypt of the Pharaohs might conceivably have possessed railways, power looms, electric telegraphs, and yet the old Egyptian might have been, and might have continued to be for 4,000 years longer, very much what he was in the days of Sethos and Ramses. The modern Egyptian possesses all these things, and the printing press besides, and yet is inferior under the same sky and on the same ground to his predecessors of those old times. The end and purpose of material aids and of material well-being are to strengthen and to develop that which is highest and best and supreme in man, that which makes him man. Otherwise, it is only pampering and rendering life easy to so many more animals. The difference would be little whether this were done for so many such men or for so many crocodiles and bulls. That which is supreme in man, which makes a man, is his intellectual and moral being. If this has been strengthened, enlarged, enriched, progress has been made. He has been raised to a higher level. His horizon has been extended. He has been endued with new power. History and observation show that without some amount of material advancement, intellectual and moral advancement is not possible, and that all material gains may be turned to account in this way. This is their proper place, that of means and not of ends. They are ever placing larger and larger proportions of mankind in the position in which intellectual and moral advancement becomes possible to them. That, then, to which they contribute and which they make possible is their true use and purpose. Whoever makes them for himself the end dethrones that within himself, the supremacy of which alone can make him a true man. Everyone who has done anything towards enriching and purifying and strengthening the intellect or the heart of man, or towards extending to an increased proportion of the community the cultivation and development of moral and intellectual power, has contributed towards human progress. The greatest advance that has been made in the historic period was the implanting in the minds of men the idea, and in their hearts the sentiment, of the brotherhood of mankind. The idea and sentiment of responsibility dates back beyond the ken of history. Our observation, however, of what is passing in rude and simple communities, where social arrangements and forces are still in an almost embryonic condition, leads us to suppose that it is an instinct developed by the working, the necessities, and the life of society. To our own times belongs the scientific presentment of the idea of the cosmos, which, though a construction of the intellect, affects us also morally. Who can believe that even the oldest of these ideas is bearing all the fruit of which it is capable, and that it will have no account to give of even better fruit in the future than it has ever produced in the past? How wide, then, is the field, in the most advanced communities, for moral and intellectual, the only truly human progress? How impossible it is to foresee any termination of this progress. End of section 32. Section 33 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Egyptian Landlordism. Is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new? It hath been already of old time which was before us. Eccles. Landlordism, or the territorial system which gives generally throughout a country the ownership of the land to one class and the cultivation of it to another who pay rent for it, is often spoken of as something peculiarly English. We hear it said that this divorce of ownership from cultivation is unnatural, that it is bad economically and worse politically, that attachment to the land, the great element of stability in political institutions, hardly exists under it. On the other side, it is urged that it is a great advantage to a community to possess in its bosom a large class, far removed from the necessity of working for its support, which is, therefore, better able to set to other classes an example of refinement and of honorable bearing, and of which many members will naturally desire to devote themselves to the service of the state and of their respective neighborhoods. We argue the point as if the landlordism of England were almost something sui generis. This is a mistake. The same system was developed, only more designedly and methodically, throughout Egypt more than 3,000 years ago. There, the whole acreage of the country was divided into rectangular estates. 1/3 of these was assigned to the king, and the remaining 2/3 in equal proportions to the priestly and to the military castes. These estates were generally cultivated by another order of men, who, for the use of the land, paid rent to the owners. It is a curious fact that the Egyptian farmer paid the same proportionate rent which is paid by the British farmer of the present day. Rent in Egypt 3,000 years ago was 1/5 of the gross produce. The circumstances of Egypt, of course, almost exclude the idea of average land, for any 1 acre anywhere was likely to be as good as any other acre anywhere else, all being fluviatile alluvium similarly compounded, and all were subject to much the same atmospheric conditions. There could therefore be the same rent for the whole kingdom. But if the land did anywhere, from some exceptional cause, produce more or less, this was met by the system of paying 1/5. With respect to this country, however, we must talk of averages. The average gross produce of average farms is here, I suppose, estimated in money about £8 an acre, and the average rent of such a farm is about 32 shillings an acre, just 1/5. Exactly the proportion that was paid as rent for the land they occupied by the tenants of Potiphar, captain of the guard, and Potipharah, priest of On, Joseph's father-in-law. The same rent was paid by the occupiers of the farms on the royal domain to Pharaoh himself. It may also be worthwhile noticing how similar circumstances produced in those remote times, and produce in our own, similar tastes and manners. Those old Egyptian landlords were not altogether unlike their English representatives. There are traces in them of a family likeness. They were much addicted to field sports. You see this everywhere in the sculptures and paintings. You find there plenty of scenes of fowling, fishing, and hunting, of running down the gazelle and spearing the hippopotamus, of coursing and netting hares, and of shooting wild cattle with arrows, and of catching them with the lasso. They had their fish ponds as well as their game preserves. They had, too, their game laws. They were fond of dogs and of horses. They kept very good tables. They gave morning and evening parties. They amused themselves with games of skill and chance. They thought a great deal of their ancestors, as well they might, for 1,000 years went but for little in the date of the patents of their nobility. They built fine houses and furnished them handsomely. They paid great attention to horticulture and arboriculture. If the estates in Egypt were all of the same size as the military allotments mentioned by Herodotus, and the probability is that they must have been about 10 acres each. This may be reckoned as fully equal to 30 acres here, for in Egypt the land is all of the best description, and is manured every year by the inundation, and 2 crops at least can every year be secured from it, the cultivation being almost like that of a garden under irrigation. This would be ample for those who cultivated their land themselves. Those who let it for 1/5 would of course get that proportion of every crop. The man, therefore, who had 42 estates, as we find it recorded of an old Egyptian on his tomb, had a very considerable income. It would be interesting to know how he came to acquire so many estates, whether by inheritance, by purchase, or by favor of the crown. Whether there were any statutory limits to the acquisition of landed property, and whether provisions were made for dispersing a man's accumulations at his death. For instance, supposing he had received several estates from the crown, was he merely a lieutenant without power of absolute disposal, the estates reverting at his death to the crown? What was the rule of distribution generally followed in their wills? How was the property of an Egyptian who died intestate disposed of? End of section 33. Section 34 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Caste. Nesutor ultra crepidam. In Old Egypt, where we find the earliest development of Aryan civilization, every occupation was hereditary. In the United States, where we have its most recent development, no occupation is hereditary. In Egypt, a man's ancestors from everlasting had practiced, and his descendants to everlasting would have to practice, the same business as himself. In the United States, it is a common occurrence for the same man to have practiced in succession several businesses. With respect to ourselves, it is a trite remark that in this country, legislation is the only work that is designedly made hereditary. It is, however, obvious that this is an instance which is subject to considerable limitations, both as to its hereditary character and as to its actual extent. For our legislator caste is always receiving into its ranks recruits from outside, and its legislative power is only a power that is exercised coordinately with that of an unhereditary chamber. Circumstances, not positive institution, except indirectly, have hitherto made our agricultural laborers very much of a caste. Those who are engaged in this kind of work are generally descended from those who have for many generations been so employed. Multitudes of the class, however, escape from it, and every village school that is at work amongst us is supplying means of escape from it for many of those whose horizon it enlarges. The clergy of the established church to a great extent form a caste, but without hereditary succession. This caste character of the clergy is a result of their segregation from secular employments and of their corporate perpetuity. Serfdom had in medieval Europe a similar effect, which was, at the same period, felt at the other extremity also of society through the institution of feudal nobility. But the most widely spread form of the institution was that which now appears to us the most hideous of all human institutions, that of slavery. Still, we cannot pronounce it unnatural, for we find it at certain stages of their development among all races of men, and even constituting a regular part of the economy of certain insects. In Europe, it is difficult to believe that some of the early advances of society could have been made without its aid. It belongs to that stage when wealth, which gives the leisure which makes any degree of intellectual culture possible, can only be secured by binding down the many to compulsory toil for the few, and giving to them all that the many can produce in excess of the absolute necessaries of existence. The Homeric chieftain was the product of this arrangement, so were the highly cultured Greeks of the age of Pericles. It was the same with the governing class in the period of Roman greatness. It is, in one view, a very complete form of the institution, because it embraces every member of the community, from the top to the bottom. It divides society into two castes, assigning to one leisure, culture, the use of arms, government, to the other, denying them all participation in these advantages and employments. It assigns absolute subjection, labor, and bare subsistence. The history of this institution is very instructive. It shows how, in human affairs, circumstances rule and decide the question of expediency, and even that it is impossible to predicate of matters of this kind, good or evil absolutely. Here, at all events, is something, it is, in fact, the very mold in which a community is cast, which at one time builds up society and at another overthrows it, which at one time is the cause and instrument of progress, and at other times retards or reverses it, which, under some conditions, is not unfavorable to morality, and is under others immoral and demoralizing. Of all these arrangements, then, we may suppose that they were, in their respective times, necessary and useful. They appear to belong to early and transitional stages of society, and not if there be, or ever is to be, such a state to its maturity. They mean either that every member of society is not yet fit to be trusted, or that society cannot yet afford to endow all its members with freedom and power, and that, under such circumstances, more or less rigid restriction is an indispensable condition of life and growth. The abolition of slavery is the recognition, morally and logically, though of course not always practically and politically. It must, however, always work in this direction. Of the axioms, quote, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, end of quote. In India, the word for caste signifies color. The castes are the colors. This connects the institution with conquest. Probably in Egypt it had the same origin. We have seen that it might have had, but this could not have maintained it through thousands of years. Nothing could have given it such vitality but its utility. Benefit of clergy is evidence of there having been a period in the history of modern Europe when only a very limited class was educated, and so it became the sole depository of the knowledge of the times. As there was such a period in the history of those who had inherited the arts of Greece and Rome, and among them an easy style of writing, it could not have been otherwise in old Egypt. The difficulties of maintaining knowledge must at that time have been very great, and as all knowledge was more or less connected with religion indeed, then meaning the organization of the knowledge of the community for the regulation of its life and action, it naturally fell into the keeping of the priests, who could see no advantage in communicating it to the profane vulgar. It was their patrimony, their inheritance. This at once preserved it, and constituted its guardians a caste. The existence of one such caste would make the general introduction of the system throughout the community natural and easy. It was obviously in such times the best way of maintaining the knowledge of every art, as well as of religion itself. It also endowed society with a fixity and order nothing else could impart to it. Every man in the community was born to a certain definite condition and occupation, of which nothing could divest him, and which he never could abandon. This utterly extinguished all motives for, and almost the very idea of, insurrections and revolutions. Such a state of society had, of course, certain easily seen disadvantages, but it also had certain very considerable advantages. The chief of these was that just adverted to, that society, having paid the penalty of the restrictions and losses the system imposed, advanced with internal peace and order. These, when the system had once been disturbed, could never again be attained till society had arrived at the opposite, that is, the Chinese or American extreme, in which there is abolished as far as possible every vestige of the old system, even what might be called the natural and uninstituted caste of the ignorant. Caste throughout from top to bottom, or caste nowhere, equally ensures domestic quiet. All between, every form of the partial application of the system carries within itself the germs of social disquiet, dissatisfaction, and disorder. The history of all countries has been hitherto very much a history of caste. This is a point which has not been sufficiently kept in sight. The picture of social order maintained in ancient Egypt for several thousand years, as in India, astonishes us. Universal caste explained the phenomenon. There was nothing in the bosom of those great communities to suggest recourse to arms. except the occasional occurrence of religious innovations or of dynastic rivalries. End of section 34. Section 35 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Persistency of custom in the East. Meddle not with them that are given to change. Book of Proverbs. Every traveler in the East is struck with the obstinate persistency of forms of expression, even as well as of customs he meets with. In bargaining in the Khan Khalil Bazaar at Cairo for an amber mouthpiece for a pipe, I had to go through the very dialogue which passed between Ephron and Abraham. I objected to the price. Nay, then, replied the modern Hittite, I give it thee. Take it, I give it thee. At last the price was agreed upon, and he took his money. Some time afterwards, at Jaffa, I noticed that a roguish hanger-on for odd jobs at the hotel was using precisely the same words in an attempt he was making to get a friend I was with to give him for a box of oranges 10 times the price they were selling at in the market, only a couple of 100 yards off. I was struck with the coincidence, and on mentioning the matter to one familiar with the ways of the East, I learned that this pretended gratuitous offer of the article represented a regular recognized stage in the form of bargaining. For 3,000 years, at all events, it has been in stereotype. Marriages are arranged now as was that of Isaac and Rebekah, without the principals having seen each other. Women in the East today wear the veil just as they did in the time of the patriarchs. The shoes are still taken off on entering holy places. The worshipper, in praying, still turns his face in the direction of the great sanctuary of his religion. Jezebel stymied her eyes, so the Septuagint version has it. This translation was made at Alexandria by Jews. Their own wives and daughters had made them familiar with the practice and with the word technically used to express it, and they very naturally and properly adopted the technical term in their translation. They again used it in the parallel passage of Ezekiel. The rendering in our English Bible of this incident in Jezebel's last toilet is misleading. It makes her paint her face. This suggests the rouge pot and the cheeks, instead of the coal stick and the eyes. On the monuments we see that the ladies of old Egypt had the same practice. In the streets of Cairo of today, you find that the ladies of modern Egypt have retained it. The object of the practice is twofold: to give prominency to the eyes, the most expressive feature, and to make the complexion of the face, by the effect of the contrast with the thus deepened darkness of the eyes, appear somewhat fairer. The history of Joseph, I might almost call it the Joseph head, the more distinctly to indicate my meaning, wears very much the appearance of an episode in a great national epic cycle, which had been handed down from the legendary age, and which must have been, as is still the case with Oriental romances, in form prose, though in style and spirit full of dramatic force and poetry. I can imagine the men and children sitting at the tent door, and the women within to hear its recital. Just such histories are now recited daily throughout the East. While their incidents interest and entrance the imagination, they teach history, morality, and religion. How pleasingly do the high moral aims of this story of Joseph, so simple and natural, so true and profound, contrast with the frivolous, mawkish, false, sensational sentimentality of the modern novel. Its ideas, style, form, and coloring supply almost a collective illustration of the obstinate persistency we are noticing in everything Oriental. With the exception of slavery, which, in deference to the ideas and feelings of the Christian world, has lately been abolished by law in Egypt. Though I understand that the law is very imperfectly observed, this history may be read today just as if its objects were to give a picture of the thought, feelings, and practices of modern Egyptian life. If its dialogue and all its minutiae of detail were heard for the first time at the date of the Exodus, it would still possess a very remote antiquity. It is, however, curious that we have every particular of Joseph's adventure with Potiphar's wife in the story of the two brothers, the only Egyptian romance we have recovered, and the papyrus manuscript of which is somewhat older, at least, than the Exodus, for it was written or edited by Kagabu, one of the 9 literati attached to the household of Ramesses the Great, for the instruction of the crown prince Meneptah, in whose reign the Exodus took place. Yusuf, by the way, is one of the commonest names in Egypt. Among others of this name, I met with was a lad, the most beautiful boy I saw in the East, who had been, I was told, donkey boy to the Prince of Wales at Thebes, and who served me in that capacity on one of my visits to Karnak. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Moses, David, and Solomon, of course in their Arabic forms, are all very common names. They must have been introduced at the time of the Mahomedan invasion, unless the Christian invasion had brought them in some centuries earlier. The modern Egyptians' ideas of unclean things and persons, of the obligation of washing hands before meals, and their practice while eating, of sitting round the dish and dipping into it, were, we know, very much the same among the Hebrews. The serpent charmer still charms the adder, as in the psalmist's day, with neither more nor less of wisdom. It was an enactment of the law given by Moses that if a poor man pawned his clothes, they should be returned to him at sunset, that he might have something to sleep in. So it is with the modern Arab. He passes the night in the clothes he has worn during the day. Hospitality, the treatment of women, the relation of the sexes, respect for age and for learning, belief in dreams, the arbitrary character of the government, indifference to human suffering, absence of repugnance to take human life, and indeed almost all that goes to constitute what is distinctive in the life of a people, is the same now in the East as it was in the earliest days of which we have any record. Some differences, however, and not unimportant ones, are obvious at a glance, as, for instance, that in the organization of society and the well-being of its members, there has been great and lamentable retrogression. For this our good friends, the Turks, are in no small degree responsible. The perpetual change among Europeans in great things, as well as in small, in manners and customs, in social ideas and practices, in dress, in laws, in ideas and forms of government, indicate the operation of widely different influences. End of section 35. Section 36 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Are all Orientals mad? They hear a voice you cannot hear. They see a hand you cannot see. Tickle. A friend of mine, who has resided much among Orientals, and is very familiar with their ways of thinking and acting, is in the habit of affirming that he never had dealings with any one of them without soon discovering in him a loose screw. Every mother's son of them, he thinks, is to some degree, and in some way or other, mad. The meaning of this I take to be that their way of looking at and estimating things and feeling about them is different from ours. They see what we cannot, and cannot see what we can. This is, I believe, very much a question of religion. In the world of spirit, a religion is a real, organic, living, acting entity. It animates, it subdues, it pervades, it colors, it guides men's minds and hearts. They breathe it. They feed upon it. They are what it makes them. Now our religion is characterized by liberty. It leaves men to construct their own polities and to devise for themselves the laws they are to live by. It obliges them to understand that they are the arbiters and the architects of their own fortunes. It leaves them free from age to age to battle about and to construct their own theology, with the certainty that whether the same or different forms are used, it will always in the end be adjusted to the ideas of the age and even of the individual. It appeals to men's own ideas of God, which vary as knowledge advances, and to the sense mankind have of what is just and merciful and lovely, and of good report. It does not define these things, for it supposes that the ideas of them are in man. It makes the light that is within the measure of duty. One of the general results of such a religion is that it renders men capable and desirous too of thinking. It produces within them a habitual desire to see things as they are, and to conform their feelings and their conduct to realities. The system which is most diametrically opposite to this is that which the Oriental has adopted. He has no liberty of any kind. He must think and feel, and live in accordance with, and every detail of his inner and outer life must be conformed to, what were the ideas of the Arab barbarians of 12 centuries ago. This is the Procrustean bed on which the mind of every Oriental is laid. This, then, is what my friend's 19th century Christianity, or, if you prefer it, his 19th century ideas and feelings, have been brought into contact with, the ideas and feelings of Arab barbarians of 12 centuries ago. It would be somewhat surprising if he did not perceive something of lunacy in the minds of such people. What struck me in the Oriental was a kind of childishness. Both men and women appeared to be only children of a larger growth. There was an expression of childishness in their features, and there were very perceptible indications of a corresponding condition of their minds. It looked like moral and intellectual arrest. The manhood of the mind had never been called into exercise, and had in consequence become aborted. They never think. Why should they? All truth of every kind has already been fully revealed to them. To question what they have received, or to endeavor to attain to more, would be impious. They have hardly any occasion to act, for is it not Allah who directly does everything as it pleases him, on the earth beneath as well as in the heaven above? There is in them a softness of expression which could not coexist with activity and firmness, and largeness of brain. Childlike, they believe anything and everything. The more wonderful and the more contradictory to nature it may be, the more readily do they believe it. They have no idea of extorting the secrets of nature. What good would it do them to seek to know anything or everything? Allah will reveal what He pleases and when. Such knowledge would not promote their happiness. Their idea of blissfulness is that of the Arab of the desert: shade and rest, plashing fountains and delightful odors, lovely houris. This is not the stuff that makes men. Nature also works against them. Much time is needed for the acquisition and digestion of knowledge, and for the growth of the moral and intellectual faculties to what we regard as their full stature. The time, however, allotted to them for these sovereign purposes is very short. Where girls are married women at 11, what time can there be for the mind to mature itself? Compare this with the many years of deliberate culture amongst ourselves. What can be done by the age of 11? What should we be if our mental culture and growth ended at that age? But in their case, it is so with half the community, the mothers. and so also with the other half, the fathers, only in a somewhat less degree. Of the Negroes of the interior, Sir Samuel Baker observes that the little children are quick enough, but that mental development appears to have ceased by the age of 14. I observed and heard from several Americans that they had observed something of the same kind in the Negro schools of the United States. Up to an age not quite so advanced as that Sir S. Baker speaks of, the colored children appear to be as quick as the children of the whites, but beyond that point they begin to fall behind. Their apprehensiveness appears to have exhausted itself. This must doom the black race in the United States, in their struggle with the whites for the means of subsistence, to extinction. Just so, too, must his prematurity always place the Oriental in the struggle between nations at a disadvantage in comparison with the European. In him, nature does not allow herself the time for doing what ought to be done. End of section 36. Section 37 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The Koran. Unquicquid recipitur ad modum recipientes recipiatur. Lemma. With respect to the Koran, the Orientals are at this day in the position into which, as respects our holy scriptures, an attempt was made to bring our forefathers in the days of medieval scholasticism. They believe that in their sacred volume is contained all knowledge, either explicitly or implicitly. We have long abandoned definitively this idea. We have come to understand that the New Testament announces itself only as a moral revelation, and of that gives only the spirit and not the letter, that is to say, that it does not profess to give, and as a matter of fact does not contain, a definite system of law, but the principles only, which should regulate such a system. It leaves us, therefore, to go not only for our astronomy to astronomers, and for our geology to geologists, but also for our municipal law to jurists and legislators, so long as what they propound and enact is not at discord with Christian principles. The Mahomedan, however, has not this liberty, for the Koran professes to contain an all-embracing and sufficient code. It regulates everything. It is very unfortunate, or whatever it was at first, it has, in process of time, come to be very unfortunate, for it makes the ideas, what we must regard as the ignorance rather than the knowledge, of a more than half-savage Arab of the 7th century, the rule by which everything in law, life, and thought is to be measured for all time. While I was in the East, I was full of commiseration for the people I saw bound hand and foot in this way. They are handsome, clean-limbed fellows, and quick-witted enough. There is in them the making of great nations. Power, however, is an attribute of mind, and mind cannot work unless it be free. While I commiserated them, I saw no hope for them. The evil they are afflicted by appears not to admit of a remedy, because while, for men who have advanced so far as they have, it is intellectual suicide to be faithful to such a religion, to be unfaithful to it has hitherto proved to be moral suicide. Their ideas and sentiments on all the ordinary concerns and events of life, and in short, on all subjects, are the same in all being drawn from the same source. So also are even their very modes of expression. There is a prescribed form for everything that occurs, of course not drawn, in every instance, first hand from the Koran, but at all events ultimately from it, for these expressions are what have come to be adopted by the people universally, as being most in harmony with the spirit and ideas of the book. The words to be used at meetings and at partings under all circumstances, the words in which unbecoming acts and sentiments are to be corrected and acknowledged, the words, in short, which are appropriate to every occasion of life, are all prescribed and laid up in the memory ready for use. God's name is rarely omitted in these formulae, reference being made sometimes to one of his attributes, sometimes to another, as the occasion may require. Sometimes a pious sentiment is to be expressed. Sometimes a pious ejaculation will be the correct thing. But everybody knows what is to be said on every occurrence, great or small, of life. Learning the Koran by heart is education. It is for this that schools are established. Reading, writing, and arithmetic are deluxe, or for certain occupations only. History and science, of course, have no existence to their minds. They treat the material volume itself, which contains the sacred words, with corresponding respect. For instance, when carrying it, they will not allow it to descend below the girdle. They will not place it on the ground or on a low shelf. They will not, when unclean, touch it. They will not print it for fear of there being something unclean in the ink, the paper, or the printer. They will not sell it to any unbelievers, even to such partial unbelievers as Jews or Christians. And in many other ways, indeed, in every way in their power, they endeavor to show how sacred in their eyes is the book. In principle and effect, it makes no great difference whether the letter of the sacred text be exclusively adhered to, or whether it be supplemented by more or less of tradition and of the interpretations and decisions of certain learned and pious doctors of the law. The latter case, as far as the view we are now taking of the action of the system is concerned, would be equivalent only to the addition of a few more chapters to the sacred text. The existing generation would equally be barred from doing anything for itself. If the laws of Alfred or of Edward the Confessor had been preserved and accepted by ourselves as a heaven-sent code, incapable of addition or improvement, or if the laws of either had been received with an enlargement of certain traditions, interpretations, and decisions, we should, in either case, equally have lost the practice and the idea of legislating for ourselves. That is to say, we should have lost the invigorating and improving process of incessantly discussing, adapting, and endeavoring to perfect our polity and our code, so that what is now with us the self-acting and highest discipline of the intellect and of the moral faculty would have been transformed into the constant and most effectual discipline for their enfeeblement and extinction. End of section 37. Section 38 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Oriental Prayer. Like one that stands upon a promontory and spies a far-off shore where he would tread, wishing his foot were equal to his eye. Shakespeare. Prayer is still in the East just what it was of old time, a matter of prescribed words, postures, and repetitions. This, however, is only what it is on the outside, and it is not the outside of anything that keeps it alive, but what is within. It is there we must look for what gives life. We shall be misled, too, again, if in our search for life in this practice we suppose that what prompts it in Orientals must be precisely the same as what prompts it in ourselves. Our manifestation of this instinct is somewhat different from theirs. Prayer with them is the bringing the mind into close contact with the ideas of infinitude, infinite power, infinite wisdom, infinite goodness. It calls up within them, by an intense effort of the imagination, their idea of God. just as the same kind of effort calls up within ourselves any image we please. The image called up, whatever it may be, produces certain corresponding sensations and emotions. But none can produce such deep emotions as the idea of God. It moves the whole soul. It is the ultimate consecrated essence of all thought. The man who is brought under its influence is prostrated in abasement, or nerved to patient endurance, or driven into wild fanaticism. It calms and soothes. It fills with light. It puts into a trance. Mental sensations may be pleasurable, just as those of the body, and the deeper the sensation, the more intense the satisfaction. In their simple religion, these attributes of God are really, as well as ostensibly, the nucleus, the soul of the matter. All things else are merely corollaries to, and deductions from them, matter that is evidently very subordinate. Theirs is a religion of one idea, the idea of God, and the calling up within them of this idea is their prayer. Or we may put this in another way. We may say that prayer is with them the conscious presentation to their minds of certain ideas, and the prostration of their minds before them, namely, the ideas of the different forms of moral perfectness, the idea of intellectual perfectness or complete knowledge, and the idea belonging to the physical order of perfect power. Their conception of these ideas is, of course, not identical with ours, but such as their past history and the existing conditions of Eastern society enable them to attain to. We can separate this effort of theirs into two parts. First, there is the creation in the mind of these ideas of the several kinds of perfectness, and then there is the effect the holding of them in the mind has on the mind itself. That effect is the production in themselves of a tendency towards making these forms of moral being, such as they have been conceived, instinctive sentiments and instinctive principles of action. In this view, prayer is with the Oriental the effort by which he both forms the conception of what is good and actually becomes good, both, of course, in accordance with the measure of what is possible for him. But why, it may be asked, should he do this? All men who have lived in organized societies have done it, though indeed the character of the act has not in all been so distinctly moral as it is with the Oriental. Still, it has been a natural ladder by which individuals and communities, and mankind generally, have mounted from lower to higher stages of moral being. It has been the natural means by which the moral ideas, which the working of the successive stages of social progress suggested, have been brought into shape, purified, disseminated, and made universal and instinctive. As respects the community, everybody understands that its peace and order, and even that its existence, very much depend on there being a general unanimity in moral ideas and sentiments throughout all its classes and members. And it has always been perceived that the most effectual way of bringing this about is that all should have the same object of worship, that is to say, that the prayers of all should be the same. Formerly, when these things were more studied than they are now, this was regarded as the one paramount way. Fellow citizens, then, were those who worshipped the same gods in the same temples. Aliens were those who worshipped other gods. There could be no citizenship where there was a diversity of prayers, for that gave rise to, and implied, a diversity of moral standards, and with respect to the individual, the spontaneous working of what is within has pretty generally revealed to him that this moral effect of prayer in his highest personal concern. He regards it as the advancement of his truest self, for if he is not a moral being, he cannot tell in what he differs specifically from the lower animals, and prayer he knows it is which has been the chief means for keeping alive and nurturing and bringing into form his moral being. It gives birth, form, permanence, and vitality to moral aspirations. To dwell for a moment longer on the subject, looking still at the same fact, but now from a somewhat different point of view. The object of their prayer has been the highly compound abstraction of all, but more especially in the moral order that would, according to their ideas and knowledge, contribute towards the upholding and building up of a human society. We see indications of this elsewhere, besides among Orientals. In a democracy, wisdom and counsel in the general body of the community are necessary, and so at Athens was worshipped the goddess of wisdom. The maintenance and enlargement of Rome depended on the sword, and so the god of Rome was the god of war. The martial spirit and martial virtues were necessary to them. When concord became necessary, a temple was erected to concord. This also explains the deification of living Egyptian pharaohs and of living Roman emperors. Each was, in his time, the presens deus of society. What was done by their providence. Their will was the law of society and its regulative power. Even revealed religion is not exempt from this necessity. When the existence of the Hebrew people depended on the sword, Jehovah was the Lord of hosts, the God of battles. He taught the hands to war and the fingers to fight. He gave them the victory over all their enemies round about. He it was who made them a peculiar people, that is to say, who brought about within them the sentiment of national exclusiveness, and who, in short, made them zealous of all the good works that would maintain society under its existing conditions and circumstances. At the Christian epoch, when the chief hope of the world was in peace and order, he was regarded as the institutor of civil government, and as having made all people of one blood, so that there could be no ground for anything exclusive. As men's ideas changed, the substance of their prayers changed correspondingly. To deny these facts is to deny both history and the plain, unmistakable announcements of the sacred volume, and to reject the grand, simple, instructive explanation universal history thus gives, is to refuse to accept that view of the working of providence in human affairs, which God submits to our consideration, just as he does the order and the mind of the visible material world. It is, in fact, to refuse to be taught of God. But to return to the modern Egypto-Arabs. To us there appears to be very little, surprisingly little in their minds. They have but little thought about political matters, no thoughts about history, no thoughts about the knowledge of outward nature. Their ideas, then, of God, which are the summary of their religion, obtain full sway over them. Prayer is the continual exhibition of them to their minds. It stirs and keeps alive their hearts and souls. While these ideas are acting upon them, they are conscious of an unselfish and sublime exaltation of their moral and intellectual being. With us, prayer has somewhat of a different aspect, both as to its immediate source and even apparently, in some degree, as to its substance. It is not always primarily or mainly an attempt to bring our inmost thought into contact with the pure and simple idea of God. It almost seems as if something had occurred which had interposed an insulating medium between our hearts and that idea, which cannot now, as of old, directly reach our hearts and generate within them its own forms of moral perfectness. Much of our prayer is prompted by the thought of our own wants and of our own sins, and so has something of a personal and of a selfish character. Still, perhaps, this is ultimately the same thing. It may be only an indirect way of reaching the same point. It is evidently a perpetual reminder of our moral requirements and a perpetual effort to form just and elevated conceptions of those requirements. This mode of culture quickens the moral sentiments, raises them to the level of their immediate purpose, and makes them distinct, vigorous, ever-present, and instinctive. What has been said will explain why Orientals pray in set forms of words. Words represent ideas, and the prophet or the saint, whose mind is in a state of extraordinary religious exaltation, and the general thought of religious teachers and of religious people, can, of course, better imagine the attributes of deity and clothe what they imagine in more appropriate words than ordinary people could. It is, therefore, better to take their words than to leave the matter to the ignorant, the unimaginative, and the dead in soul. Under their system of unchangeable forms, all become alike animated by the best ideas, presented in the most suitable words. This will explain why they practice repetitions. With their method, it is a necessity. Short forms, composed of as few ideas as a piece of granite is of ingredients, and as inelastic and inexpansive, and those forms incessantly repeated, could not affect us in the way of prayer, but they mightily affect the Oriental. They are both the frame in which his mind and life are set, and the spring upon which they are wound up. In short and in truth, these ideas are the seminal germs which fecundate legitimately the moral capabilities of his nature, which, if unquickened by their contact, either will become aborted, or by having been brought into contact with other illegitimate ideas, will give birth to abnormal and more or less pernicious developments. End of section 38. Section 39 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Pilgrimage. He hath forsaken his wife and children, and betaken himself to a pilgrim's life. Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. The pilgrimage to Mecca occupies a large place in the thoughts and is the great event in the life of every true believer. And where the faith is so elementary, so much reduced to the very simplest expression of belief, all are believers. The great event of the year at Cairo is the return of the caravan of pilgrims from Mecca. The whole city is moved. Many go out to welcome back the happy saints. At no other time are men or women so demonstrative. In these days, no Christian people, except the lower classes in Russia, have the ideas which produce these emotions. No others are, speaking of the bulk of the people generally, in the pilgrim condition of mind. There was, however, a time when in this matter we were all alike. The pilgrim's staff and shell were then as common and as much valued in England as elsewhere. We now ask how these ideas came to exist in men's minds. An equally pertinent question is how they became extinct. The answer to either will be the answer to both. A little vivisection, which may be practiced on the mind of the modern Arab, will reveal to us the secret. On dissecting it, we find that it is in that state in which the distinction between things moral and spiritual on the one side and things physical on the other has not yet been made. These two classes of ideas are in his mind in a state of intimate fluid commixture. There is a vast difference here between the mind of the Arab and that of the European, excepting, of course, from the latter a large part of the Greek communion and some small fractions of the most behindhand of the Latin. With us, these two classes of ideas have become disentangled and have separated themselves from each other. Each has crystallized into its own proper form and retired into its own proper domain. Hence, it is that the idea of the value of pilgrimages still holds its ground amongst them, but has disappeared from amongst us. It belongs to precisely the same class of ideas as the belief that if a man drinks the ink with which a text of the Koran has been written, dissolved in a cup of water, he will be thereby spiritually benefited, that bodily uncleanness injuriously affects the soul, that having eaten some particles of dust from the prophet's tomb makes you a better man, or to take the process reversely, that the thoughts of an envious or covetous man, the evil eye, will do you some bodily hurt, or that ghouls and afrits, creatures of your mind, feed on dead bodies and throw stones at you from the housetop. When our Christian ancestors were in the same stage of mental progress, similar beliefs, or rather confusions of ideas, some precisely the same, were manifested in them. A great advance has been made when men have come to see that what defiles is not what goes in at the mouth, but what comes from the heart. This is a wide application. At all events, men, when it is seen, go no more pilgrimages. I went up to Jerusalem with the ideas about pilgrimages I have just set down stirring in my mind. My object in going was that I might be enabled the better to understand history by making myself acquainted with the very scenes on which it had been enacted. I wished to become familiar with those peculiar local aspects and influences of nature which had gone some way towards forming the character of those who had made the history, and which had, indeed, themselves had in this way much to do with the making of it. Nothing could be further from the pilgrim condition of mind. I believe, however, that I did not come away with my, as some would call it, cold-blooded philosophy quite untouched. True, I turned with repugnance from the scenes that presented themselves around the supposed Holy Sepulchre. I felt commiseration, mingled in some sort with respect, for the prostrations, the tears, the hysterical sobs of the poor Greek, Armenian, and Latin pilgrims. I contemplated them for a time, till feelings of pain preponderated, which, as I turned away, were exchanged only for feelings of disgust, as I saw the priests and thought of their frauds, their greed, their indifference, their dirt, and their mutual animosities. I again had to repress the same feelings in the Garden of Gethsemane, when I found it in possession of some unusually begrimed monks, who had enclosed it with a wall 10 feet high, and without a single opening through which the eye could catch a glimpse of the interior, and who only admitted you in the hope of bakshish. Still, the pilgrim feeling grew upon me. I had crossed the brook Kidron to a place where there had been a garden. I had stood in what had been the courts of the temple, and where had been the temple itself. I had looked on the goodly stones of the substructures of the temple. I had beheld the city from the Mount of Olives. In my walks around the walls, I had stood on the rock, somewhere at the northwest angle, where the light of the world had sealed his truth with his life-blood. Imagination on the spot had recalled the particulars of the scene. Day by day I was conscious that the pilgrim feeling was gaining strength within me. And now that I am quietly at home again, I can hardly persuade myself but that I am in a different position from what I was in before. I can hardly think that I am just as other men are, that all this is nothing. I have trodden the same ground, I have been warmed by the same sun, and I have breathed the same air as he. I have looked on the same objects, and they have impressed on my brain the same images as on his. But we must get over these pilgrim feelings. We must not allow ourselves to be juggled and cheated by the old confusion of things physical with things spiritual. It is not poetry to put the chaff for the corn. There is no talisman like truth. He is not there, nor are we the nearer to him for being there. He still exists for us in his words. The thought, the spirit that is in them, we can take into our hearts and minds. This is truly to be very near to him. This is to be one with him. This is a pilgrimage all can go on, and which really saves. End of section 39. Section 40 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Arab Superstitions, the Evil Eye. Many an amulet and charm that would do neither good nor harm. Hudibras. The traveler in Egypt who observes what is before him and feels an interest in conversing with the natives will have many opportunities for learning something about their superstitious or religious ideas. For, of course, much that with them is religion, with us would be superstition, such as their belief in charms and amulets, and in the beneficial or remedial efficacy of utterly irrelevant acts and prescriptions. This is a large, indeed almost an inexhaustible subject, because it pervades their whole lives, influencing almost everything they do, and every thought that passes through their minds. Whenever an Arab wishes to attain to, or to escape from anything, his method of proceeding is not to use the means, or, if he does, not to be content with them, which in the nature of things would lead to the desired result, but to depend either entirely, or at all events as a collateral means, on something else which can have no possible bearing on his object, but which, in consequence of the presence in his mind of certain ideas, and the absence of certain others, he thinks will have, or ought to have, some impossible effects. Among Egyptians, it is so with all Orientals. There is a universal belief in the potency of the evil eye. If anyone has looked upon an object with envious or covetous feelings, evil will ensue. Not, however, and this is the heart and the peculiarity of the superstition, to the covetous or envious man, but to the coveted or envied object. I will attempt presently to explain this inversion of moral ideas. A mother in easy circumstances will keep her child in shabby clothes and begrimed with dirt, in order that those who see it may not think it beautiful, and so cast an envious or covetous eye upon it. Some conspicuous object is placed among the caparisons of a handsome horse or camel, that the eye of the passer-by may be attracted to it, and so withdrawn from the animal itself. The entire dress of a Nubian young lady consists of a fringe of shredded leather, 2 or 3 inches deep, worn round the loins. On the upper edge of this fringe, 2 or 3 bunches of small white cowrie shells are fastened. The traveler might at first, and probably generally does, suppose that this is merely a piece of coquetry, inspired by the desire to attract attention. The truth is the reverse. The white shells against the ebon skin are, it is true, intended to attract attention, not at all, however, in the way of coquetry, but from the opposite wish that the eye of the passer-by may be attracted to the shells, and thus that the wearer may herself escape the effects of the coveting evil eye. There is the same motive in the adoption by women of gold coins as ornaments for the head. Let the eye be attracted to that coveted and precious object, and diverted from the face. So also with the use of the veil, and so with many other preventive devices. But as the source of the mischief is in the heart of the beholder, prevention may go further, and may dry up, if the effort be wisely made, the source of the evil at the fountainhead. This is to be done by so disciplining men's minds as that they shall habitually refrain from looking on anything with envious or covetous thoughts. The method they have adopted for effecting this desirable change in the heart is to make it a point of religion and of good manners, that a man shall so word his admiration as, at the same time, to express renunciation of any wish to possess the beautiful or desirable object before him that belongs to another. He must not express his admiration of it simply. It would be reprehensible for him to say of a beautiful child, or dress, or jewel, or garden, or anything that was another's. How charming, how beautiful! He must associate his admiration with the idea of God and with the acknowledgement that he submits to the behest of God that has given it to another. This he does by saying, God's will be done, mashallah, or by some similar expression. If he should so far forget propriety as to express himself otherwise, the bystanders would recall him to good manners and a proper sense of religion in the matter by reproving him. But supposing all these preventive measures of strategy, religion, and politeness have failed, and the evil eye notwithstanding must needs alight on some object, what is to be done then? The only resource is in the recognized counteragents. These are of two kinds, those which have a prophylactic and those which have a remedial efficacy. To the first belong some selected texts of the Koran, or the whole of the sacred volume, which must be enclosed in a suitable receptacle and hung about the neck of the person to be protected. A little piece of alum has the same effect. Some have recourse to the 99 titles of the deity. Others prefer the titles, equal in number, of the prophet. These may be kept in the house as well as about the person. Lane has an interesting chapter on Arab superstitions, from which we may gather that the names of the 7 sleepers of Ephesus and of their dog, and the names of the few paltry articles of furniture left by the prophet, have great potency. But supposing these and other such prophylactics have failed, as must sometimes happen, in averting the evil eye, nothing remains then but the use of antidotes. One that commends itself to general adoption is to prick a piece of paper with a pin to represent the eye of the envious man, and then to burn it. Another that is equally efficacious is to burn a compound of several pinches of salt, stained with different colors, and mixed with storax, wormwood, and other matters. But I need not pursue this part of a single subject any farther. What has been said will be enough to show what are their ideas as to the ways in which the evil eye is to be combated. And now for the explanation I would venture to offer of what is to us the strangest part of the matter, that such a belief as this of the evil eye should have had any existence at all, because it involves the immoral idea that all the suffering falls on the innocent victim, and that there is no retribution for the guilty cause of the mischief. This, I am disposed to think, has been brought about by the facts and experience of life in the East. There the evil eye has always had a very real and fearful significance, and people have done very wisely in endeavoring to guard against it. It never would have done in that part of the world, nor would it do at this day in Cairo, or anywhere else, even down to the most secluded village, for one to flaunt before the world what others might covet or envy him the possession of. The simple plan there has ever been that those should take who have the power, and that those only should keep who are not known to possess. A man who had a beautiful wife or child, or costly jewel, or a showy horse or camel, or anything good, if it were observed and known, would at any time in the East have been pretty sure to lose it, and perhaps with it his own life into the bargain. This, of course, has been a master fact in forming the manners and customs of the people. Hence their ideas about the evil eye. What befell Uriah and Naboth has befallen many everywhere. Hence the wisdom of keeping good things out of sight and of diverting attention from them. Hence the belief that the evil is for the innocent possessor and not for the wicked envier or coveter. The methods adopted for obviating its effects are, of course, merely the offspring of fear acting on ignorance. I need not give any further illustrations of this condition of the Arab mind. A general statement will now be sufficient. Every evil that flesh is heir to, every ailment, every as yet unsatisfied yearning, every loss, every suffering has its appropriate treatment, all being of the same character as that which prescribes for some moral obliquity in A's mind that B should burn a piece of alum or of storax purchased on a particular day. Some of these practices are laughable, some disgusting. Some that are of the latter class recall Herodotus's story of the means to which King Pharaoh, in the days of old Egypt, had recourse for the recovery of his sight. It is cheap to laugh at these ideas and practices, but we have ourselves passed in this matter through the same stage. We had our day of such remedies, when we attempted to cure diseases and to dispel evil influences with charms and amulets, and to ensure success by having recourse to the luck that was supposed to be in days, and things, and names, and places. The memory of all this has not, even yet, completely vanished from amongst us. The echo of it may still at times be heard. The history of all people shows that these things contain the germ of the empirical art of medicine. The first step in real progress is the abandonment of the idea that disease is the irreversible decree of heaven or of fate. The second stage, that in which the Orientals now are, is the metaphysical treatment of disease, that which assumes that each disease is to be met by something which, from some fancied analogy or fitness or antagonism, it is supposed ought to counteract it. This is futile in itself, but not in its ulterior consequences, for it issues eventually in the discovery of the true remedies. In time, if circumstances favor, the subject comes to be treated scientifically. Every ailment is then deliberately examined with the view of discovering in what it actually consists, and remedies are applied which, in accordance with the known laws and properties of things, it is reasonably hoped will check its growth or remove it. It is curious to observe, while we are on this subject, that homeopathy is only a reversion to old ways of thinking. Its foundation is the metaphysical dictum that like cures like, and its practice that these or some other globules will in each case produce artificially the desired disease is as contrary to the evidence of the senses and the known properties of the globules as anything to be found in Arab therapeutics. End of section 40. Section 41 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Oriental Cleanliness. Wash and be clean. 2 Kings. On the subject of cleanliness, Orientals' ideas are the very reverse of what, to a time within the memory of the present generation of Englishmen, we entertained. Our idea used to be that it meant a clean shirt. Theirs is that it means a clean skin. The Mr. Smith, who some 40 years ago obtained during his university career his differentiating epithet from his practice of changing his linen 3 times a day, would probably, from unfamiliarity with the bath, have been regarded by Orientals, as might many a beau of that and of the preceding generation, as an insufferably dirty fellow. The annoyance Thackeray represents an old lawyer in chambers as feeling at the daily splashings of the young barrister over his head, and his inability to imagine how sanity of mind or body could be compatible with such a practice, fixed the date, now about 30 years ago, when our manners and customs were changing on this point. The old Oriental ideas, which go so much further towards satisfying the requirements of the case, are still carefully maintained. In order that they may become habitual and universal, they have been made imperative by religion. The when, the where, and the how have all been prescribed. The shaving also of the head, the plucking out of hair, the use of depilatories and circumcision, which is practiced even by the Christian Copts, are customs which, though not imposed by religion, are generally observed, because they contribute to the same object as their frequent and scrupulous ablutions. With these practices, we must class their ideas about the uncleanness of dead bodies and the defilement contracted by contact with them, for, of course, the idea of defilement had its origin in the fear of what might engender or convey disease. The persistent Oriental aversion to knives and forks may be connected with the subject. The disinclination to use them may arise out of an uncertainty as to whether they may not have contracted defilement, which might sometimes mean the power of conveying infection. The leprosy of the East and the cutaneous diseases of that part of the world, almost all the diseases mentioned in the Old Testament, are more or less of this kind, are at the bottom of these ideas and practices. On the whole, we can have no doubt but that, if they were as uncleanly and careless about these matters as a large portion of our own population, the range of many bad diseases, climate and meagerness of diet being their predisposing causes, would be very greatly extended. As things, however, are, it is pleasing to observe how carefully all classes in the East attend, in their way, to personal cleanliness. The poorest, even those who cannot afford a change of clothes, do not appear to neglect it. The stoker of an Egyptian steamer does not look like a stoker throughout the whole of the 24 hours, nor would, if there were such people, an Egyptian chimney sweeper never be seen without the grime of his work. It must have been for reasons of the kind I have referred to, though doubtless religious grounds were imagined for the practice, for those were times when there was no other way of thinking about or of putting such matters, which led the Egyptian priesthood to abstain, in their own persons, from the use of woolen garments. Habiliments of this material, from their condition not being readily ascertainable by the eye, and from their not being chilly to the skin when saturated with perspiration, are less likely to be frequently washed than those which are made of vegetable fibers. It is much the same with silk and leather. We know that in the Middle Ages, woolens, which were then very much in use next to the skin, were not very frequently washed, though the soap which would have thoroughly cleansed them had then been known for centuries, for it had been an old invention of the Germans, among whom the Romans had found it in use. The same negligence, we may be sure, had existed to an equal or greater extent in all the Old World. At that time, the washing, especially of woolens, was costly, and could only have been insufficiently accomplished. The Egyptians, we know, used alkaline preparations for rendering soluble the animal matter their clothes had contracted by being worn, that is to say, for washing them. They were probably also acquainted with the solvent and detergent properties of the animal appliance, which the Emperor Vespasian was bantered for having excised. We may suppose this, because its washing power is referable to the alkaline matter contained in it, which was just what they were in the practice of collecting for washing their clothes, and also because the supply derived from the camel was known to be particularly effective for this purpose. In passing, the unsavory tax just referred to was imposed as a method of making the scourers so large and important a trade at Rome that they had their own quarter of the city pay for licenses to carry on their business in such a manner that in each case the cost of the license should be proportioned to the amount of business carried on. This was effected by taxing the chief material employed in the trade. The impost must have been productive, for it was retained as an item of Roman excise for 2 centuries. These were means, however, which were never likely to have been turned to much account anywhere by the mass of the people. The consequences, of course, would be serious. The animal matter that accumulated and was decomposed in such clothing so used must to some extent have been reabsorbed through the pores of the skin, and so have been the fruitful source of cutaneous and other disorders. Probably this was the very cause why our forefathers were visited so frequently by the plague and jail fevers. The priests of old Egypt quite understood how prejudicial to health, particularly in that climate, are all practices of this kind, and they felt that it behoved them, as the teachers of the people, to set an example of cleanliness in such matters. To do this was also pleasing to their thought, because it symbolized and appeared to have some connection with the analogous virtue of moral purity, and so they imposed on themselves the ceremonial observance of abstaining from woolen garments. There could be no question about the perfect cleanness, such as became a priest, of their robes of glistening white linen. This was a lesson to every eye. Such were the thoughts and practices of men on these subjects in the valley of Old Nile, at least 6, no one can tell how many more, 1,000 years ago. Orientals' regard for cleanliness, I said, is shown in their way, because as might have been expected of ceremonial practices, it does not extend beyond the letter of the law. The object and spirit of the law, as is usual in such cases, having been lost sight of. The letter of the law is compatible with untidiness and dirt in their houses, and does not exact anything from children, who are as yet too young for religious observances. Their houses, therefore, and children, are singularly untidy and dirty. Why make burdens unnecessarily severe? Why go beyond the letter? If they submit to the law in what it directs, surely they may indemnify themselves by compensatory neglect in what it does not direct. This element of feebleness and failure is inherent in all religious systems which undertake to think for the whole community in every matter. It is as conspicuous in Romanism as in Mahomedanism. The letter killeth, the spirit it is that giveth life. Up to a certain point, but it is one that is soon reached, they elevate and give light. When that point has been reached, they arrest and abort moral growth and extinguish light. End of section 41. Section 42 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Why Orientals are not Republicans. That grass does not grow on stones is not the fault of the rain. Oriental proverb. It seems strange that republicanism should never have commended itself to the minds of Orientals. Some of the conditions to which they have been subjected, and some of their ideas ought, one might have thought, to have engendered the wish to give a trial to this form of polity. Socially, ideas of aristocratic exclusiveness have little weight with them, and politically none at all. The expression of taking a man from the dunghill and setting him among princes is old, and represents an old practice, and it is a proceeding with which they are to this day in their government and the hierarchy of office quite familiar. This ultra-democratic idea of the equal fitness, even for the highest places, of men taken from any class in society, offends none of their sentiments or instincts. They would not be shocked at seeing one who had begun life as a donkey boy or a barber, so long as he was an Arab or Osmanli and a true believer, raised to be a pasha. Then, too, no people in the world have suffered so much and so long from their respective governments as the Orientals have from their despotic monarchies, administered by a descending series of hardly responsible governors. As to general manners and ideas, there is probably a greater amount of uniformity in the East among all classes than is to be found elsewhere. One might have supposed that all this, at one time or another, sooner or later, would have disposed them to take refuge in republicanism. We have, however, no instance of the idea having been entertained. It seems as if they had no capacity for apprehending it, for the account Herodotus gives us of the proposal to democratize the government of Persia is a transparent Greek fable. At all events, taking the story as we have it, the mover was unable to find a seconder for his proposal. This phenomenon in their history surprises us. It is, however, their history, which enables us to understand it, and to understand it completely. They never possessed a legislature. This, which every little Greek city possessed, which was the very soul of Greek political life, and has ever been, more or less, a necessity of European political life, never could have been known in the East. There the idea never had any place in men's minds, or, if it had, was aborted in the embryo stage, and never saw the light. In short, with them a legislature was an impossibility, for as their laws have always been a revelation from God, any attempt to legislate would have been nothing less than a direct and formal denial and renunciation of their religion. In their systems, therefore, there has been room only for the administrative and executive departments of government. These, of course, are secondary. With that which was first and highest and regulative of the whole, man had nothing at all to do. Under such a state of things, the administrative and executive would naturally fall into the hands of those who are best acquainted with the law, that is, of those who are its constituted guardians, as priests, elders, doctors of the law, etc., and of those who in any way, by force or favor, could attain to power and office. Here is no place for republican or democratic ideas. The whole ground in every man's mind is preoccupied with ideas that are antagonistic to them. If Orientals had had to make their own laws, republicanism would have been as common in the East as in the West, perhaps more so. In the Mosaic polity, though it was in some respects very favorable to democracy, we see the absence of the legislative function, leading necessarily in the end to a monarchy, the monarchy having been preceded by a rude exercise of administrative and executive functions, based in the main on such moral and intellectual qualifications as the system required. That the people, in general assemblies, or through any other machinery, should take into their own hands the management of their own affairs, was an idea that never at any time appears to have occurred to them. It was alien to their system to imagine that the will of the people was the source of power, or that law was the best reason of the community made binding on all. One can hardly understand, without some personal observation, and thinking out what has been observed, how completely these Oriental systems extinguish liberty in every matter. Not only do they deny to nations the right to frame their laws in conformity with the varying needs of times and circumstances, but they even abrogate the liberty of the individual to exercise his own judgment with respect to almost everything he has to do, and almost to say throughout life. Law being a fixed, immutable thing, it becomes unavoidable, but that customs and manners should be equally fixed and immutable. The extent to which this is carried is, till one has witnessed it oneself, something difficult to believe, indeed to comprehend. Every thought and emotion must be swathed up in a certain prescribed form of words. The mummy of an Egyptian of the old times, tightly bandaged, stiff and lifeless, is the image of the modern Egyptian's mind. He has no kind of freedom. He is but a walking and breathing mummy. Everything in the political, social, moral, and intellectual order has been arranged and settled for everybody, and everybody thoroughly and completely accepts the whole settlement, because it comes to him from God, because it is the same to all classes and individuals as to himself, and because the reasons, and as far as they go the advantages, of the settlement are obvious, and commend themselves to his understanding. In no mind, therefore, Is there anything to give rise to the germ of a desire to disturb the settlement? Here, then, there is nothing which can cause the idea of political liberty to germinate. Let the seed be sown again and again, it will fall always upon the rock. End of section 42. Section 43 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Polygamy, its cause. Presto maturo, presto marcio, Italian proverb. The traveler is stuck with the various ways in which the relation of the sexes that obtains throughout the East has modified the manners and customs and the whole life of the people. Female society is impossible. Women are not seen in the mosques at times of prayer, and, we are told, are seldom known to pray at home, never having been taught the ceremonies requisite for prayer. One may walk through a crowded street and not see a woman among the passers-by. A woman cannot, in the regular order of things, see the man who is to be her husband, or hold any converse with him, till the marriage contract is executed, and she has entered his house. Nor after marriage can she, with the exception of her father and brothers, have any social intercourse with men. One cannot but ask what it is that has given rise to manners and customs so opposite to all we deem wise and desirable in this matter. We see at a glance that they are the offspring of distrust and jealousy, and of a distrust and jealousy which, though unfelt by ourselves, exist in a high degree among Orientals. What then is it that gives rise in them to these unpleasant feelings? It must be some fact which not only has the power of producing all this distrust and jealousy, drawing after them consequences of sufficient reach to determine the whole character of the relations of the sexes to each other, but it must also be something that is peculiarly their own. Now all these conditions are fulfilled by polygamy, and by nothing else. The fact that a man may possess a plurality of wives, and as many odalisques as he can afford, and may wish to have in his establishment, is the one element in Oriental life to which everything else must accommodate itself. Reverse the case, and setting aside exceptional instances, consider what, on the ordinary principles of human conduct, would be the general working of the reverse of the practice. What would be the state of things, and the customs and manners which would naturally arise if the wife had to retain the affection of a plurality of husbands? Would not, in that case, each woman, supposing they had the power of establishing and enforcing what regulations they pleased, take very good care that their husbands should have as little as possible to do with other women? Would the singular wife allow the plural husbands to see or converse with any woman but herself? Would she not confine them in the men's apartments? Would she allow them to go abroad unveiled? The distrust and jealousy the women under such arrangements would feel have, under existing arrangements, been felt by the men. They have acted on these feelings, and hence have been derived the manners and customs of the East in this matter. There is nothing in the objection that all do not practice polygamy. All may practice it, and that is the condition to which the general manners and customs must adjust themselves. What all recognize as right and proper, and what all may act upon, is what has to be provided for. But we have not yet got to the bottom of the matter. Certain manners and customs may be seen clearly to be the consequences of a certain practice. The subject, however, is not fully understood till we have gone one step further and discovered what gave rise to the practice. The attempt is often made to dispose of this question offhand by an assumption that passion burns with a fiercer flame in the East than in the West. This is what a man means when you hear him talking of the cold European and of the fiery Arab, the supposed excessive warmth of the constitution of the latter being credited to the fervor of the eastern sun. There is, however, no evidence of this in the facts of the case, nor does it account for them. If this is the true explanation, we ought to find polyandry practiced as well as polygamy. But there is no evidence that this flame burns with a fiercer heat in Asia than in Europe. The probability is that it is what may be called a constant quantity. In investigating this, just as any other matter, what we have to do is to ascertain the facts of the case, and then to see what can be fairly inferred from them. Now, undoubtedly, the main fact here is that there is a certain polygamic area. It is sufficiently well defined. It embraces North Africa, Egypt, Arabia, Syria, and Persia. I do not mean that polygamy has never been practiced elsewhere. Like all other customs, it may have been carried beyond its proper boundaries. We know that it has been. What I mean is that the area indicated is, and ever has been, its true and natural home. The monogamic area of Europe is equally distinct. Asia Minor is an intermediate, indeterminate region, which, though it is an outlying peninsula of Asia by situation, approximates more closely to Europe in its general features. Now this polygamic area has one pervading, predominant physical characteristic. It is a region of dry, sandy deserts, or rather, it is one vast sandy desert, interspersed with habitable districts. This renders its climate not only exceptionally dry, but also from its comparative cloudlessness exceptionally bright, which is not an immaterial point, and too exceptionally scorching. An excess, then, of aridity, light, and heat is its distinguishing peculiarity. These influences are all at their maximum in Arabia, which is in every way its true heart and center, and in particular, the seedbed and nursery of the race best adapted to the region, and which, at last, flooded the whole of it with its blood, its customs, and its laws. These are all thoroughly indigenous and racy of the soil, as much its own proper product and fruit as the date is of the palm, or the palm itself of the region in which it is found. But of the woman of this region, it is an obvious result of the aridity of the air, its almost constant heat, and of the floods of light with which everything living is ceaselessly bathed and stimulated, that she is, in comparison with the woman of Europe, forced into precocious development and maturity, and consequently, which is the main point, and indeed the governing element in the matter, into premature decline and decay. To signalize one particular that is external and visible, this climate appears to expand, to dry, to wither, to wrinkle the skin with a rapidity and to a degree unknown in our more humid and temperate regions. A woman, under these trying influences, is soon old. Between 9 and 10 is the age of womanhood. Marriage even often takes place at this age, or soon after. She is quite at her best at 15. Decay is visible at 20. There are signs of age at 25. Men, too, from reasons easily explained, marry much younger there than is customary, I might say, than is possible with us. Our civilization is based on intellect far more than theirs, and it takes with us a long time for a youth to acquire the knowledge he will find requisite in life. School claims him with those who can afford the time till he is 18, and with many the status pupillaris is continued at the university for 3 years longer, and no one would think that even then the age for marriage has arrived. And here again, much more is required for supporting life through all ranks of society. This is another prohibition against a young man's marrying early. He must first work himself into a position in which he will have the means of maintaining a family in the way required here, or wait till he has a fair prospect of being able to do so. All this requires time, but in the East, where wants are few and not much knowledge is needed, a youth may marry very early. I saw at Jerusalem the son of the sheikh of the great mosque of Omar, who was then, though only a lad of 16 years of age, already married to 2 wives. And so it follows that in this region, before men have attained to even the prime of life, their wives are getting old. A necessary consequence of this must be that polygamy will come to be as natural as marriage itself. It has, at all events, been so hitherto. The facilities for divorce which law and custom provide in these countries, all that is needed is a writing of divorcement, are a result of the same causes. They are, in fact, a corollary to the practice of polygamy. They enable both the man and the woman to escape from what, under the system of polygamy, must often become an insupportable situation, and have the practical effect of making marriage only a temporary arrangement. Indeed, sometimes even before the marriage contract is entered into, the law of divorcement is discounted in this way by the mutual agreement of both parties. That age cannot wither her is then precisely the opposite of being a characteristic of the Arab or even of the Oriental woman. Had it been otherwise with them, polygamy would never have been the practice over this large portion of the earth's surface. In our cold, humid, dull climate, opposite conditions have produced opposite effects. Here the woman arrives slowly at maturity, and, which is the great point, fights a good fight against the inroads of age. Man has no advantage over her in this respect, and when she is marriageable, she is not a child of 10 years of age, but a woman of 20, with sufficient knowledge and firmness of character to secure her own rights. The consequence, therefore, here is that men have felt no necessity for maintaining a plurality of wives, and if they had wished for it, the women would not have allowed them to have it. Voilà tout. Nature it is that has made us monogamists. No religion that has ever been accepted in Europe has legislated in favor of the opposite practice, because it was obvious, and all men were agreed on the point, that monogamy was most suitable to and the best arrangement for us. The exceptional existence of the Arabic custom in European Turkey is one of those exceptions which prove a rule. Suppose that in the evolution of those ups and downs to which our earth's surface is subject, it is destined that the waves of the ocean shall again roll over the vast expanse of the Sahara, which, as things are now, is one of nature's greatest factories for desiccated air. Then every wind that will blow from the west or the southwest over the present polygamic area will be charged with moisture and will bring clouds that will not only give rain, but will also very much diminish the amount of light which is now poured down upon it. Suppose, too, something of the same kind to have been brought about with respect to the great Syro-Arabian desert. Northerly and easterly winds will then also have the same effect. What now withers will have become humid. There will be no more tent life. Better houses will be required, more clothing, more food, more fuel. Men will not marry so early. Women will not get old so soon. Polygamy will die out of the region. Religion will be so modified as to accept, to hallow, and to legislate for the new ideas, which the new conditions and necessities will have engendered. Religion will then forbid polygamy. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Egypt and the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Houriism. Married, not mated. there are some aspects and incidents of the subject of the preceding chapter which, though one would prefer passing them by unnoticed, cannot be omitted from an honest attempt to sketch the peculiarities of Eastern life. For instance, in the Christian heaven, they neither marry nor are given in marriage. Of this everybody approves. At all events, one never met or heard of a Christian who wished it otherwise. In the Mohammedan heaven, however, those who have kept the faith and lived holy lives will be rewarded with houris, damsels whose earthly charms have been perfected for the harems of paradise. This article of his faith is of such a nature that it colors all the believer's conceptions not only of the life that is to come, but also of the life that is now. The vision of these companions, as bright as stars and as many in number, is so attractive and so engrossing that all other thoughts of paradise die out of the mind and heart by the side of it. It is enough. It is paradise. And if so, then the houris of the earth are the paradise of earth. I have been told by men who have resided long in the East and have had good opportunities for knowing the people well, that the facts of life there have conformed themselves to this anticipation. The houris of earth are the end-all and be-all of Oriental life. Unlike anything amongst ourselves, it is with a view to them that even the arrangements of Oriental houses are designed. No wonder men think they cannot make too much of or guard too carefully this treasure, for what more can heaven itself give them? Each, therefore, at once makes for himself in this matter, as far as his means allow, a present paradise. The sheikh of the great mosque of Omar at Jerusalem introduced me to his son, a lad of 16, who was, as I have lately mentioned, already the master of 2 houris. It is said at Cairo that this part of the present Khedive's household does not at all fall short of what might be expected of the ruler of Egypt. To Oriental thought there is nothing incongruous, nothing unbecoming, in their prophet, the chosen recipient of the divine mind, and of all men the most absorbed in holy things, having been a matrimonial pluralist. This is the very opposite to a sentiment with which the European world has been made familiar. The sentiment that husband or wife cannot be loved except at the expense of the love of God, that it would be well if love were no worse than of the earth earthy, that those who do lifelong violence to this master sentiment of our youthful nature, who trample upon it and endeavor to extinguish it, and who put in its place such feelings as minds that do this despite to nature can alone originate, are better and purer and holier than those who accept the duties and cares and happiness of wedded life. It is strange that these ideas, which through a natural reaction had their birthplace in the East, are now most alien to Oriental modes of thought. Orientals are not more luxurious than ourselves. The difference is that their luxury is directed more exclusively to one object, and that one object is of such a nature as to make their luxury more enervating than ours. Their luxury is houris, and all that appertains to them, and all that contributes to investing their society with a halo of sensuous delights. Gorgeous apartments, plashing fountains, shady and color-enameled gardens, exquisite odors. Our universal luxury does not relax the fiber of our minds and bodies as much as their one particular luxury does theirs. We may bring ourselves to understand, to some extent, how this system acts on Orientals by picturing to our thought how it would act on ourselves. Take the first 50 men you meet in the Strand or see coming out of a church. Look into their faces and endeavor to make out what you can about them from their appearance. They are evidently most of them married men. This means with us that their bark of life, as respects one most important matter at all events, is now moored in harbor. Hope and fortune are words that in this matter have no longer any meaning for them. They have accepted the situation and have ceased to think about houris. Each has taken his wife for better, for worse, for sickness, and for health, till death shall part them. Their thoughts are now about their business, their families, their pursuits, their society. But what a change would come over the spirit of their dreams if each could have as many houris as he pleased, and could afford, of one kind or another, houris ever fair and ever young, and could dismiss at any moment any he wished for any reason to be rid of, by the simple form of a writing of divorcement. No more trouble in it than in making an entry in one's pocketbook, and as exclusively one's own affair, and could dismiss some without even this small formality of the writing of divorcement. Under such circumstances, the houri question, which now has no place in the thoughts of one of these worthy members of society, would straightway occupy in the minds of many of them the first place of all. It would then become necessary that a complete end should be put to many things that no harm comes from now. These staid and respectable gentlemen would soon find that houris must be excluded from churches, as Orientals have found that they must be from mosques during the time of divine service, because, under the new system, it would be impossible for them to be devout when surrounded with houris. Neither could houris be any longer domestic servants in our fashion. Houris also must be excluded from society, nor would it be admissible for houris to appear in public or anywhere, except in the presence of their lords, with unveiled faces. A little exercise of the imagination enables us to see what the metamorphosis would be in ourselves. And on the Oriental, the effects of the system are even greater, because he has no political life, less preoccupation from business than we have, and none of those pursuits and employments for the mind which our education and the state of knowledge amongst us give rise to here. As we were returning to Cairo by the river, we passed the corpse of a woman floating on the water. Every European of the party felt pity for her fate and for her fault. Had it been possible, we would gladly have given sepulture to these dishonored remains of our common humanity, from which the divine inmate had been expelled so cruelly. Such sentiments, however, are unintelligible to the Arab mind. The dogs and the vultures, they think, will give sepulture good enough to one who has brought disgrace so stinging on father, brothers, and husband. No pity have they for the fallen, no consciousness of failings of their own. This is evil, but perhaps it might be more evil to care for none of these things. Indifference might be worse than hardness. Indifference would mean moral decay and rottenness. Hardness here is moral indignation, kindling up into an uncontrollable flame which burns up like stubble all other feelings. These are simple-minded people, and they feel strongly within their narrow range of feelings. Something perhaps might be said in extenuation of the fault of this poor frail one, whose punishment, if it were not greater than her fault, was still the extremest man can inflict. What agonizing moments must those last ones have been when, not weakened by slow disease, nor broken by days spent in long imprisonment, but fresh from her home, in the flower of youth and nature's pride of strength, with the blood quick and warm, she was being dragged away to the dark river, and by those God had made nearest and dearest to her. Her brothers are foremost in the work. There is not a heart in all the world, except perhaps of one whom she dare not think of now, that is touched with pity for her. Brothers are turned to worse than tigers, for they never did to death their own kin, or even their own kind. But under such a system there will be some among those who have wealth and leisure more than enough who must fall. Women, like men, are only what the ideas in their minds make them. Every idea that is implanted or springs up in the mind may be regarded as a living thing. It has the attributes of life. It roots itself in the brain, it feeds and assimilates what it feeds on, it grows, it ramifies, it bears fruit, it propagates itself after its kind, it carries on the Darwinian conflict for life with other ideas. If not killed itself, it may kill them. It may develop itself abnormally. It may get possession of an undue proportion of the ground. These are general properties. But each particular idea has also, precisely as the various species of plants have, its own special properties. Some are beneficent, and these are beneficent in various ways. Some are poisonous, and these are poisonous in various ways. Some bear little fruit, some much. Some are serviceable to all, some only to a few. Some are feeble, some strong. Some are bitter, some sweet. Some burn, some soothe. Some are beautiful, some unsightly. Some can stand alone. Some need support. Every brain is a world any of these may grow in, and in which some must grow. For the seeds of some are carried about in the air. The seeds of others circulate in the blood. Others come from the heart. Some also are the growth of good seeds deposited in the mind by human intention and care. What, then, are the ideas which have been implanted or have somehow come to exist in the minds of these inmates of the harem? As a rule, they have been taught nothing, not even their religion. They have not been permitted to enter a mosque at the time of prayer. All the ideas which get established in the minds of educated women in our happier part of the world, through some religious instruction, through some acquaintance with history, or art, or science, or poetry, or general literature, have never had a chance in the minds of the ladies of Cairo. They were left to those ideas, the germs of which float about in the air or circulate in the blood or come from the heart. And the only air that could convey ideas to them was that of the harem. First of the harem in which they were brought up, then of the harem in which they must pass the remainder of their days. They have never breathed and will never breathe any other air. And as to the ideas, the germs of which are in the blood and which come from the heart, they never had any chance of regulating them. Womanhood came upon them at the age of 10. Many were married at 12. Why, before it could have been possible, had the attempt been made for them to receive the ideas that come from religion, literature, poetry, science, art, or history, the germs that come from the blood and from the heart, had got possession of the whole ground and had absorbed all the nutriment the ground contained. There was no room for nor anything to feed any other ideas. For them, time was necessary, and that, precisely, was the one thing it was impossible to have. No wonder, then, that the lords of the harem supposed the ground incapable of producing anything better. Under the circumstances, perhaps they are right. Hence comes their thought that a woman is a houri, a toy, nothing more, but a toy that is very liable to go wrong. Perhaps they are right again under the circumstances, and so must be carefully guarded. All experience, however, teaches that there is nothing so difficult, almost so impossible to guard. This is a case in which no bars or sentinels can save the shrine from profanation unless the goddess within herself will it. The supple and soured guardians, too, are often useless, often indeed the intermediate agents in the very mischief they were to guard against. And so the toy goes wrong, and then it must be ruthlessly crushed. The men have their business, their money-making, their ambition, their society, their religion. In their minds, all these implant counteracting ideas, and yet all these, we are told, are with them sometimes feeble in comparison with the ideas that come from the blood. How then can we wonder that the frailer and more susceptible minds, being absolutely deprived of all counteracting influences, should at times become the victims of their susceptibility and frailty? No need we be surprised that when detected their brothers and fathers and husbands should avail themselves of the permission given both by law and custom to wipe out their disgrace by putting out of sight forever the cause of it. Disgrace they feel keenly, and pity is not one of their virtues. End of section 44. Section 45 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, StageLeft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Can anything be done for the East? Well begun is half done. Can the Oriental mind be roused into new life and activity? Can it be made more fruitful than it has proved of late in what conduces to the well-being of communities and of individuals? I see no reason why Egypt and Syria should not, in the future, as they did in the past, support populous, wealthy, and orderly communities which might occupy a creditable position even in the modern world in respect of that moral and intellectual power which is the distinguishing mark of man. But what might bring about this desirable result among them could only be that which has brought it about among other men. The first requisite is security for person and property. No people were ever possessed of this without advancing, or were ever deprived of it without retrograding. The pursuit of property is the most universal and the most potent of all natural educators. It teaches thoughtfulness, foresight, industry, self-denial, frugality, and many other valuable, if secondary and minor virtues, more generally and effectually than schools, philosophers, and religions have ever taught them. But where the local governor and the tax collector are the complete lords of the ascendant, the motive to acquire property is nearly killed. And where it does in some degree survive, it has to be exercised under such disadvantages that it becomes a discipline of vice rather than of virtue. Such for centuries has been the condition under the rule of the Turk, of these by nature in many respects highly favored countries. The first step, then, towards their recovery must be to give them what they never have had and never can have, we may almost affirm, under Eastern despots, perfect security for person and property. That would alone, and in itself, be a resurrection to life. It would lead on to everything that is wanted. An auxiliary might be found in, which may appear to some equally or even more prosaic, a larger and freer use of the printing press, that is, of books and newspapers. This would, of course, naturally and of itself follow the security just spoken of. It would, however, be desirable in this far-gone and atrophied case if some means for the purpose could be discovered or created to anticipate a little, to put even the cart before the horse, and to introduce at once, I will not say a more extended use, but the germ of the use of books and newspapers. I am afraid the effort would be hopeless as things are now, and I know it would spring up of itself if things were as they ought to be. Still, the effort might be made. It is the only useful direction in which there appears to be at present an opening for philanthropic work. And, to speak more sentimentally, what country has a more rightful claim to the benefits of the printing press than Egypt? It is only the modern application of the old Egyptian discovery of letters. To carry back to Egypt its own discovery, advanced some steps further, is but a small acknowledgment that without that discovery none of our own progress, nor much indeed of human progress of any kind, would ever have been possible. There are a printing press and even a kind of newspaper at Cairo, and, of course, at Alexandria, and at Jerusalem it is possible to get a shopkeeper's card printed. But what is wanted is that there should be conferred on the people, to some considerable proportion, if such a thing be possible, the power of reading, and that there should be awakened within them the desire to read. No efforts, I think, would be so useful as those which might have these simple aims. The great thing is to stir up mind. Great events and favoring circumstances do this naturally, by self-acting and irresistible means, and literature is one of the spontaneous fruits of the stirring of mind they give rise to. And the work does not stop there, for literature reacts on the mental activity which produced it. It stimulates to still greater exertions, and what is more, it guides to right and useful and fruitful conclusions. Perhaps it is hopeless to attempt to get literature to do its work when the conditions which are requisite for producing a literature are absent, but the attempt might be made. There is nothing else to do now. This process is seen clearly enough in history. Look at Athens. Its greatness produced its literature, and its literature supported and advanced its greatness. Public life, of course, at Athens was such that many things there gave increased power to literature, and some, in a way, acted as substitutes for it. The public assemblies, the administration of justice, the schools of philosophy, the theaters, were to the Athenians, to a great extent, what books and newspapers are to us. They were a machinery by which the thought and knowledge of those who, more or less to the purpose, could think and who had knowledge, were brought into contact with the minds of all, so that all were put in the way of thinking and of attaining knowledge for themselves, and were obliged, to some extent, to do it. And thus, the thought and the knowledge of the best men became the thought and the knowledge of all, or were at least submitted to the attention of all. And so, knowledge went on increasing, and thought went on achieving fresh conquests, and Greece became the holy land of mind. Everyone can see how large a share in producing the mental activity of the Americans must be assigned to books and newspapers. Facts, and men's thoughts about these facts, are each day laid before the minds of a greater proportion of the population of the United States than elsewhere. Take away this apparatus for awakening and guiding thought, and their wonderful mental activity would disappear. As it is, all the counteracting influences of the rough and hard life most of them have to live cannot repress it. Suppose as large a proportion of our own population could read, and that they were treated in the same way, that is to say, that an equal amount of seed was deposited in their minds and an equal amount of light, air, and warmth poured in, then I doubt not but that we should see down even to the lower strata of society an equal amount of mental activity. This is a wide and fruitful subject. It is, by the aid of this Egyptian discovery of letters, and of letters only, no one other thing beneath the sun being without it of any use in this matter, that the better thought, which is the thought of a few, sometimes originally of a single mind only, gains the upper hand of the inferior thought, which is the thought of the many. That error, which naturally commends itself to the ignorant, is slowly and painfully demonstrated to be error, and that many forms of injustice, notwithstanding their hoar antiquity, the memory of man never having run to the contrary, are shown at last to be inhumanities. It is by their aid, and their aid only, that an inch of good ground gained today is not lost tomorrow, but kept forever. That hints are treasured up till what they hinted at is discovered, and that what has been observed by one man is set alongside of what has been observed by another, till at last the fruitful conclusion grows out of the connected view, that the experience of individuals and of generations is stored up for those who are to come after, that the spark kindled in a single mind becomes a common light. All this must be despaired of without printed records, statements, and discussions, without books, without newspapers. And the more largely these means for arriving at and conveying knowledge are used, the greater is the effect of them. If the effect is so much when the seed is sown in 10,000 minds, it will be proportionally greater when it is sown in 10 millions. Nothing else has done in this matter for any people, and nothing else will do for the Egyptians and Syrians. Their circumstances, over which we appear to have no control, may make the effort barren, but there is nothing else we can do for them. It is the only way of salvation for the state in which they now are. Nothing else can bring them to see except printed discussion, in which what is gained is retained and what is discredited dies away, that for one disease the dung of a black dog is not a sovereign remedy, nor for another the dung of a white cow, and that the only preservative against the evil eye is the security good laws, well administered, give to person and property. As to ourselves, had it not been for the assistance we received from letters, we should still have here the Druid, or some one or other of his congeners, offering human holocausts to the accompaniment of the approving shouts of frantic multitudes, and we should still be at this day as far from the ideas of liberty of thought and of humanity as Galgacus was from the conception of the steam engine or of the electric telegraph. The restorative I have been prescribing is one which must be designedly and, when designedly, can never be very widely applied. Another, however, there is, which will come spontaneously and have a very diffusive effect. Its germs are now quickening in the womb of time. It is that of the outflow of Western capital to the East, accompanied by those to whom it will belong, or who will be needed for the superintendence and direction of its employment. There is plenty of the West wants which the East can supply: cotton, silk, wool, hides, wheat, maize, beans, peas, dried fruits, oil, etc. And in return, the East will take iron, copper, gold, silver, clothing, pottery, etc. The only point that is uncertain is that of time. The trade of the East has once already been taken possession of by Europe. 2,000 years ago it was everywhere in the hands of the Greeks. the same kind of thing will be seen again, but this time the invasion will consist of Englishmen, Germans, Frenchmen, and Italians, amongst whom the irrepressible Greek will reappear. But the future trade between the East and the West will differ widely from the old in the amount of commodities to be produced and moved and exchanged. That will be such as modern capital only could deal with, and railways and steamboats transport. Of the dawning of the day for the expansion of this commerce to its natural dimensions, I think there are some indications even now. The railway is beginning to penetrate into the East. It will before long be seen that much we are in want of can be produced there at a profit by the employment of our capital, its employment being superintended by Europeans. Security to person and property will accompany the employment of capital, and then the civilization of the East will be rehabilitated with a life and activity it never had in the glorious days of old. The rule then was that some one district was to conquer, devastate, and plunder all the rest, so that at one time only one locality, almost only one city, could be great and prosperous. Looking back over the past, we are misled by observing the traces only of what was mighty and magnificent, for wretchedness, degradation, and suffering leave no monuments. The prosperity, however, that is coming will be diffusive and universal, for it will be supported not by arms, loot, and extortion, but by capital, peace, knowledge, and industry. End of section 45. Section 46 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Achmed tried in the balance with Hodge. A man's a man for a' that. Burns. You do not go through Egypt without comparing the village Achmed, who is so often at your side, with poor Hodge, whom you left at home, but who, nevertheless, is often in your thoughts. You ask, which of the two is better off, and which is, after all, the better man? And you ask yourself these questions not without some misgivings, for you are pleased with Achmed, and now that you are free from work and care, and with the glorious world unfolding itself before you, you are disposed, when you are reminded of him, to feel more pity than usual for poor Hodge. They both work alike on the land all their days, the former for the Khedive, the latter for Farmer Giles. Each of them is at the bottom of the social hierarchy to which he belongs. These, however, are points of resemblance only in words. The things the words stand for in the two cases are very different. In fact, there are no resemblances at all between them. It is now winter. Hodge turned out this morning long before daylight. The ground was hard frozen, but by and by it will all be snow slush. He had to look after his horses and get down before people began to stir to the town, 5 or 6 miles off, for a load of manure. Or perhaps he did not get up quite so long before daylight today. It would have been of no use, for he is now working in a wet ditch up to his ankles in mud all day long, facing a hedge bank. This is a job that will take him 3 or 4 weeks. It is winter work in out-of-the-way fields, and no one will pass in sight all day. He will eat his breakfast of bread and cheese alone, seated on the damp ground with his back against a tree on the lee side, and his dinner of the same viands in the same place and with the same company. And what will he be thinking about all day? He will wish that Farmer Giles would only let him have one of those old pollards on the hedge bank. He could stay and grub it up after work of moonlight nights. It would give a little firing, and his missus would be glad to see it come home. Things are getting unneighborly dear, and he will hope that Farmer Giles will raise his wages a shilling, or even a 6pence a week. But he has heard talk of lowering wages. Times are very hard, and folk must live. He will hope that baby will soon be better, but it always was a poor scrinchling. He will hope his wife may not be laid up this winter as she was last. That was a bad job. He got behind at the mill then. Tom and Dick have been without shoes ever since, and he can't say how the doctor's bill was ever to be paid. He will wish he could buy a little malt to brew a little beer. He shouldn't make it over strong. He doesn't hold with that. He will think it can't be far off 6 o'clock. He will wish they had not done away with the old path across Crabtree Field. It used to save him many a step going and coming. He minds that field well, because when he was scaring crows in that field, he must have been going 8 years old then. The parson came along the path, and he asked the parson, "Please, sir, what's o'clock?" And the parson gave him 6 pence. It was the first 6 pence he ever got, and it was a long time before he got another. He always says the parson gave him that 6 pence because when the parson said, "What, boy, have you pawned your watch?" he kind of laughed. He minds, too, that the corn came up very slow that year. It was cold times. Perhaps that was why he asked, "What's o'clock?" Poor fellow. In his life there is plenty of margin for wishes and hopes. As he trudges home, you see that his features are weather-beaten and hard. It would not be easy to get a smile out of them, and if it did come, it would be rather grim. His back is bent, his gait is slouchy, his joints are beginning to stiffen from work and rheumatism. His life is dreary and hard, and so is his wife's. She, too, is up before daylight, and her candle is alight some time after he has laid down his weary limbs and sleep has brought him forgetfulness. She has some odd things to do which must be done and which she had no spare minutes for during the day. She is now seated for the first time since 5 o'clock in the morning, with the exception of the short intervals when she snatched her humble meals. She has, unassisted, to do everything that is done in that house and for that family of 6 or 7 in all. She has to keep the house, her children, and her husband tidy. She has a weekly wash, daily repairs, daily cooking, weekly baking, to buy all that is wanted, to look after the sick baby and the other children, and to look in occasionally on her sick neighbor. The earth is a large place, but I believe that nowhere else on earth's surface can a harder worked couple be found than Hodge and his wife. And what makes their hard lot still harder is the fact that they are the only workers who have never had a fete or a holiday. Our climate is such that neither in midwinter nor in midsummer need labor be intermitted, and our agriculture is so conducted that it cannot. The consequence is that Hodge is held to labor all the year round. And if he could now and then be spared, nature here imposes upon him so many wants and so inexorably exacts attention to them that he could not afford a day's idleness from the time when, being about 8 years old, he began to scare crows, till the day when, worn out with toil and weather, he will be laid in the churchyard. He must be in harness every day and all day long. If then this couple have some failings, how could it be otherwise? Be to those unavoidable failings a little kind. Think, too, that it would be strange if such a life did not engender some virtues, and to those virtues be fair and appreciative. They are not afraid of any kind or any amount of work. They don't see much use in complaining. They let other folk alone. They are self-reliant within their narrow sphere. They think there must be a better world than this has been to them. In the meantime, they are thankful that they can work and earn their own and their children's bread. And here we have the true nursery of the nation. The schooling is hard, but without it we should not be what we are. It forms the stuff out of which Englishmen are made. It is the stuff that has made America and Australia and is giving to our language and race predominance in the world. Our mental and bodily fiber is strengthened by having had to pass through the Hodge state. Now we have to set Achmed by the side of Hodge. Poor Hodge. How can there be any comparison between things so dissimilar? Achmed is a child of the sun, that sun his forefathers worshipped and whose symbol he sees on the old temples. Every day of his life and all day long he has seen him. Not as in northern climes, obscurely bright, but one unclouded blaze of living light, pouring floods of light and gladness about him as he pours floods of life into his veins. The sunshine without has created a kind of sunshine within. It has saved him from working in slushy snow and in wet ditches and from all unpleasant skiey influences. It has given him plenty of fete days and holidays. It has made his muscles springy, his joints supple, his step light, his eye and wits and tongue quick. As to the rest, he might almost think that he had no master over him. He works when and how he pleases. Still, he is not without his troubles. The Khedive and his people will take all that his land produces except the durra, the maize, the cucumbers, and the onions that will be barely sufficient to keep himself and his family alive. All the wheat and the beans must go, and he will get bastinadoed into the bargain. But about that he doesn't trouble himself much. It always was so and always will be so. Besides, is it not Allah's will? After all, his wants are not great. He scarcely requires house, fuel, or clothing, and today Achmed's donkey has been hired by the Hawaji, from whom he expects to extort 2 rupees. 2 piastres would be plenty, but he wants the rupees particularly just now, for he has a scheme for divorcing his present wife, as she is getting rather old for him, and marrying a young girl he knows of in the village, and this, one way or another, will cost him 2 or 3 pounds. And so he is more smiling and more attentive to the Hawaji than usual. There is, however, one point of resemblance. They both end the day in the same fashion. They light their pipes and take their kef. Achmed, at these times, appears to be breathing a purer and less earthly ether than Hodge, but that is his manner. It may be that his thoughts are less of the grosser things of earth, the first wants of life, than Hodge's. But who knows? Perhaps they may be only of divorcing the old wife and fetching home the young one. Hodge, I believe, has the greater sense of enjoyment as the soothing narcotic permeates his hard, overstrained fibers. Sometimes there is a half-formed thought in his mind that he is doing his duty manfully without much earthly notice or encouragement. On the whole, then, I am glad to have made the acquaintance of Achmed. I like him well. I shall always have agreeable recollections of him. He is pleasant to look at, pleasant to deal with, notwithstanding his extortions, pleasant to think about. But I have more respect for Hodge. He has nothing to say for himself. If he is picturesque, it is not after the received fashion. If his life contains a poem, it is not one that would be appreciated generally either in the eastern or the western row. He has, however, a stout and withal a good heart. One ought to be the better for knowing something of his unobtrusive manly virtues. Achmed has a gust for pleasure in which matter he has had some training. He is a merry fellow who will enliven your holiday. Hodge's spiriting lies in a different direction. End of section 46.
Section 47 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George Banfield. Recorded in Somerset, England, January 2024. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Water jars and water carriers. The pitcher may go to the well often, but comes home broken at last. Old proverb. Every drop of water that has ever been used for domestic purposes, the waterworks of Cairo and Alexandria are innovations only of yesterday, has, with the exception of the small quantity conveyed in goatskins by men, been brought up out of the river and canals by women. Their custom has been to carry it on their heads in large earthen jars called gules. These are so large that they are capable of being formed into rafts, which you often meet upon the river, with 2 men upon each, steering and punting them along. This is the way in which they are taken from the places where they are manufactured, to be distributed to the towns and villages along the banks of the stream. Each weighs, when full, as near as I could tell by lifting one, about 40 pounds. Wherever you may be, you will see the women trooping down to the riverbank with these jars on their heads to fetch water. Arrived at the water's edge, each woman tucks her short and scanty skirts between her legs and, walking a step or two into the stream, fills her gula. She then faces round to the bank and sets it down on the ground. The next move is to face back again to the stream and wash her feet. When ready to depart, she receives the assistance of the one who will go next into the water in placing the full jar on her head. The last of the troop has no assistance. With 40 pounds weight on their heads, they walk up the steep bank and, perhaps, a mile or two off to the village, making as light of it as if it were no more than a chignon. The practice of carrying these weights on the head gives an erectness to the figure and a prominency to the chest which nothing else could produce. Though I have at times smoked out a cigar while watching an incessant stream of these women coming down to and going up from the watering place, I never heard one speak to another. I suppose they reserve what they have to say till they can say it unobserved by the bearded sex. Nor did I ever see one of them cast a glance upon a stranger. I quite believe what a native told me of them, that it would be regarded as a portent if one of the very poorest class were in the least to commit herself in this way. I once saw one of my companions, a tall, good-looking young fellow, walk up to a damsel as good-looking as himself, who had filled her gula, and set it on the edge of the stream till she had washed her feet. As she turned round for it, he lifted it for her and placed it on her head. I narrowly watched her face. She ought to have been somewhat taken by surprise, for she knew not that he was behind her, but of this there was no indication. She did not look at him or move a feature. There was no apparent consciousness of anyone being present. The instant the jar was on her head, she walked away, just as she would have done had it been her sister who had lifted it for her. One is astonished by the mountains of broken crockery or pottery which mark the sites of the ancient cities. That well nigh all the water used in Egypt for so many thousands of years has had to be carried in these earthen jars, for there is no wood in Egypt to make bowls and buckets, and that the cooking utensils of the mass of the people must be made of the same fragile material, for Egypt, except in times of unusual prosperity, has no metals cheap enough for this purpose, will account for no inconsiderable part of the accumulations. These shards have gone a long way towards forming the barrows in which lie buried Abydos, Memphis, Esne, Edfu, Thebes, Dendera, and scores of other places. The importance, in its day, of any one of these ages ago effaced cities may be roughly estimated by observing the magnitude of the barrow in which it is buried. The mounds at Alexandria, and even already at modern Cairo, are of surprising dimensions. Had they brought up the water from the river in wooden buckets, which would have decayed, or had they cooked in metal utensils, the materials of which, when they become unserviceable for cooking, would have been turned to some other account, these mounds would have been less conspicuous objects than they are now. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Want of wood in Egypt and its consequences. The trees of his forest shall be few, that a child may write them. Isaiah. Egypt has no woods or thickets. It would hardly possess a single tree without the care of man. The few it has would soon perish if that care were intermitted. Even the palm, which we regard as the tree of the desert, cannot exist unless it be supplied with water. The species of the trees one meets with commonly in Egypt do not exceed half a dozen. They are the large-leaved acacia, the small-leaved thorny acacia, the tamarisk, a variety of the Indian fig, the palm, and occasionally in Upper Egypt, the doom palm. From this dearth of wood follow several obvious consequences, which may be worth noting. First, all the houses of the lower class, that is, of the great mass of the people of Egypt, must be built of crude or sun-dried brick. There is no wood for posts and planks, or to burn brick for such folk as they. This obliges them to live in houses that are singularly mean, and, according to our ideas, insufficient for their purpose. They can only have a ground floor, for no ceilings can be made without wood, nor, for the same reason, can they have any roofs. There is no wood for rafters. Nor, if they could manage to get the rafters, would they be able to get the fuel for burning the tiles. It follows that only a part of what ought to be the roof can be covered in, and that in the rudest way, for protection against what heaven may send in the way of heat or cold or wet. This partial covering is very ineffectual. It consists of a few palm leaves, or of the stalks of the millet and maize, laid horizontally from wall to wall. Upon this wheat and barley straw is generally piled till it has been consumed by the donkeys, goats, camels, and buffaloes. Such is the rule, a real serviceable roof being the exception. These roofless, low walls, which are the house, must also be floorless, for there is no wood either for plank flooring or for burning floor bricks. Then what does duty for the floor must be dust. This makes every house a flea preserve. A further consequence is that within these floorless, roofless, windowless, doorless mud enclosures, there can be no such thing as furniture. Nothing to sit upon, nothing to stow anything away in, nothing to put anything upon, not a cupboard, a chair, or a table. But this matters little to a people who can always sit and sleep on the dry ground, and who have nothing to stow away. Everywhere I saw men, and sometimes even women, sleeping out of doors, even in midwinter. The same cause obliged the old Egyptians also to build, for all classes, with little or no wood. We have just seen that the rubbish heaps of their cities are so vast as in many instances to have completely buried the temples, which together with many objects of Egyptian art have thus been preserved for us. Of course, this could not have occurred had wood been as largely used by them as it is by ourselves in domestic and public architecture. This was also one cause of the massiveness and grandeur of their style of architecture. But the consequences on the life and habits of the people of this dearth of wood are not yet exhausted. It also puts difficulties in the way of their cooking their food. For instance, they cannot bake their bread as often as they would wish. A family may not have fuel enough to admit of the recurrence of this expenditure of it more frequently than perhaps a dozen times in the year. In order, therefore, to keep their bread sweet, they have to cut it into thin slices and dry it in the sun. And to obtain a sufficiency of fuel for even these restricted uses, they have to collect carefully and to turn to account everything that can be made to burn. As I have mentioned elsewhere, their chief resource for this purpose are the contributions they very thankfully receive from their herbivorous animals. A great part of the time of the women is spent in manufacturing this material into combustible cakes, and a shockingly dirty process it is. The raw material is deposited in a hole in the ground, together with a great deal of water. A woman, seated on the ground on the brink of the hole, stirs up the material and water with her bare arms, which are immersed to beyond the elbow. This stirring is continued till a smooth fluid mixture has been produced, which is then left in this state for the water to evaporate and to drain off through the ground. When the material has in this way arrived at a sufficiently tough consistency, it is made into thin cakes, which are set in the sun to dry. When this has been effected, they are stored away for use. As might have been expected, in the apportionment of domestic duties, This manufacture generally falls to the lot of the more ancient dames. Those who are curious in tracing up to their sources the customs and practices of different people may refer many other things that they will see, and some that they will not see in Egypt to this dearth of wood. In agriculture, no carts or vehicles of any kind are used. There is no wood of which they might be made. It is, therefore, cheaper that everything should be carried on donkeys and camels. Here, when you see a tree, you are looking on what may be transformed into an essential part of the instrument of transportation. The cart or wagon, and the animals that are to draw it, together form the complete instrument. In Egypt, when you see a bundle of chopped straw and a field of lucerne, you are looking on all, out of which the Egyptian means of land transportation are to be created. In Egypt, when a donkey has any shoes, they consist merely of a piece of flat iron, the size of the bottom of the hoof, cut out of a thin plate. It is easy to cut this out, but it would be expensive, where fuel is so scarce, to forge a shoe. This list might be very largely increased. Nor are we here in England, 3,000 miles off, unaffected by the niggardliness of nature to Egypt in this matter. The country possesses railroads, steamboats, and sugar, and other factories on a large scale, but no fuel to create for them motive power. This must come from without, and it is all supplied from English collieries and brought in English vessels. In return for it, we get no insignificant portion of the produce of the valley of the Nile. How strangely are things concatenated! The rains that fall in the highlands of Abyssinia and in equatorial Africa are grinding down pebbles in the channels of mountain torrents and washing away the vegetable mold and transporting their infinitesimal water-borne particles to Egypt for the purpose of giving employment to the coal miners of Durham and to the weavers of Manchester. The intelligence and industry of England turn to account, through the medium of Egypt, the evaporation that takes place on the Indian and South Atlantic Oceans. Such are the working and interworking of the physical and mental machinery of this world of ours, or rather, perhaps we have here some slight indication of what they will one day become. End of section 48.
Section 49 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Trees in Egypt. Divisii arboribus patriae. Virgil. Vegetation is the garb of nature, and no description of any region can pretend to completeness till the trees, the most conspicuous part of the vegetation, have been brought into view. In Egypt, as each specimen of the few species of trees commonly met with, the species may be counted on the fingers of one hand, must be carefully looked after to be kept alive. Every particular tree comes to be regarded as beautiful and valuable. The knowledge the traveler has of this care and regard which have been bestowed upon them enhances the interest with which he beholds them. Besides, the trees of Egypt are entitled to a place in any description of the country, for the additional reason that on its level plain they are the most marked and pleasing objects on which the eye rests. A work, therefore, that aims at giving anything like a picture of Egypt must bring out, with some little distinctive prominency, the characteristics of each species. Among the trees of Egypt, the first place is held by the palm. On landing at Alexandria, you find it around the city in abundance, and throughout the country you are never long out of sight of it. It is seen to most advantage from the river against the sky. It appears most in place when, in sufficient numbers to form a grove, it overshadows some riverside village. You there look upon it as the beneficent friend and coadjutor of the poor villagers. You know that it gives them much that they could not get elsewhere, and which they could ill spare: shade, boxes, baskets, cordage, thatch, timber, and the chief of their humble luxuries, in return for the protection and water they have given to it. We often hear it spoken of as the queen of the vegetable world. I had rather say that it is a form of grace and beauty of which the eye never tires. The tree usually employed in forming avenues, where shade is the first object, is the broad podded acacia. The distinguishing feature in this is the largeness and abundance of its singularly dark green leaves. Its foliage, indeed, is so dense that no ray of sunlight can penetrate through it. The effect is very striking. In one of these avenues that has been well kept, you will find yourself in a cool gloom, both the coolness and the gloom being such that you cannot but feel them, while you see the sun blazing outside. The road from Boulak to the pyramids of Giza is planted the whole way with these trees. For the first 2 or 3 miles they are of some age, and having now met overhead above the road, the shelter, even at midday, is complete. For the rest of the way the trees are not older than the Prince of Wales's visit, they having been planted along the sides of the road that was on that occasion made to do him honor in Eastern fashion. No tree more easily establishes itself or grows more rapidly if sufficiently watered. All that is required is to cut off a limb, no matter how large or from how old a tree, and to set it in the ground. If it be supplied with water, it grows without fail. The acacia is the lebec of the natives. Another tree used in avenues, and which grows to a greater height and with larger limbs than the lebec, is the Egyptian sycamore. It is a species of the Indian fig. The largeness of its limbs enables you to see the whole of its skeleton. The skeleton of the lebec is concealed by the multiplicity of its branches and the density of its foliage. There is a fine specimen of this sycamore in the first Nubian village on the way from Assuan to Philae, and another equally good on the bank of the river just opposite Philae. Trees of this kind have more of the appearance of age than others in Egypt. Their bark is of a whitish color, and their large branches are covered with little leafless spur-like twigs of a dingy black, on which are produced their round green fruit, about as big as bantams' eggs. These spur-like processes on the branches are, I suppose, the homologues of the descending aerial roots of its congener, the banyan tree of India, of which latter also I saw 1 or 2 good specimens in gardens in Egypt. It was from the imperishable wood of the sycamore that the ancient Egyptians made their mummy cases. The fine old avenue from Cairo to Shubra, 3 miles in length, is composed of generally good specimens of this tree, intermingled with the acacia, lebec, and here and there a few tamarisks. The tree which approaches nearest to the ability to support itself in Egypt without man's aid is the tamarisk. It is a tree that drinks very little and takes a great deal of killing. You see it growing as a stunted shrub in the nitrin-encrusted depressions of the desert in the neighborhood of Ismailia, and elsewhere where it can only very occasionally be refreshed by a stray shower. Wherever it can get the little moisture with which it is satisfied, it becomes a graceful tree. The thorny, small-leaved acacia gives but little shade. It produces a small yellow flower, which is a complete globe and has a sweet scent. It is in flower at Christmas. If this is the acanthus of Herodotus, its wood must have been largely used when he was in Egypt for the construction of the river boats, which were often of very great capacity. The dom palm is occasionally seen in Upper Egypt. The first I fell in with was at Minia. That, I believe, is the most northerly point at which it is found. Its peculiarity is that when the stem has reached a few feet above the ground, it bifurcates. It has then 2 stems and 2 heads. When these 2 stems have grown out to the length of a few feet, they too, each of them, bifurcate. following the example of the parent stem. There are now 4 stems with heads. Another repetition of the process gives 8, and so on. In fact, it is a branching palm, and every branch is a complete palm tree. The whole is a cluster of palm trees on one stock. These are all the trees one notices in traveling through the country. The list is soon run through, but I saw that an attempt was being made to add to the list. In the neighborhood of the Viceroy's palaces, I found 2 species of Australian eucalyptus. They appeared to approve of the soil and climate, and gave promise of soon becoming fine trees. They do well at Nice, and will probably do better in Egypt. Every one of the trees I have mentioned remains in Egypt in full foliage throughout the winter. End of section 49. Section 50 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barnum Zincke. Gardening in Egypt. The Garden of God, Ezekiel. That horticulture was a favorite occupation among the ancient Egyptians is shown abundantly by their sculptures and paintings. Representations of gardens are so common that we may infer that no residence of any pretensions was considered complete without one. We even see that rare and interesting plants brought from Asia and Ethiopia, each with a ball of earth round the roots, carefully secured with matting, formed at times a part of the royal tribute. The very lotus, which may be regarded as, among flowers, the symbol of Pharaohnic Egypt, is now supposed to have been an importation from India. In this matter, as in every other respect, the country has sadly retrograded. Their style of gardening was stiff and formal. Straight lines were much affected. Angles did not displease. Basins or pools of water were de rigueur. Every plant or tree was carefully trimmed and trained. It could not have been otherwise. This was all settled for them by the aspects of Egyptian nature, the character of their religion, and their general manners and customs. As is the case among modern Orientals, flowers were not valued so much for their form and coloring as for their odor. The European of today, as he looks upon the sculptured and painted representations of Egyptian gardens of 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, at which date his own ancestors were living in caves, from which their ancestors had expelled races of animals now extinct, finds that, notwithstanding the barbarism of his ancestors and the recentness of his civilization, there have come to be reproduced in himself ideas and sentiments which were giving grace and finish to the highly organized society which had been established then, no one can tell for how long a period, on the banks of the Nile. At all events, he beholds in these Egyptian gardens a curious instance of an interesting and instructive similarity between the two, for he sees that the Egyptian of that day, just like the Englishman of today, took pleasure in watching and controlling the life and growth of plants, in tending them because they tasked and were dependent on his thought and care, in making them minister to a refined and refining taste for the beautiful, and in creating by their aid within the limits in such matters assigned to man a kind of artificial nature. Of course all subtropical and many tropical trees and plants do well here, if only they be regularly supplied with water. I never saw more interesting gardens on a small scale than those of S. Cecolani at Alexandria, and of the American consul at Port Said. The same may be said of the garden of the Viceroy at his Gezira Palace. In them you will find the plants we keep in stove houses doing well in the open air, and many of them in flower at Christmas or soon after. In the first mention of these gardens I saw very beautiful specimens of the Norfolk Island pine, about 30 feet high growing luxuriantly. There was also a species Solanum, which, if I knew its Christian name, I would commend to the attention of those who are endeavoring to produce in their English gardens something of a subtropical effect. It was about 10 feet high, and was so regularly filled up with branches as to have a completely symmetrical, a somewhat dome-like form. Its leaves were large, rough, and prickly. At the extremity of each twig or lesser branch was a large branching spike of purple flowers. The individual flowers and the spikes of bloom were about the size of the flower of its relative, the common potato, and similar in shape. It was a most effective shrub. I never saw one more so. It is generally supposed amongst us that our English gardens are quite unrivaled. They may be in the thought, care, and money bestowed upon them, but in variety of interest they are very inferior to Egyptian gardens. These may contain all the plants we consider most beautiful and most worthy of artificial heat, which too may be grouped with bamboos, palms, Indian figs, bananas, cactuses, daturas, poinsettias 9 or 10 feet high, and many other plants and trees one would go some way to see growing with the freedom and luxuriance they exhibit in this bright, winterless climate, in which the transparent sunlight is never the mere mocking garb of a withering Liebig extract of east wind. End of section 50.
Section 51 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LadyBirdD. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Forster Barham Zincke. Animal life in Egypt. The camel. En omne corpus habeat suum ubi. Lima. In representing the natural scene, animal must be associated with vegetable life. The two, in their double relation, first to each other and then to the peculiarities of the region that has shaped their characters, constitute the chief features of the natural panorama. A picture that would exhibit this in a manner suitable to the object of these pages will not require either complete comprehensiveness or much minuteness of detail. Such a method of treating the subject would belong to science. What is here required is that those forms only should be signalized which possess in their beauty, numbers, utility, history, or in some way or other, what will interest everybody. They must, in short, be regarded here rather from the human than from the scientific point of view. The form, then, which first attracts the eye of the traveller in Egypt is the camel, which, strange enough, the ancient Egyptians, either from an antipathy to the animal or from some other cause unknown, excluded from their paintings and sculptures. If this antipathy originated in religious ideas, was it because the animal appeared to them, as we may easily suppose it might, preternaturally unclean? Or was it because it presented itself to them as the companion and servant of their hated Semitic neighbors? But whatever may have been the reason of their repugnance to it, their descendants, who, however, are at least equally the descendants of their Semitic neighbors, do not participate in the feeling. No sooner are you landed at Alexandria than you have the camel before you. Previously, while you were yet on the way, it had occupied a place in your anticipations of the East, and now that it meets you at every turn, you are never weary of looking at it. As it steps by you, mark its wide, deliberate, noiseless stride. You observe that the head of the tall, slim Arab who walks by its side only reaches halfway up its shoulder. Its long neck is elevated and stretched forward. It neither seeks nor flinches from notice. In its eye, there is no wonder, or eagerness, or fear. It is carrying its head horizontally, with its upper lip drawn down. In this drawn-down lip, and in its whole demeanour, there is an expression of contempt for the modern world. You can read its thoughts. I belong, it is saying to itself, for it cares nothing about you. Still, you can't help understanding it. I belong to the old world. There was time and room enough then for everything. What reason can there be in all this crowding and hastening? I move at a pace which used to satisfy kings and patriarchs. My fashion is the old world fashion. That world did well enough without railways and telegraphs. Before the pyramids were thought of, it had been settled what my burden was to be, and at what pace it was to be carried. If any of these unresting pale faces, what business have they with me, wish not to be knocked over, they must get out of my way. I give no notice of my approach. I make way for no men. What has the grand and calm old world come to? There is nothing anywhere now but noise and pushing and money-grubbing. And every camel that you will meet will be going at the same measured pace, holding its head in the same position, with the same composed look, drawing down its lip with the same contempt, and soliloquizing in the same style. In Alexandria, this anachronism of an animal appears to be chiefly employed in carrying goods to and from the harbour and in bringing forage into the city. This consists mainly of fresh-cut lucerne, the historical forage plant of the East, and of chopped straw, always chopped, and always carried in rope nets made of the fibres of the palm. It is always the same, because in the East there are never two ways of doing anything. As to this chopped straw, it is difficult to say how it comes to pass that the small fractions of it do not fall through the large meshes of the rope net, and that the net itself, with its contents, always retains the same rectangular form. These rope nets are used also on the river for forming the stacks of chopped straw one sees floating down the stream on boats. On leaving Alexandria for Cairo, you begin to see the camel in the fields. In that first journey in Egypt, everything is new and strange and interesting. Sometimes he is at plough with the buffalo or cow or ass for a mate. Sometimes he is tethered in a piece of lucerne. From the absence of enclosures, all animals are tethered in Egypt. In Cairo, you see more camels than in Alexandria. They stalk along in Indian file, not swerving an inch from the direct line, full in the middle of the street. In Jerusalem, I counted as many as 22 in line, all roped together, tail and head. This is necessary there, where the streets are so narrow, and if the train of beasts were not thus vertebrated into the form of a single reptile, it would be impossible to keep them together. They bring into Cairo, besides forage, all the wood and fuel and grain consumed in the city, and the stone too, that is used for building. All Cairo has in this way been carried on camels' backs. As you ascend the river, you are never long without seeing a camel or a string of camels on the bank. As you look up at them, for at the season when you are in Egypt, the river has subsided many feet. Their long legs and long necks, seen from your boat against the sky, appear longer than they have been really made by nature, and you think that you are looking upon some arachnoid creatures of the Megatherium epoch, moving along the bank. At Sute, where the caravan road from Darfur through the great oasis strikes the Nile, I saw a whole kafila of camels that had just arrived. They were all down on the ground, on their bellies, 100 or more of them, and filled the great marketplace. Their owners were busy taking off and inspecting their precious loads. It was to us a strange scene as we threaded our way through the midst of them. Some made an angry noise and snapped at us with their ugly mouths. I know not what disturbed their equanimity. They might have been, by the grace of nature, exceptionally malcontent, or it might have been the sight of the Frank dress, or the absence of the odour of the Arab dress that irritated them. Camels, like horses, are of many colours, black, white, mouse colour of varying shades, and rosy red of varying shades. The coat, indeed, of all domesticated animals, dogs, cats, horses, cattle, donkeys, pigs, as also the feathers of our gallinaceous poultry, and even the human hair, appear to acquire a tendency to vary into these colours, of which, however, in the camel, none are glossy and bright. As they do not lie on their sides, their packs and saddles are often left on all night. I have seen a long string of camels at midnight, all resting on their bellies on the ground, and all still saddled, just as they had been during the day. The long manger, out of which they were eating their chopped straw, was also laid on the ground, and so was the Arab in charge of them. The fire, too, by which he was sleeping, was fed, like his camels, with chopped straw. The camel is one of the cheapest of all means of land carriage. Its load is 600 weight. In Syria, you frequently see their loads lying in the middle of the road, while the animals themselves have been let go on the hill or the roadside waste, to pick up a feed from the almost sapless and often thorny bushes. This costs nothing. One driver manages several, and his keep costs little. This and the original cost of the animal are all the outgoing in the half-desert tracts through which the caravans generally make their way. He lasts in work 18 or 20 years. At Assuan, for the first time in ascending the river, you find that you are expected yourself to mount a camel, for the ride across the bit of desert to Philae. For weeks you have been observing that the Arab on his back is jerked forward at every stride, and so you say perhaps to yourself, now for a ride on a camel. But I wonder whether my vertebra will be dislocated. I wonder whether I shall be able to sit with my legs crossed over the creature's neck. Perhaps I shall be pitched off as he jerks himself up from the ground. All that are for hire are down on their bellies on the bank. You jump on the one that has the best saddle, because you argue that the man who can afford the best saddle can probably afford the best beast, and that it would be unreasonable to put a good saddle on a bad beast. You jump on jauntily, as if you had been to the manor born. As you are crossing your legs before the front crotch of the saddle, up goes the beast. You are jerked forward, and get a dig in the stomach from the front crotch. Then you are jerked backwards, and get a dig from the hind crotch in your back. You steady yourself, and think those digs might have been bad, but so far all right. You observe that you are very high up in the air. The earth seems a long way off. But now for the desert on a camel. A slender-limbed Nubian lad, to show his zeal and that he is up to his work, immediately begins to beat the beast with a long stick. You don't like the pace, and so you think him an imp of darkness, or the near relative of an African monkey. You submit for a few minutes, but the tossings up, you have no stirrups, and your legs are crossed, and the jerks backwards and forwards are bad, and you don't know how far it will go, and so you call out, "You little Afrit, leave the beast alone." This is said with a sweep of your stick towards him. He dodges off with a grin. You are not disposed to laugh. In a moment he is back again like a fly. He will keep his camel up to the front if he can. But you soon get accustomed to the swing. As you notice that the desert is strewn with sharp angular pieces of granite of all sizes, some jutting through the sand, some lying loose on the surface, you again feel, as you did at first, that you are very far up above the earth. The sun is blazing overhead. A thermometer on the sand registers 140 degrees. There is, however, a pleasant breeze. You are not long in getting to Philae. You are surprised that the distance has been done in so short a time. You get back to Assuan in the evening, not at all dissatisfied with your ride on a camel. The next day you repeat the same journey in the same way. It has lost its novelty, and you take it as a matter of course, and even expect to find it pleasant. You go as much for the sake of a second day on a camel as for Philae itself. You now wish you could spare time for a trip to the great oasis on camelback. Ever afterwards you talk of the camel with an air of authority, as if you had been bred in tents. End of section 51. Section 52 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LadyBirdD. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Barham Zincke. The Ass, the Horse. The asses be for the king's household. 2 Samuel. The camel is, of course, the most characteristic feature of the animal life in the East. The ass comes next. The camel has no known history, except in connection with men, for there is not sufficient evidence to justify the belief that he has ever been seen in a state of nature on the elevated deserts of Central Asia, where one cannot but suppose that it would be impossible for him to exist during the winter in the open. But the ass once was free, and some tribes to this day retain the primeval freedom in their aboriginal eastern home. All, however, of the race the ordinary traveller now sees are the slaves of man, though in the order both of utility and picturesqueness the ass comes after the camel. Still he deserves prominent notice, for he is everywhere, in the field, in the village, in the city. In Egypt, ubiquity is one of his attributes. Universal adaptation, out of which his ubiquity grows, is another. He is the mount of the rich and of the poor, of man, woman, and child. His lot varies, as does the lot of those he serves. The rich man's ass is a lordly beast. In size he is far ahead of anything of his kind we see here at home. His coat is as smooth and glossy as a horse's, the face, of course, having been put on by the scissors as well as by grooming. His livery is shiny black, satiny white, or sleek mouse colour. I never saw one of the dingy red of his Poitou brethren. He carries a grand saddle, resplendent with many-coloured fringes, and with a wondrous stuffed pommel of red morocco, 8 or more inches high, like a bolster laid before you. The head and reins are decorated. It is a magnificent get-up, and the animal himself is worthy of it all. Many of this sort cost more than £100. His hide has never been shaved, nor his spirit broken by ill usage. He is always left as nature made him, and is not vicious withal. I saw one at a rich man's door at Alexandria, so like an unusually fine cob pony that it took the friend who happened to be with me and myself a second look to assure ourselves that he was an ass. He might, however, not have been an Egyptian, for I never saw another at all like him in form or colour. He was of a dark, rusty dun. Such are high-caste donkeys. There are, however, low-caste donkeys, very low indeed, and these are far the most numerous. Whatever is good in the appearance and happy in the lot of their well-placed brothers is reversed in theirs. They are poor men's slaves, a proverbially miserable condition even, as Homer tells us, in the heroic days of Hellas. Puny, unkempt, ill-fed, overloaded, overworked, with shocking roars on their flanks and backs, which never cease through life to wring and rack, till they can be burdened and beaten no more. What a blessed consummation must it be for them, when they are pushed off the path, or driven out of the gate, to feed the dogs and vultures. A feast indeed, which would to these guests be a grievous disappointment, had not long experience thought them to be, on such occasions, very moderate in their expectations. The thought of the lifelong sufferings of these âmes damnées, of the humble fellow-workers of men, troubles my recollections of the East. I used to flinch from the sight of one of them, a sight as common as disturbing. I feel now, as I then knew that I should feel always, that either in this world, though its currents are so corrupt, or in that which is to come, where the offence will stand in its true light. Retribution must overtake me for having used poor beast of this kind, though not yet fallen into quite the lowest depths. That it was up the country where nothing else could be got, much as I wish for something to palliate the act, cannot, I know, be admitted as a justification. While my heart was bleeding at the sight of these sufferings, I could find no anodyne but the old Egyptian belief in the transmigration of souls. The poor wretches must, I tried to think, be expiating the crimes of a former life. They once were rich Legrees, or devout bankers who had robbed widows and orphans, or holy fathers who had kept eunuchs to sing the praises of the Creator. What a benefactor could he be who could satisfy us on this point, who could demonstrate the thing to us? We should then no longer be maddened at the thought of the iniquities of men, nor harrowed at the sight of the sufferings of the brute. The one would cancel the other. The horse. Little need be said of the horse in Egypt. He is not remarkable there for size or beauty, nor does he obtrude himself much on the traveller's notice. Out of Cairo and Alexandria he is not frequently seen, and in those cities he generally appears in harness, drawing, always in pairs, the multiform public vehicles which have been culled, one would suppose, from all parts of Europe. He is seldom seen in good condition, unless he comes from the stable of the viceroy, or of some grandee, a governor or pasha, or of some rich European resident. Taking the whole country, the number of them in good case would thus not be great. He suffers from his double competition with the ass and the camel, and from the absence, except in a few towns, of the use of wheeled vehicles. He is also affected injuriously by the dearness of his keep, compared with that of his competitors for men's favour, barley and clover being indispensable for him. All this reduces him to the degrading position of selling for less than, at present, not half as much as a good donkey. A fair horse might have been purchased last spring for 20 or even 15 pounds. He is seldom more than 14 hands high. With a tall Arab on his back, he looks too small for a cavalry horse. It is his great merit to be better than he looks. He is very docile, very hardy, and can go through a great deal of work. Trotting is not one of his paces. Egypt used to have a celebrated breed of horses of its own, but that is now nearly extinct. End of section 52.
Section 53 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The dog, the unclean animal, the buffalo, the ox, the goat and the sheep, ferae naturae. Nobis et cum Deo et cum animalibus est aliqua communitas. Lactantius. The dog has, in the East, been spurned from the companionship of man. He is no longer allowed to guard a master's property or to be the playfellow of his children. He has been expelled from the home, and the door has been closed against him. Every contumely has been heaped upon him. Religion has pronounced him unclean, and his contact double defilement. But centuries of ill usage have not obliterated nature. He cannot divest himself of his old hereditary unreasoning feelings of eternal dependence and fidelity. Man has, it is true, with injurious harshness, renounced the compact first indented in some distant age, perhaps in some remote northern clime. But the dog neither makes retort nor claims his liberty. He remains faithful to his part of the broken bond. Only let him be near his old master. Allow him no more companionship than to see him pass by, and he will bear all the scorn and all the hardnesses of his cruel lot, and will ever be forward to do him any service, however unhonored. And so it is that he has become homeless and masterless, the scavenger and the knacker of eastern cities. Among wild animals, every individual, or if the species be gregarious, every association of individuals, has its own beat, which is as much its own property as the landed estate is the property of its human owner. In this, we have the germ and the rationale of the human developments of the natural necessity and idea of property. Each of these beats is an appropriated hunting ground. Any outsider who appears within its limits is an invader and is treated as such. So it is with the dogs of a large eastern city. They are divided into associations, and each association occupies its own district of the city. If a dog sets his foot beyond the boundaries of his own district, he is instantly attacked by those whose district he has invaded. An alarm is given, and all concerned rush to drive off the intruder, who is often seriously mauled. These raids and their repulses generally take place at night. To Sybarite travelers, and to those who take no interest in the life of the world around them, the canine uproar caused in these affairs is simply insufferable. The growling is certainly very harsh. You might think it issued from the throats of a pack of hyenas. Many of these dogs are badly wounded. We may infer from one another's teeth in these night rows, because if such results do not ensue, for what earthly purpose do they make all this uproar? It would then be made out of pure cussedness, which one cannot believe of them. I never saw a bitch with more than 2 pups, seldom with more than 1. I supposed some inhabitant of the district had knocked the rest of the family on the head to prevent the pack becoming too numerous. If a dog in the interior of the city makes himself disagreeable, he is taken up by the scruff of the neck and carried outside the city. He is never known to return again to his old haunts. In fact, he is unable to do so, being always hindered by those in possession of the intervening districts from passing through them. He thus remains on the outside of the city, an outcast from the dog community, a pariah among dogs for the rest of his days. They never show any disposition to molest one in the daytime. At night, however, it is always necessary to go about provided with a good stick, for they will then scarcely ever allow a Frank to pass without assailing him, if not with their teeth, at all events with their tongues. The town dogs are about the size of our English pointers, but with longer coats, generally of a yellowish color. The tail is somewhat bushy. The village dogs are larger and much fiercer. They are dark brown or black. Their size, courage, and social position improve as the river is ascended. I met a Scotchman who carried his dislike and fear of these ill-used animals so far that he never went out, night or day, without a revolver, or a kind of firearm of German manufacture, which goes off without a report. He boasted of the hecatombs he had slain. Perhaps more had been maimed than slain during his residence in the country. At one time, he had cleared off so many in the quarter of the city in which he was living that the natives, inferring from the number of dead dogs found in the neighborhood of his house that it was his doing, laid a complaint against him before the Cadi for canicide. He was admonished to abstain for the future from taking the life of or wounding useful and unoffending animals. Although the Arab can give the dog no place in his affections, nor allow him the smallest familiarity, yet in his treatment of him you may trace the working of a sort of compassionate kindliness. He sets up for him water troughs about the city, and I often observed a poor man, as he ate his scanty meal, throw a morsel to a canine mendicant, probably, and if so not misthinkingly, in the name of God. The unclean animal. The unclean animal often divides with the dogs the scavengering of the towns. The part assigned him is the part the dogs' stomachs will not allow them to undertake, Outside the city, a herd of swine is generally to be seen on the filth heap. It was there I saw them at Alexandria, Jerusalem, and elsewhere. A few solitary stragglers only are met with in the streets. Of all that is hideous-looking and hideously filthy. I never beheld anything worse than these eastern town pigs, long-snouted, long-legged, long-haired, ridge-backed, mangy, bespattered with grime. I could hardly have supposed that there had been in the nature of things such disgusting organisms. A sense of loathing sickens you as you see them. But we must not be hard on the helpless brute. It is not more shocking that man, endowed with large discourse of reason, with sovereign power to distinguish wrong from right, the Lord, the soul, the very blossom of this visible world, bid to look with the inward eye, as he has been enabled to do with the bodily eye, onwards and upwards, should, notwithstanding, still make himself a hog, morally a scavenger. And this position had been forced by necessity on the swine of the East. They did not turn to it from choice. Christian travelers in the East, who will eat swine's flesh, buy it from the Greeks. That it was sold by a Greek is no guarantee that it is food for a dog. Day after day I saw at Jerusalem a Greek boy tending a herd of swine on the filth heap outside the Jaffa Gate. Hard by, against the wall, were sitting a row of noseless, toothless, handless, footless lepers. It was a sight, this combination of animal and human debasement, to make one shudder. But as to those ordure and garbage-consuming organisms on the filth heap, the chemistry of nature can work wonders, but those wonders have a limit. It cannot transmute that filth into human food. As well might you dine on a rat taken from a sewer, or a vulture caught in the ribbed cavity of a camel it was busy in eviscerating. It were all one to sup with the ghouls. In this matter it is entirely, from first to last, a question of climate, and, through climate, of vegetation. In this part of the world we have a moist climate, and, as a consequence, we have woods, supplying acorns, beech mast, and other sylvan fruits, and the same cause gives us grassy meadows and clover fields where pigs can graze. And we have abundance of roots and corn and much refuse garden stuff, which all comes to this, that in these latitudes nature and man supply the pig all the year round with abundance of clean and wholesome food. In the East, nature has withheld every one of these gifts. There are no woods, no meadows, and for him no roots, no fruits. Throughout Egypt, with the small exception of some uncultivated marshes in the Delta and Fayum, there is not a mouthful of food for pigs. They must, therefore, become scavengers of towns or make their exit altogether from the scene. People are very poor in these parts, and those among the Greeks whose poverty suggests to them the idea of making a few piastres by keeping pigs cannot, of course, be well off. The supposition, then, that such people will always buy corn, costly to them, and of which they are in need themselves, for pigs that other people are to eat, is utopian. America could not have been settled without the pig, but then the pig has in America a perennial feast of good things. It is the pig's paradise. The country is under forest. Wood nuts and wild fruit of several sorts are everywhere. Peaches and maize, and many other things good enough for his betters, are in inexhaustible abundance. Here in England, it is one of the luxuries of having a little bit of land, that you never need be without pig, in one form or another, in the house. Besides, it is the only animal a cottager can keep. Nothing else is within his reach. Liebig tells us, too, that for those who are exposed to the cold and damp climate of this part of the world, no food is so suited as bacon, and the more oleaginous the better. In the East, the lawgivers were right who made religion ban piggy. They could not reason with the multitude on a point of this kind. They could not make distinctions and exceptions. When you have to do with a hungry stomach, reason does not go for much. Of course, they did not take into consideration the opposite circumstances of other parts of the world. What would be good for us here was no concern of theirs. The buffalo. The buffalo, if it were only for his uncouthness, ought not to be unnoticed here. He has, however, another claim to a place in our picture from his so frequently coming into view. He is hardier and heavier than the ox, and has therefore, to a great extent, taken its place both at the plow and at the water wheel. The Egyptian buffalo has no resemblance to the brawny-shouldered, shaggy-maned, clean-legged American prairie bison, injuriously miscalled a buffalo. What our Egyptian's hairless, slate-colored carcass is most like is that of some ill-shaped primeval pachyderm. You would hardly take him for a congener of the ox, even after you had noticed his horns, such horns as they are, for they are so reflexed and twisted as to give you the idea that something must have gone wrong with them, till you find that they are alike in all. The little buffalo calf, by the side of its ugly, dull, soulless dam, seems a far more creditable piece of nature's handicraft. You can hardly believe that a few months will metamorphose it into such ugliness. The ox. Of the existing ox, so little is seen that nothing need be said here, except that it is a diminutive specimen of its kind, and that it gives dry, stringy beef. It was different in the time of the old Egyptians. They had, what had they not, a polled breed as well as long horns, and also some breeds that were curiously marked. But both bull and cow were then divine. The latter was sacred to Ather, the Venus of Egypt. The former was worshipped as the symbol of strength and of the generative powers of nature, and besides, his quiet rumination suggested the idea of the sufficiency and wisdom of reflective meditation. Since they ceased to be divine, the couple have much degenerated. The goats and the sheep. In Egypt, the goats and the sheep, as is the case with their betters, are not separated from each other. In outward appearance, too, as respects size, color, shape, and coat, there is not much difference between them, nor is there much difference between their mutton. This is not an instance, as some have suggested, of evil communications having corrupted good mutton, but the result of similarity of food. The Egyptian sheep have no mountain wild thyme, and no short sweet herbage to crop. The weeds and the dry acrid plants on the edge of the desert are all that nature provides for them, and these they have to divide with the goats. The sourness of the food is what imparts to the mutton its twang, and then their wool is long and oily, and this oiliness of the wool must aid the ill effects of the food. I found, however, little reason to complain of the mutton when I compared it with the beef. The goats supply the greater part of the milk and of the butter used in the country. Goat's butter is as white as paper, in this respect resembling the butter of the cows of the American prairies. Neither sheep nor goats are larger than an ordinary-sized Newfoundland dog. They are generally of a rusty black or smutty red color. Pharaohs naturae. As to the Pharaohs naturae, Egypt offers little cover or feeding ground for them. I saw none but jackals and foxes. They can, therefore, have no place in a traveler's sketch of the country. The crocodile is all but extinct below the cataract. The steamboat it is, which in this part of the river is scaring it away. Formerly, both the crocodile and the hippopotamus appear to have disported themselves even in the delta. End of section 53.
Section 54 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Chapter 53. Birds in Egypt. The cawing rooks and kites that swim sublime in still repeated circles, screaming loud. The jay, the pie, and e'en the boding owl have charms for me. Cooper. In the picture of nature, the bird's place must not be left quite in blank. The first to greet you in Egypt are two familiar home companions. As you near the harbor of Alexandria, and even sometimes before you sight the land, the wagtail comes on board, and without a moment lost in reconnoitering, begins to look about the deck for crumbs. He flirts his tail as usual. Here, in our bird-persecuting part of the world, it means that he is on the alert, but on the deck of the steamer that is entering the harbor of Alexandria, it means, all right, I am not afraid. I am quite at home. Everyone here is glad to see me, and I am glad to see you. Here no boys throw stones at me. Every flirt of his tail sends a little ripple of pleasure over your heart. On entering Alexandria, your only thought is of what is new and strange. The last that would occur to you would be that you are about to encounter an old friend. But the first object that meets your eye as you step through the custom-house gate into the street is a very old cosmopolitan friend you left in London a few weeks back, the house sparrow. What, you exclaim? You here? You ornithological gamin? As you go by rail to Cairo, and as you ascend the river, you are never long out of sight of a mud-built village, the saddest and sorriest of habitations for men and women are these Egyptian villages I have ever anywhere seen. West India Negro huts are better furnished abodes. Their best lodged inhabitants are the pigeons. The only story that is ever raised above the ground floor, which is of the ground as well as on it, is the dovecot. This, therefore, is the only object in a village which attracts the eye of the passer-by. In the Delta, the fashion appears to be to raise a rude, roundish mud tower, full of earthenware pots for the pigeons to breed in. These are inserted, of course, lying horizontally in the mud of which the tower is built. In Upper Egypt, these towers have assumed the square form, about 12 feet each side. 3 or 4 tiers of branches are carried round the building for the pigeons to settle on. These are stuck into the wall, and as the branches depart from the straight line, each according to its own bent, each belt of branches presents a very irregular appearance. No village is without its dovecots. From the summit of the propylaea of the grand Ptolemaic temple of Edfu, I counted about 40 of these dovecots on the tops of the mud hovels below me. The number of domestic pigeons in Egypt must be several times as great as that of the population. I suppose if they kept pigs, they would not keep so many pigeons. They must consume a great quantity of corn, more perhaps than would be required for the pigs of a pig-eating population as large as that of Egypt. In going up the river from Cairo, the first birds that put in their appearance are the pelicans. They are generally in parties of 8 or 10. They are fishing in a line across the stream. They always keep out of gunshot. They loom large, showing about the size of swans, and, as seen from a distance, of the color of cygnets. They do not care to go more than about 200 miles above Cairo. All up the river you see herons of several species, like their English congeners. They are patient watchers for passing fish, and when watching, more or less solitary. The wet sand and mud banks are thronged with countless mobs of ducks of various kinds, of geese, and of other aquatic birds. Experience has taught them also how far guns carry. As to the geese, you frequently hear and see overhead large flights of them. Sometimes as many as 4 or 5 flocks are in sight at one time. They are going to and from their feeding grounds. When aloft, they are generally in some figure, but very far from always, as some say, in the form of a wedge. Perhaps the figure in which they place themselves depends on the currents of wind where they are. If they are driving against the wind, the wedge would of course be the best figure for them to move in, but if they are going down the wind, a line one deep would be better, as it would give the full help of the current to every individual of the flock, and this is a figure they are often seen in. In the lately disinterred temple of Serapis, between the dilapidated pyramids of Saqqara and the marvelous catacomb of the sacred bulls, I saw in painted relief a scene which tells us how geese were fattened in old Egypt. Men are seated at each end of a table which is covered with pellets, probably of some kind of meal. Each man has a goose in his lap, down the throat of which he is cramming one of these pellets. The priests of Serapis like their geese fat. In the neighborhood of Sayat, I saw several flocks of flamingos on the wing. As they approached with the sun upon them, they showed like discs of silver, supported on black wings. When they had passed, the eye was charmed with their backs of rosy pink. Among the land birds, the commonest in the village palm groves are the Egyptian turtle dove and the hoopoe. Where there are so many pigeons, you might expect a great many hawks. These you see of several species. Larks are everywhere in the fields. You frequently fall in with bevies of quail and with plovers. A small owl is common. I heard and saw it during the daytime. In the tamarisks near the pool, in the sacred enclosure of Karnak, and elsewhere. Our English rook, it has a wide range, being a denizen of Africa as well as of every part of Europe, appears among the birds of Egypt. My bedroom at Zek's, late Shepherd's, hotel at Cairo was off the back gallery, looking across a road onto a large garden. Exactly opposite the window was the sakia, which supplied the garden with water. The creaking and shrieking every morning of its lumbering wooden wheel whilst it was being worked by a patient, plodding bullock was far from unpleasant to one who wished to become acquainted with the sights and sounds of Egypt. In this garden were many palms. These were tenanted by a colony of rooks. I was, day after day, interested in noting that they had just the same bearing and manners as their English relatives. Like them, they sought the society of man, and seemed to watch his doings with the same kind of satisfied observation, accompanied with the same harsh cries, expressive of security and confidence. They were in every respect quite undistinguishable from our London rooks, and those that affect our rural homesteads. I looked upon them with the thought that just as we at this day are pleased with their social and familiar ways, so must, many thousand years ago, have been the old Egyptians. The banks of the river are full of bird life, as every bird in Egypt must daily come to the river to drink. End of section 54.
Section 55 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The Egyptian Turtle. Cum ventre humano tibi negotium est, qui nec ratione mitigatur, nec prece ulla flectitur. Livy. It is hard lines for an Egyptian turtle when he once gets turned on his back in Aboukir Bay. After that, for the remaining term of his natural life, it is all Ramadan with him, after sunset as well as after sunrise. He is carried to Alexandria and sold there, if a fine, well-grown reptile, for half a sovereign. The smaller reptiles go for less. He is put on board a P&O boat and carried to Southampton, all the way on his back, for another half sovereign. Add to this whatever one may have to pay for his railway journey, and you may take him home with you, and 2 or 3 more with him for your friends, at no great cost. Though perhaps it would be hardly worth while to give a turtle to one who knows no other way of having him cooked than converting him into soup. Something ought to be done, and might be done to mitigate their long fast from Aboukir Bay to London. At sea, gormandizing is the order of the day, but the turtle on board are famishing all the while. It might not be ill done if those whose only occupation is eating, and then eating again, were to give a thought to the difference in this matter between themselves and those of their fellow travelers, who are getting nothing at all to eat. It makes the matter worse that we inflict starvation on the very creature we are contemplating as a feast for ourselves. It is no justification to say learnedly that Chelonians can dispense with food for long periods. It is bad for all concerned. It is morally hardening to those who inflict unnecessary suffering, and to those, the passengers on the P and O boats, who witness its effects, progressing regularly from day to day. As the poor wretches lie on their backs, there were about 50 on board the boat I came home by. You see that the plastron, that is the name the belly shell goes by, is changing its shape. At first it is convex. It gradually, as the fasting is prolonged, loses its convexity and becomes flat. This must be bad, but there is worse yet to come. Times goes on, and what had become flat begins to sink, and becomes concave. The 50 owners of these shrinking and subsiding stomachs must have found the process very pinching, and the more so as they had nothing else in particular to think about while lying all this time on their backs. The alternations of shape they have been passing through measured their sufferings. They had never themselves done anything so bad to what they had fed on. How could they without reason? End of section 55. Section 56 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Insect plagues. Who can war with thousands wage? Percy's Relics of Ancient Poetry. As to the insect plagues of Egypt, I found the mosquitoes alone annoying. Had I been in the country in the summer or autumn, my experience would, I have no doubt, have been different. And as to the mosquitoes, I found them seriously annoying only at Alexandria. At one time I had my face, hands, and ankles very badly bitten. My own carelessness, however, was the cause of this, for I was at that time in the habit of reading and writing at night with open windows. This was giving my bloodthirsty assailants, who had been attracted by the candle, every facility. They had free ingress, and found their victim off his guard and exposed to their attacks. At Zek's hotel at Cairo, I found no mosquitoes. In going up the river, I had a chasse every night before I turned in, to clear off the few that might be in my berth. I generally found one or two. Herodotus mentions the use by the Egyptians of the mosquito net. In a Belgravian hotel, I have been badly bitten, and by a larger, blacker, and more venomous kind of mosquito than those that forced themselves on my notice in Egypt. On the same occasion, I saw ladies who were suffering so much from their attacks that they were obliged to have recourse to medical treatment. This ferocious species is supposed to have been imported to Thames side in some one or other of the earlier stages of insect existence, through the medium of the water tanks of our West African palm oil traders. It is curious that fleas, which so abound in Egypt, are not found in Nubia. Many insects are very local, but one is surprised at finding such a cosmopolite as the flea conspicuously absent in a country which might have been supposed especially adapted to his manners and customs. In Egypt, as has been the case elsewhere, I often felt industrious fleas at work upon me, but I am not aware that a flea ever yet succeeded in biting me. Others I heard complaining much of them. The boat in which I went up the river had just been painted. and so I saw nothing in it of the Egyptian bug, but I heard that they abounded in other boats. I found the Hotel d'Europe at Alexandria and Zex at Cairo quite free of them. The domestic fly is about as troublesome in Egypt in winter as it is in this country in autumn. End of section 56. Section 57 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Olga Geiling. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. The Shadoof. He shall pour the water out of his buckets. Book of Numbers. In Egypt, where mythology, manners, and customs, writing, and all the arts appear never to have had a period of infancy or of adolescence, but to have come into being all in a perfected state and altogether, it is hard to say what is older than other things. It is so with everything Egyptian, and so, of course, with the shadoof, the machine used in raising water by human labor for irrigating the land. It is the oldest machine with which we are historically acquainted, though, of course, it implies the use of the plow, which, as well as the hoe, must have been brought into the valley of the Nile by the immigrant ancestors of the Egyptians. Mechanically, the shadoof is an application of the lever. In no machine which the wit of man, aided by the accumulations of science, has since invented, is the result produced so great in proportion to the degree of power employed. The lever of the shadoof is a long stout pole poised on a prop. The pole is at right angles to the river. A large lump of clay from the spot is appended to the inland end. To the river end is suspended a goatskin bucket. This is the whole apparatus. The man who is working it stands on the edge of the river. Before him is a hole full of water, fed from the passing stream. When working the machine, he takes hold of the cord by which the empty bucket is suspended, and bending down by the mere weight of his shoulders, dips it in the water. He then rises, with his hand still on the cord. His effort to rise gives the bucket full of water an upward cant, which, with the aid of the equipoising lump of clay at the other end of the pole, lifts it to a trough, into which, as it tilts on one side, it empties its contents. The man continues bending down and rising up again in this manner for hours together, apparently without more effort than that is involved in these movements of his body. What he has done has raised the water 6 or 7 feet above the level of the river. But if the river has subsided 12 or 14 feet, it will require another shadoof to be worked in the trough into which the water of the first has been brought. If the river has sunk still more, a third will be required before it can be lifted to the top of the bank, so as to enable it to flow off to the fields that require irrigation. I sometimes saw as many as 20 series of shadoofs at work, 2 or 3 in each series, within a range of half a mile. The poor fellows who work them are, except for the barest decency, completely divested of every article of clothing, an almost invisible loincloth, and a tight-fitting cotton skull-cap are the whole of their apparel. They work all day in the wet and in the sun. As the materials for the shadoof, the pole, the prop, the skin, and the clay, are all to be had on the spot, the poor fellow is able, in a few minutes, to set up a machine that is of great service to him, at little or no cost. The other machine used in Egypt for raising water is called the sakia. This is the Persian water wheel. It is a large wheel with a continuous row of jars arranged on its tire, something like the buckets of a dredging machine. These jars dip up the water as the wheel revolves and empty it as the further revolution of the wheel brings their mouths downwards into a trough. It is worked by bullocks or buffaloes. A few years back, there were many more of these at work than there are at present. A murrain or rinderpest, having destroyed the cattle, the fellows were obliged to take their place and revert to the old shadoof of the early Pharaohnic times. End of section 57.
Section 58 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Foster Barham Zincke. Chapter 57. Alexandria. Wide will wear, narrow will tear. Ancient Alexandria left its mark on the world. Its history, however, appears to connect it rather with great names than with great events. Fancy is pleased with the picture of the greatest of the Greeks, Philip's godlike son, Aristotle's pupil, who carried about with him his Homer in a golden casket, the conquistador of Asia, and the heir of the Pharaohs, tracing, with the contents of a flour bag, the outlines of the nascent city, which was to bear his name of might and to sepulcher his remains. The trade of Phoenicia revived in its harbors and on its quays. It became the Heliopolis, as well as the Thebes, of Hellenic Egypt. Even the Hebrew part of the population caught the infection of the place, and showed some capacity for philosophy and letters. Here it was that their sacred scriptures were, in the Septuagint translation, first given to the educated world, and Plato, too, was soon more studied in the schools of Alexandria than in his native Greece. Here fell the great Pompey, and here in pursuit of him came the Caesar, who bestrode the world like a Colossus, to be followed in our own time by the only modern leader of men, whose name, if he had possessed the generous magnanimity of the two captains of Greece and Rome, history might have bracketed with theirs. Here, the unparalleled lass, rather perhaps, of the greatest of poets than of history, having beguiled to his ruin the soft triumvir, preferred death to the brutalities of a Roman triumph. Matters, however, of this kind, and they might be multiplied, are only bubbles on the surface. They interest the fancy, but have no effect on the great current of events. We, at this day, are neither the better nor the worse for them. But of the theology of Alexandria we must speak differently. It is through that it affected and still affects the whole of Christendom. 1600 years have passed, and Alexandrian thought still holds its ground amongst us. It would help us to a right understanding of what this thought was, and how it came to be what it was, if we knew something about the city, the times, the country, and the mental condition of its inhabitants. Alexandria, like Calcutta and New Orleans, having been called into existence by the requirements of commerce, had been obliged, for the sake of a harbor, to accept a singularly monotonous and uninteresting site. This alone must have had much influence on the cast of thought of its inhabitants. All who visit it will, I think, feel this. One cannot imagine a healthy and vigorous literature springing up in a place where nature has neither grandeur nor beauty. Being mainly a commercial city, its inhabitants, as must be the case in all large commercial cities in the East, were composed of many nationalities. They had brought with them their respective religions and literatures, as well as manners and customs. It also contained the most brilliant Greek court in the world, in which we might be certain that Greek inquisitiveness and mental activity would not be extinguished. This will account for the libraries and the schools of Alexandria. We must understand why it never could become anything in the world of action. It was not because the Egypt of the Ptolemies was inferior to the Egypt of the Pharaohs. It might have been its superior in every particular of power and greatness, and yet have been unable to do anything in the outer world. What kept it quiet was a consciousness of moral and intellectual inferiority to the people time had at last educated and organized on the northern shores of the Mediterranean. The mental activity of the Alexandrians was all connected with their libraries and schools. The work they did belongs to a condition of mind which can use libraries and schools, but which really originates nothing. It was all work upon other people's work. They never produced anything of their own. They never could have had an Aeschylus, or an Aristophanes, a Thucydides, or an Aristotle. The genius that can originate implies vigor, freedom, individuality, irrepressible impulse. In 2 words, expansive humanity. Nothing of this kind could have been the growth of Alexandria. The possession it was of these qualities which made the Greeks original and great in everything they undertook, in art, in war, in government, in colonization, in philosophy, in poetry, in history. The genius which showed itself in their literature was only the same genius which showed itself in other forms and directions, as needs required, which showed itself in everything Greek. Alexandria could not have produced a Pericles, or a Phidias, or an Alexander, any more than a great writer. It would have taken the same mental stuff to make one of these, as to make a poet, an historian, or a philosopher. They all work with the same motive power. The main conditions, too, are the same in all. It is the object only to which the work is directed that varies. The Greeks were emphatically men. It was this that made them creative. Humanity was the soul of everything they created, the stamp upon everything they did, and this it is that gives to their work its eternal value. The mind of Alexandria was a parasitical plant. It fastened itself on the work of others, and endeavored to extract from it what they had already assimilated, and which its own limited capacities disqualified it from extracting, first hand, for itself from the rich storehouse of nature. It could live upon their work and turn it to its own narrowly bounded purposes. For instance, the Greek language had been perfected by the long series of generations who had used it and who had known nothing of grammars and dictionaries. But at Alexandria it was studied for the sake of the grammar and of the dictionary. Homer had been loved in the Greek world because he spoke as a man to men's hearts and imaginations. He was valued at Alexandria not for his poetry, the men and women he had created, but because he supplied a text to comment on. So with the divine dreams of Plato, their use at Alexandria was that they supplied some materials for the construction of systems. It was exactly in this spirit that the gospel was laid on the dissecting tables of Alexandria. The object proposed was to set up a skeleton to be called Christian theology, and to inject and arrange certain preparations, to be called Christian doctrines. Here was a strange perversion. Never were the uses to which a thing had been ingeniously turned so thoroughly alien to its real nature and design. The object of the gospel were moral and religious. Its appeals were addressed to the ordinary conscience and to the ordinary understanding. In them its philosophy is to be found. But the systematizers of Alexandria had no taste for dealing with such materials. The Christian religion, as presented to us in their theology, has not one particle of the gospel in it, no heart, no soul, no human duties, no human motives, nothing human, nothing divine. It is something as hard and as dry as a mummy, and would be as dead were it not for its savage, truculent spirit. It is an attempt to construct a material God, mechanically, of body, parts, and passions, the Egyptian passions of the day, such as burnt, volcanically, in the hearts of the crocodile haters and crocodile worshippers, of Ombos and Tentyra, and impelled them to eat each other's still quivering flesh, and drink each other's blood hot. The watchword, the source, the mainspring of Christ's religion, the one word that fulfills it, is absent from this travesty of it. The anatomical Christianity, in which there is no gospel, this systematic divinity, in which there is nothing divine, This mechanical theology, which contradicts the idea of God, Alexandria had the chief hand in inflicting on the world, and a grievous infliction they were. Christendom is still suffering from it. It is the anatomy of a body from which the heart, the blood, the flesh, the muscles, all that rendered it a living power and made it beautiful and beneficent, had been removed. It is the systemization of a hortus siccus. It is a theology that kills religion in order that it may examine it. The religion that is fixed and formulated, a matter of definitions and quantitative proportions, that can be handled and measured and weighed, that can be taken to pieces and put together again by a monk in his cell, just as if it were a Chinese puzzle, cannot be the living growth of minds whose knowledge is ever being extended, and of consciences that are ever becoming more sensitive. It cannot, indeed, as far as these things go, be a religion at all. A religion, though burdened with them and perpetually dragged by them into the sphere of formalism, controversy, and passion, may and will live on in spite of them, for nothing can kill religion, still the two are antagonistic and incompatible. The Alexandrian theologians interpreted Christianity in accordance with the criticism, the knowledge, the ignorance, the mind, and the conscience of their day. They could hardly have done otherwise. They came from caves in the desert and from old tombs, and they returned to them for fresh inspiration. They had a right to interpret things according to the light that was in them. So have we. Our light, however, is somewhat different from theirs. The new commandment was not one that at all commended itself to their sepulchral, troglodytic minds. It finds no place in their creeds. We, however, give it the first place in ours. The perfect law of liberty was unintelligible to them. Their only thought about it was to make it impossible. To us, it is as necessary as the air we breathe. They held that man is for the creed, we that the creed is for man. Which is right makes much difference. For the traveler who is desirous of seeing the present in connection with the past, Alexandria has many other reminiscences. Homer mentions the Isle of Pharos, which formed the harbor. On this classic rock, Ptolemy Philadelphus built a magnificent lighthouse of white marble. This was reckoned one of the 7 wonders of the world. Its name, which was borrowed from the rock on which it had been placed, has passed into most of the languages of Europe as the appellative of these useful structures. We, however, who employ them more largely than any other people, and who have in our Eddystone the finest and most interesting structure of this kind in the world, built under widely different conditions from those of the tideless Middle Sea, very properly give to them a name of our own. The causeway, 3/4 of a mile in length, which was formed for the purpose of connecting Ptolemy's Pharaohs with the mainland, having been enormously expanded in the course of 2,000 years by the same process, which in the same period has raised the present to more than 20 feet above the original level of Rome, is now the Frank quarter of the city. The whole of this space must, therefore, in the time of Homer, and down to the time of Alexander, have been under water. The city, having become the capital of Egypt, grew rapidly in population, wealth, and splendor. The Ptolemies disposed of the revenue of Egypt, which had now become the chief entrepot of the commerce of the world, and they spent it with no niggard hand in embellishing their capital. Few great cities have had so large a proportion of their space occupied by magnificent public buildings. Nothing, however, need be said here of its palaces, theaters, and temples, except that they were worthy of the city which filled the first place in the cities of the Greek world, and in the universal empire of the Caesars was second only to Rome. Pompey's pillar, as the inscription upon it informs us, was erected in honor of Diocletian. Cleopatra's Needle had originally stood at Heliopolis, where it had been set up by Thutmosis III, and afterwards seen by Joseph and Moses. It was transplanted from Heliopolis to Alexandria by one of the Roman emperors, after the time of Cleopatra. It had been cut from the granite quarries of Syene. It has therefore traveled from the John O'Groat's house to the Land's End of Egypt. Its deservedly world-famous library recurs to everyone who thinks about old Alexandria. No other library had ever such a history. It was founded 283 years before the Christian era. That is to say, before Rome had entered on her Punic Wars. While those wars were raging, the Alexandrians must, within the walls of this library, have canvassed the news of the day with much the same feelings with which we were ourselves, but just now, talking over the last intelligence from Sedan and Metz, from the Loire and the Seine. In the Greek world, a public library had never before been heard. It was connected with a great mass of buildings called the Museum, which was a kind of institution for the promotion of study, discussion, and learning. Eventually it contained 700,000 volumes. Of these, 400,000 were at the Museum. The remainder were in a building connected with the great temple of Serapis. With the Ptolemies, the enrichment of this library was always a great concern. They dispersed their collectors wherever books were to be obtained, and were ready to pay the highest price for them. It was the boast of the city that the library contained a copy of every known book. At last it was overtaken by the fate which awaits all the works of man. In Caesar's attack on the city, the great library of the Museum was accidentally burnt. The library, therefore, which is supposed to have been destroyed by the command of the Caliph Omar, could only have contained the books that might have remained to his time of the inferior library of the Serapeum. This, we know, had been very much dilapidated by neglect, and in other ways, during the intervening 7 centuries of occasional violence and of constant decay. One, however, is hardly disposed to acquiesce in the opinion on this subject of the historian of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, for among so large a collection of books, there must, one would suppose, have been some precious works of antiquity which we should now value highly, but which were then lost to us irreparably. While we regard with reverence this great library, both for the antiquity of the date of its establishment and for the useful and noble purposes it was intended to serve, those of perpetuating and of extending knowledge, we should be guilty of an injustice if we were to forget that it was not the first institution of its kind. The idea of establishing a public library, which the Ptolemies deserve much credit for carrying out liberally and thoroughly, had nothing original in it one country, at all events of the world, and that one was Egypt. 11 centuries before their time, as we have already seen, the great Ramses, in his temple palace at Thebes, had erected a public library. The walls of it are still standing. We need not repeat what we have said elsewhere about the sculptures on its walls, the inscription over its doors, the manuscripts dated from it still in existence, and the tombs of its librarians. This was done more than 3,000 years ago. Perhaps then other ideas and practices we may be in the habit of regarding as modern were also familiar to the Egyptians of that remote day. Those times indeed may in some not unimportant matters be virtually nearer to us than the times of our Edwards and Henrys. End of section 58.
Section 59 of Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LadyBirdD. Egypt of the Pharaohs and of the Khedive by Forster Barham Zincke. Cairo. Mores hominum multorum et urbes. Horace. Just as the interest of Alexandria belongs to what we call antiquity, so does Cairo derive the whole of its interest from existing sources. I say what we call Antiquity, for by that word we mean the classical period of Greece and Rome. But this classical period is, in reality, only the connecting link between our modern world and the old primeval world of Egypt. It is thus the true Middle Ages of universal history, while true Antiquity is the domain of Pharaonic Egypt. But as to Cairo, El-Islam is of the things that now are, and Cairo was never anything but a Mohammedan city. Its most interesting memories are of the mighty Saladin, who fortified it and preferred it to all other cities. It is the true capital of Arabdom, not its holy city, but its Paris. Its history is all of caliphs and khedives. But the first thing to understand about any famous city is how it came to be where it is. Cairo is where it is because Memphis was where it was. Its site is the natural center of Egypt. It occupies by the dispensation of nature the place in Egypt which the heart does in the human body. Being situated at the apex of the delta, it commands the axis of communication throughout the whole of the upper country and all the divergent lines of communication which traverse the delta. He who establishes himself here has cut the country in two and can concentrate all its resources or assail any point at his will. It is the vital center. Just so was it with Memphis under the old monarchy and the Hyksos, and during the subsequent history. No sooner had an invader got a firm footing here than the rest of the country was prostrate and helpless. The master of Cairo is the master of Egypt. The city is situated on the right bank of the river, at the foot of a spur of the Makatim or Arabian range of hills. In order to get drinkable water, it was necessary that it should be placed so low as that the water of the river might be brought into it. The reader is now aware that there are no springs in Egypt, and that the water of the wells, from the nature of the soil, is brackish and undrinkable. There is, however, in the citadel of Cairo a well of sweet water. The well is sunk through the limestone, of course, to somewhat below the depth of the height on which the citadel stands, and so it came to suggest to me the thought that, if borings were made of sufficient depth to pass completely through the nitrous alluvium of the valley and to perforate the subjacent strata, it might be possible to find water fit for drinking anywhere and everywhere. It might not often be worthwhile to go to this expense, because in most places it would still be cheaper to get water from the river, but it would be interesting to ascertain whether or no good water could be obtained in this way. If so, there would then be one small matter at all events, which had escaped the sagacity of the old Egyptians. But to return to the site of Cairo, the level ground on which it stands, beginning at Bulak, its harbour on the river reaches back about a mile, where it is met by the high ground, which enters the city at the southeast angle. On this point stands the citadel commanding the city. The hills of the range which throws out this spur are seen rising to a considerable height on the east of Cairo. They are utterly devoid of vegetation, and being of about the colour of the sand of the desert, they are of limestone, they glare in the sun, and are very striking and conspicuous objects in the scenery of the place. Wherever you leave the city, except at its northwest angle and in the direction of the river, you enter at once on the absolute desert. There is no view in Egypt to be compared with that from the citadel of Cairo. The city, with all its oriental picturesqueness, is at your feet. Domes and minarets are everywhere. You look over it and your eyes rest sometimes on the green culture, sometimes on the drab desert of Egypt. Beyond, stretching away till it is lost in the haze of distance, is the Valley of Egypt. Through it winds old Nile. It is closed on either side by the irregular ranges of the Libyan and Arabian hills. You know that these pass on through Egypt into Nubia, as the boundaries of the valley. Beyond the river, at the distance of 8 or 9 miles, on the lower stage of the Libyan range, stand the great pyramids of Giza. Farther off, at about double the distance from you, stand the older pyramids of Abu Sir. Seen from no other point are the pyramids so impressive. There they stand at the entrance of the valley, and have stood for more than 5,000 years, to tell all who might come down into Egypt of its greatness and glory. They have none of the forms or features of architecture. They are mountains, scraped for monuments by Titan's hands. And a little further on are the mounds of Memphis. There live the men one would give something to see a day of the life of that old world, who imagined and made these mountains. You remember that all you saw of them at Memphis was a colossal statue prostrate on the ground. As you look now on the pyramids, you understand that colossus. These Titan builders felt themselves more than men. You think how pleasant it would be to sit here on the parapet of the citadel, inhaling the calumet of memory and imagination. Your dear friend, however, who is with you, and who is the most patient and best fellow living, has had enough of it, and he summons back your thoughts from their flight into the far-off tracts of antique time, by a proposal to take another look at the Khan Khalil Bazaar. As you move away, you tell him to be revenged, that history, like religion, has no power over those who have no imagination, or an imagination furnished only with the images of their own sight and self-bounded world. Nonsense, he replies, and you find yourself again jostling your way through the narrow, crowded, irregular streets of Cairo upon an ass, with a little swarthy urchin running before you to clear your path. And though everybody seems to submit to him and to attend readily to his shouts of right, left, mind your legs, you will always have to keep a sharp lookout yourself. You will often be brought to a standstill. There are no trottoirs. The people on foot, the camels, the donkeys are all jumbled up together. The projecting loads of the camels' sides seem almost arranged for giving you a lick on the head and knocking you off your arse. At last you emerge from the side streets into the mosque. This is the main artery of the city, and here is the full tide of Cairene life. It is now between 4 and 5 o'clock, and the tide is at the top of the flood. The street is straight, and for a Cairene street wide enough. The crowd is great, but here everybody, as a matter of course, endeavours to make way for everybody. What you first notice is the abundance of colour. The red tarbouche is perhaps the commonest covering for the head. The turbans vary much. Some are of white muslin, some of coloured shawls. The variety of dress is great. 19/20ths of the passers-by are clad in some form or other of Oriental costume. Their complexions vary as much as their dress. There is every shade, from the glossy black of the Nubian to the dead white of the Turk. The predominant colours are the different shades of yellowish-brown which have resulted from the varying degrees of intermixture of Arabs and Copts. Here at home, the men being at work during the day, it often happens that there are as many women in the street as men. In Cairo, the former are often entirely wanting in the street scene, and are never seen in a large proportion. In stature, the men are almost always above what we call the middle height, well-proportioned, and never fat or pursy like our beef-eating and beer-drinking people. Their features are regular and pleasing, their bearing staid and dignified. There are in the crowd men with water skins and water jars. For some insignificant coin there are 400 paras in a shilling. They sell drinks to thirsty souls. There are hawkers of bread, of fish, of vegetables, of dates, of oranges, and a multitude of other matters. These articles are generally cried, if not in the name of the prophet, still with some pious, or if not so, then with some poetical formula. Perhaps a carriage of the viceroy passes containing some of the ladies of the harem. They will be escorted by 2 black guardians of the harem on horseback, one on each side of the carriage, and preceded by 2 runners carrying long wands and dressed in spotless white, with the exception of their red fezzes and gaily-coloured shawls. The latter they use as sashes. Each will have cost them £15 or more. When you have become accustomed to the people in the streets, you look at the people in the shops. Of course, not the franc, but the native shops. These are merely recesses in the walls of the houses which form the street. The merchant or shopkeeper seldom lives in the house in the ground floor of which his shop is situated, but generally somewhere at a distance. He has no shopman or assistants. The recess in which he carries on his business, if large, is about in space a cube of 10 or 12 feet. It has no door or windows, but is closed with shutters, which the shopkeeper takes down when he comes to do business. He puts them up whenever he wants to go to mosque or elsewhere. When his shop is open for business, he will be seen seated, cross-legged, on the floor in front of his goods. Every shop being a dark hole, and having its owner seated in front of it, reminded me of a prairie dog village, where every hole has a prairie dog seated in front of it, much in the same way, and 2 on the lookout. These traders appear to have no Arab blood in them, but to be Greeks, Jews, Turks, Syrians, anybody and everybody except the people of the country. Many of them have an unhealthy appearance, few of them are good-looking. As to the houses, what most frequently attracts the eye is the carved wood lattice of the windows. The first floor is frequently advanced beyond the ground floor. The archway of the door is, in the better class of houses, often ornamented with carved stonework, and the door itself decorated with a holy text, reverently. Perhaps also with some lurking idea of excluding evil influences. But this style of building is now becoming obsolete, and the new houses in and around the Azbekiyah and between the Azbekiyah and Bulak are being built in the Frank style. The Viceroy has here, for the space of about a square mile, laid out broad macadamized streets, with broad trottoirs on each side, as if he were contemplating an European city. Not much, however, with the exception of these roadways, has yet been done towards carrying out his grand designs, except around the Azbekiyah. This is the Grand Place, or Square, of Cairo. It now contains a public garden that would be an ornament worthy of any great European city. It is well lighted with gas made from English coal. As you go to the opera, for there is an opera too in Cairo, and return after it is over to your hotel, you are glad of the light. But you are in the same time conscious of a little sentimental jar. You did not go to Egypt to find coal gas and London gas lamp posts in the city of Saladin and of the caliphs and in the land of the Pharaohs. You are no longer surprised that the new houses are built in the Frank style. The mosques of Cairo may be counted by the 100. Some have great historical interest, some great artistic merit, some are the great schools of the country. The old mosques of Cairo throw much light on the history of the pointed arch, particularly the oldest of them all, that of Achmed at Loon, which, however, is in so ruinous a condition that it is no longer in use. Its date, as recorded in 2 Kufic inscriptions on the walls, is 879 AD, that is to say, 300 years before the pointed arch was adopted in this country. It is very improbable that this Mosque of Toulon was the first building in which it was used, because it is not introduced here hesitatingly, as would have been done had it been struggling for recognition, but is boldly and firmly carried out in every part of the structure, and even with some combination of the horseshoe shape, as if it were a form with which the architect had become so familiar that he had even begun to modify it. So great a change in construction and in the effects produced by a form must have had to fight for some time against previously established forms. We may therefore safely decide that its introduction reaches further back than the date just given. This is saying that the world is indebted for it to Saracenic thought and taste. This need not surprise us, because at that time there was no other people whose thought was so prolific, and theirs was prolific because it had been aroused to effort by their great achievements. Just as we learn to walk by walking and to talk by talking, so do men learn how to do great things by doing great things. Other Cairene mosques continue this history of the pointed arch. The mosque of the Sultan Hussam has features that are worth noticing. Few buildings exhibit greater freedom of design, which comes, I suppose, of that depth of feeling, which is able to break the fetters of thought. Such a structure could have been the product only of a time when mind was deeply moved and had become conscious of its power. Men knew then what they wanted and believed in themselves that they could satisfy their want. In such times, servile imitations and reproductions are impossible. They do not express what all feel. They do not supply what all are asking for. In this mosque, the porch, the inner court, the astonishing height of the outer wall springing from the declivity of the hillside, all the details and the whole general effect show that those who built it were conscious of real, deep aspirations and were not acting under fictitious ones, and that they were conscious also of possessing within themselves the power of giving form to their aspirations. It interprets to us the mind of its builders. They were full of vigor and self-reliance. They yearned to give expression, in forms of beauty and grandeur, to what was stirring within them. As I was thus communing historically with the intense Mohammedan feeling, which had given a voice to every stone in the building, I was interrupted by another voice, but it was one of a kind which, we may presume, will never have a thought of clothing itself in forms of beauty and grandeur. "Look," it said to me, "up there at those crosses." "No," I replied, "it is impossible. There can be no crosses here." The objects I was invited to look at crown the cornice of the central hypaetral court. They bear some kind of resemblance to fleurs-de-lis. "Yes," the voice continued, "anyone can see now just how it all is. These are the old places from which those ritualists get their medieval crosses and all that kind of thing. The great mosque of El Azhar is the University of Egypt and of the surrounding countries. The foreign students are divided according to nations, those of Egypt according to the provinces they come from. The cycle of religion, law, science, and polite learning, as these words are understood in the East, is here taught. Some come merely to qualify themselves for professions or occupations in which what they may acquire here will be needed. Others come with the intention, as was contemplated in our own universities, of lifelong study. Some of the tombs of the Memluk and of other dynasties that have ruled modern Egypt are good examples of Oriental taste and feeling. These tombs are generally connected with mosques. This connection was intended to add dignity to the tomb and to enhance its sacredness. The mosque and tomb together are regarded as the monument of the deceased prince. The desire to honor the dead has in many of these monuments produced admirable work, the beauty of which is proportionate to the depth of the desire which prompted it. Sad, however, is to see such beautiful work now falling into decay. New dynasties in the East care nothing for the monuments of the dynasties that preceded them. The money spent in building the utterly useless mosque of Muhammad Ali in the citadel would have put into repair all these monuments, which abound not more in exquisite work than in historical interest, and which then would have been secured to the world for some centuries longer at least. But nothing of this kind can be expected of Orientals. To repair and maintain the monuments of past generations is not an idea that has ever commended itself to their minds. People build there to show forth their own greatness and to perpetuate their own names. If, therefore, I have money to spend on wood and stone, why should I so spend it as to perpetuate another man's name, and to set forth the greatness of some other builder? For this is what I should do if I repaired his mosque or palace. Would it not be wiser for me to spend it in perpetuating my own name and setting forth my own greatness? To us there occurs the thought of the historical value of the monuments of the past. This, however, is not an idea that can have any place in the mind of an Oriental. He has no conception of the historical value of anything, nor has he any idea of what history itself is. There can be no history where there is no progress, and his religion, by settling everything once forever, excludes from his mind the idea of progress, and with it goes the idea of history. But still, from our point of view, it is a waste of money and labor to build when you might repair. To repair is cheap, to build is costly. But this is precisely what commends the Oriental practice to the Oriental's mind. That it will cost much money and much labor pleases him. In matters of this kind, ideas of prudence and utility have no place. 100 kings of England we can imagine occupying in succession Windsor Palace and preferring it simply on account of its antiquity to anything they might be able to build themselves. Every one of them would think it a folly to entertain the idea of building another palace, but every Khedive of Egypt, just like every king of Nineveh, must build a new one. Private houses in Cairo appear to be in the same predicament as the mosques. None are kept in a state of repair. Everything is either being built or is falling into decay. Every other Englishman you meet in Cairo, and it is more or less so throughout the East, has some story to tell you of the rapacity and roguery of the bazaars. The complaint is made somewhat in the following style. What do you think of that slippered and turbaned old villain of whom I bought this amber mouthpiece and this kaffir, having had the conscience to ask me 4 Napoleons for each of them? I was not going to be done in that way, so I said to him, "You shocking cormorant, I'll give you 4 Napoleons for the 2. Not 1 per hour more. 4 Napoleons is my figure." "4 Napoleons," he said with a shudder. "I give you the things for nothing. Take them away with you." And he pretended to put them into my hand, but I showed him the money. He could not stand the sight of the gold. And so, you see, I have got the amber and the silk at a fair price. Well, perhaps you have, or perhaps you have given too much for them after all. But your story is no proof that the old fellow in slippers and turban was a rogue. It is you who do not know the circumstances and the customs of the country, and in this matter theirs differ from ours. With us there is so much competition in trade that all the leaning is the other way. Every trader wishes to attract by the lowness of his prices, but still here and there the rule is to buy as cheap and sell as dear as you can. This is the rule on which the slippered and turbaned old fellow acts. He knows, though, it is very hard for him to admit the idea, Yet he admits it without understanding how it can be so, that you are travelling for your amusement. He therefore infers that you must have plenty of money to spare, otherwise you could not be travelling in this way. You want this kafiyeh or mouthpiece. There is no regular market price where there is so little competition, so he will try to get for it as much as he can. Small blame to him for that. When you command the market at home for any article, what do you do yourself? You ask for it what you can get, without reference to cost price. You sell a good weight-carrying hunter at a fancy price. You sell a piece of land to a neighbour at an accommodation price. If you can't get what you asked at first, you abate something and take less. He does the same. You go into a shop anywhere in Italy, say a bookseller's, and ask the price of a book. So many lire, he replies, several more than he intends to take. He will receive it if you give it, but he does not expect you to give it. He is very fond of a little talk, and to have a little talk with you is an agreeable addition to the pleasure of selling the book. You call this contemptuously chaffering, or angrily cheating. It is detestable to you, but the reverse of detestable to the Italian bibliopole. You are annoyed at it. He can't understand why. But to go back to our friend in the slippers and turban, the seat he invites you to take and the coffee and pipe he offers to you imply that he supposes you will not give what he asks at first, and that the price ultimately agreed upon will be the result of a long negotiation. He is in no hurry, nor, as I can show, is he without conscience. I bought a pair of bracelets of one Mohammed Adaman Nouri in the Khan Khalil. I had liked the appearance of the bracelets, and I had asked the price. It did not occur to me at the moment that I was in Cairo, or perhaps what was the regular practice in transactions of this sort in Cairo. Perhaps I have fallen into this temporary oblivion because the conversation and bearing of Mohammed were pleasant. I had brought him a little souvenir from an Englishman who had travelled throughout Syria with him and knew his many estimable qualities. Mohammed's beard was just beginning to be grizzled with age, so he had had time to see the world and to know it. His complexion was fair for Egypt, a pale yellowish brown. His features singly and in their general expression were good. His shawl turban and shawl sash and all his get-up were unexceptionable. His voice and manner were as smooth as oil. His style of conversation perceptibly flowery and complimentary, but that is the manner of his people. I should myself, of all things, have liked to have travelled through the East with him. It would have been very pleasant at the time, and not unpleasant afterwards to be once self-remembered and talked of, as he talked of my friend, whom a year or two back he had accompanied in his wanderings. But about the bracelets, I had given without hesitation or comment what he asked. A friend I was travelling with, finding me at his shop and seeing what I had bought, would like to have a pair of the same kind of bracelets. He asked the price. I told him. No, interposed Mohammed, addressing himself to my companion. Your friend gave all I asked, and therefore I must name a less price to you. Conscience is then not extinguished utterly in those who ask at first. For the goods they are selling more than the cost price, plus the legitimate profit, if there be such a thing as legitimate profit. Mohammed Adamanuri of the Khan Khalil is my demonstration. End of section 59.